Book 2. The Making of the Great Trust. Chapter 12. Built on Oil and Rebates. The cool, determined young Rockefeller could not be accused of failure to act rapidly and vigorously. In 1865 he had bought out the Clarks, taken his brother into partnership, helped organize a second company, and built a new refinery. In 1866 he had sent his brother to take charge of a New York agency and formed a third company there. The year 1867 found him at 28, taking Henry M. Flagler into partnership, and incorporating the new firm of Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler, which represented a combination of the two pre-existing companies in Ohio. Meanwhile, he was using all his profits and borrowing large sums in addition for a swift expansion of the two refineries, their subsidiary works, and his transportation and marketing facilities. So steadily did he plow all his resources back into the business that a curious legend soon grew up. John Moody a generation later pictured him as a man who insisted that every possible cent be reinvested. "Take out what you've got to have to live on, but leave the rest in," he kept urging his partners. "Don't buy new clothes and fast horses, let your wife wear her last year's bonnet. You can't find any place where money will earn what it does here. This is absurd." Rockefeller himself bought fast horses and a large house on Euclid Avenue, while there were plenty of new bonnets. But it is true that he labored for a rapid and efficient expansion of his enterprise. He did this because he saw that in the recklessly competitive oil industry size offered the one means of minimizing the grave and constant risks. The bigger the refinery and the ampler its reserves, the less it was at the mercy of sudden, unpredictable fluctuations. The small man might be wiped out by a sudden price slump, but the largest establishments could be sure of economical buying and effective selling, of savings in manufacture, and of capital adequate to meet a series of mishaps. Looking ahead, he foresaw that if new oil basins were opened and the industry grew to ever larger size, only companies with great financial resources could hope to command the field. Firms which distributed their profits in dividends would have to give way in the end to corporations which had steadily strengthened themselves. The depression which struck the oil industry in 1867 and grew worse in 1868–70 reinforced these conclusions. It was fortunate for Rockefeller that his business prestige, his many friendships, and the growing value of the refining industry to the city made it easy to obtain banking support. We have already said something of the first two assets. As for the third, the annual volumes of the Board of Trade indicate how warm a pride Cleveland took in its fast-expanding oil business. Rapid advances were chronicled every year. The report for 1868, for example, boasted that the amount of crude oil received had surged upward from 220,000 barrels in 1865 to 956,500 3 years later. In the same period the refined oil shipped out of the city had leaped from 154,000 barrels to 776,400. Pittsburgh, still in the lead, had received in 1868 about 300,000 more barrels of crude oil than Cleveland, but the Lake City was catching up. Everyone knew that in spite of falling prices and widespread gloom among oil men the world demand was advancing. In the 3 years just named American shipments of refined oil abroad more than trebled. Since between $3 and $4 million were now invested in the city's refining business, Cleveland bankers were willing to encourage so important a local industry, particularly when they could lend to a man as able and reliable as Rockefeller. And Rockefeller was eager to borrow. He was determined to achieve leadership in both the domestic and home markets. In 1867 his and William's names appeared together in the New York Directory, thereafter his trips east were frequent, and his plans grew larger. Walking in Cleveland one day with H.S. Davis, president of the Y.M.C.A., he was talking of them when a leading banker drove down the street. Drawing up at the curb, the banker hailed the two young men and demanded, "Mr. Rockefeller, do you think you could use $50,000? This was a windfall indeed, but Rockefeller gazed dubiously at the financier, and seemed to be giving the question judicious consideration. Finally he replied, "Well Dan, can you give me 24 hours to think it over?" Inwardly he burned with anxiety for the money. Next day he took the loan, which might have been lost by precipitate eagerness. But he needed permanently invested capital, not loans, for he disliked dependence on banks, and he wanted able partners. Rockefeller's instincts as to men seldom erred. When soon after William went east he brought Henry M. Flagler into active and Stephen V. Harkness into silent partnership, he knew that they would contribute brains, experience, and money. Their entry into the business marked the beginnings of that oligarchy of petroleum magnates who were to build up huge fortunes in conjunction with Rockefeller, and play important roles in the history of American philanthropy. Rockefeller had his office running smoothly, a subordinate says it had the certainty of a perfect mechanism, but he wanted more aggressiveness, power, and drive. Flagler, whose name was ultimately to be written large upon the oil industry, Southern Railroad building, and the development of Florida, was 9.5 years older than Rockefeller. Born at Hopewell, N.Y., near Canandaigua, on January 2, 1830, the son of a $400 a year Presbyterian minister, he attended school till he was 14. At that age, he wrote later, I concluded that my father and sister needed the lean pay which my father received for preaching. So I left home and walked 9 miles to Medina, carrying a carpetbag in my hand. He went west by the Erie Canal and a lake boat. A series of Algeresque adventures followed. He had a few coppers, a French coin, and a nickel when he landed in Republic, Ohio, and the 5-franc piece he kept until the day of his death. Employed in a country store at $5 a month and board, he learned some elementary business lessons. There was a keg at the foot of the cellar steps which was filled with brandy from a larger vessel. 3 classes of people were in that region in separate communities, English, German, and Pennsylvania Dutch. Out of that little keg we sold one kind of brandy to the English at $4 a gallon, another kind to the Germans at $1.50 a gallon, and still another kind to the Pennsylvania Dutch for what we could get. Later he worked at Fostoria, Ohio, and other places. I was contented but not satisfied. Managing to save a little money, he finally went to the fast-growing town of Bellevue, not far from Toledo, to set up a grain commission business. He prospered, and on November 9, 1853, married Mary Harkness, niece of a leading citizen, Stephen V. Harkness. This marriage was a turning point in Flagler's career. Harkness owned a distillery at Monroeville, in the Huron River Valley a few miles south of Bellevue, in which Flagler became interested for a time. Senator John Sherman, chairman of the Committee on Finance, was a friend of Harkness, and soon after the outbreak of the Civil War is said to have warned him that a heavy excise tax would be placed on whiskey. This may not be true. Harkness could readily foresee it for himself. At any rate, he collected large stocks of untaxed liquor which he subsequently sold at a high profit, emerging from the war a rich man. The year 1866 found him living in Cleveland, one of its wealthiest citizens, buying real estate in East Cleveland, setting up a company to manufacture ironclad, roofing, paint, and mastic, and carrying on other business ventures. Meanwhile Flagler, after accumulating about $50,000 in the grain and produce business, had gone to the salt mining and lumbering town of Saginaw, Michigan, where he sunk salt wells and disposed of the product through the firm of Flagler and York. In that industry, marked by chaotic overproduction and cutthroat competition, he at first did well. But with the advent of peace in 1865 salt prices crashed, and he not only lost all his capital but went some $40,000 or $50,000 in debt. For a time he engaged in barrel manufacturing as a partial resource. Then, about the end of 1865, he came to Cleveland to recoup his fortunes. In this effort Flagler was given financial assistance, for which he proudly paid the ruling rate of 10% a year, by Harkness and other relatives. For a time he had desk space in Rockefeller's offices on the second floor of the Sexton Building, overlooking the Cuyahoga, and when Rockefeller moved into larger quarters in the Case Block on the northeastern corner of the public square, Flagler went to the same building. He sold barrels to Rockefeller and other oil refiners, he dealt in grain again, and he also tried to market a patent horseshoe. The city directory for 1866-67 shows that he was associated with Clark and Sanford, commission merchants, and he soon bought them out. Within a short time he was once more prosperous. Indeed, Flagler made a forcible impression upon the business community. He presented a distinguished appearance, not tall, but erect and alert, with glossy black hair, heavy black mustache, snapping dark eyes, and an air of magnetism and energy. Whereas Rockefeller had a slow, deliberate power, Flagler radiated a brisk vitality. Like Rockefeller, he felt a passion for wealth. He, too, was bound to be rich. He had a powerful imagination, and his quick step and rapid movements showed his bold temperament. Having passed through a harsh school of experience, he had been trained to a certain ruthlessness. Critics said later that although a religious man, he was hard, quick to seize an advantage, and not always scrupulous or absolutely law-abiding. He was determined to march straight through business disorder to his goal. But he had a flair for large projects, and late in life, when captivated by his vision of a magnificently remade Florida, showed that he could devote his wealth to constructive and in part altruistic objects of the first magnitude. The acquaintance between Rockefeller and Flagler was of long standing, for they had known each other in Bellevue when Rockefeller was a mere youth buying grain for his commission house and Flagler a newly married grain merchant. "I sent him a good many carloads of wheat," Flagler said later. In their ambitious temper, their taste for expansion, and their shrewdness, they were thoroughly congenial. Close association in the Sexton Building made them warm friends. Henry would drop into John's room and talk of business, while frequently they walked home together. It was not difficult to interest the adventurous Flagler, said by Cleveland gossip to have made $50,000 or $60,000 in a fortunate grain speculation at just this time, in the rich possibilities of oil, and then to enlist the wealthy Stephen V. Harkness. The grain dealer, full of vim and push, as Rockefeller said later, knew how to convert his uncle-in-law. They agreed to establish a new company to operate the largest refining organization in Cleveland. The result was the formation early in 1867 of Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler. Just what Harkness invested we do not know, estimates vary from $60,000 to $90,000. He remained a silent partner. The size of Flagler's investment is equally indeterminable. This new money was immediately used in plant expansion. As early as April, Cleveland newspapers refer to Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler. The new partner pooled his imagination, energy, and willpower with Rockefeller's gifts, and from beginning to end the two thought and acted in perfect harmony. Theirs was a friendship founded on business, which Flagler used to say was better than a business founded on friendship. In his random reminiscences Rockefeller pays Flagler a warmer tribute than any of his other early associates. He writes, "For years and years this early partner and I worked shoulder to shoulder. Our desks were in the same room. We both lived on Euclid Avenue, a few rods apart. We met and walked to the office together, walked home to luncheon, back again after luncheon, and home again at night. On these walks, when we were away from the office interruptions, we did our thinking, talking, and planning together. Mr. Flagler drew practically all our contracts. He has always had the faculty of being able to clearly express the intent and purpose of a contract so well and accurately that there could be no misunderstanding, and his contracts were fair to both sides. I can remember his saying often that when you go into an arrangement you must measure up the rights and proprieties of both sides with the same yardstick, and this was the way Henry M. Flagler did. Another thing about Mr. Flagler for which I think he deserves great credit was that in the early days he insisted that, when a refinery was to be put up, it should be different from the flimsy shacks which it was then the custom to build. Everyone was so afraid that the oil would disappear and that the money expended in buildings would be a loss that the meanest and cheapest buildings were erected for use as refineries. This was the sort of thing Mr. Flagler objected to. While he had to admit that it was possible the oil supply might fail and that the risks of the trade were great, he always believed that if we went into the oil business at all, we should do the work as well as we knew how, that we should have the very best facilities, that everything should be solid and substantial, and that nothing should be left undone to produce the finest results. There can be no question that Flagler was for nearly a decade, until John D. Archbold joined the group, Rockefeller's strongest associate. The new investments permitted a growth which quickly carried Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler into undisputed preeminence not only in Cleveland, but in the United States and the world. Their 2 plants on Kingsbury Run became larger than any in Pittsburgh, even Charles Lockhart's or O.F. Waring's, larger than any in the regions, even the Ludovisi brothers or Downers, larger than any in Philadelphia, even William G. Worden's, larger than any near New York, even Jabez Bostwick's. Their capacity when Flagler came in was apparently slightly more than 500 barrels of refined oil a day. By 1869, according to Rockefeller and others, it was not less than 1,500 barrels a day, and one Cleveland banker put it at 3,000 barrels of crude oil. An indication of the growing scope of the business is furnished by two items in the Cleveland Leader in 1868. 1, in May, recorded that Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler had lost $5,000 in a fire that consumed some transfer platforms at Oil City. Another, in September, stated that the firm had contracted with C.P. Bourne for the manufacture of 300,000 5-gallon oil cans to be used in shipping refined oil to Europe. William was getting the export orders. In short, the clear-headed, resolute young man who had gone into refining in 1863 and gained control of his company in 1865, was by 1868 head of the largest oil manufactory in the world. This growth in size was important in itself, for it made possible great economies in buying, manufacturing, and selling. But it was more important as the basis for achieving a notable reduction in transportation costs, a decisive step in Rockefeller's rise not merely to leadership, but domination. After that achievement, his business became the Aaron's rod which swallowed up all the other rods. This step was the arrangement of a comprehensive and profitable system of railroad rebates, and the cementing of a virtual alliance between Rockefeller and the Lake Shore New York Central System. The rebate arrangement was of a kind already common in the relations of industry and the railroads, but it was pushed to an uncommon point. Transportation at this period, to quote an accepted authority, was regarded by both railroads and shippers as a matter of bargain and sale, the shrewdest shipper securing the lowest rates, and the cleverest freight solicitor the largest traffic. One of Flagler's first acts after joining the firm was to take over the negotiation of freight rates. He found the fast-growing business in a favorable position for obtaining rate concessions. 3 important railroads had hastened to throw tracks into the oil regions, untouched by any line when Drake sunk his first wells. The oil traffic was too rich to be neglected, for according to the United States Railroad and Mining Register it had a product value of fully $20 million in 1864. The Atlantic and Great Western forwarded more than 530,000 barrels in 1863, and more than 675,000 barrels in 1864, on which, according to Sir Morton Peto, it charged not less than 8 cents a ton-mile. The other 2 lines which invaded the field were the Pennsylvania and the Lake Shore and Michigan Southern. We have seen that by 1868 the Atlantic and Great Western, entering the oil regions at 2 points, had built a line from Corry on the north to Titusville, and another from Meadville on the northwest to Franklin. The Lake Shore had a line running from Cleveland to Jamestown, Pennsylvania, which it was fast pushing eastward to Oil City. The Pennsylvania controlled the Allegheny Valley Railroad, which followed the river in a shallow crescent from Pittsburgh north to Franklin, while it dominated another road in the northern part of the state, the Philadelphia and Erie, which by a tributary line traversed the entire Valley of Petroleum, from Corry through Titusville to Franklin. All 3 railroads fought hard for the traffic and made large profits from oil. The Atlantic and Great Western boasted that in 1864 the petroleum revenues of its Cleveland office alone averaged $1,200 a day. The Allegheny Valley Railroad in 1865 received $600,000 from oil freights, and $300,000 more from trade connected with oil, that is, coal, machinery, and drilling materials. To swell the oil traffic on its Philadelphia and Erie branch, the Pennsylvania in 1865 helped organize a fast freight line, of which we shall hear more, called the Empire Transportation Company. By 1868 trunkline competition was spirited, and a battle of giants for both the crude oil and refined oil traffic was beginning. The Pennsylvania, already a powerful system, was presided over by J. Edgar Thompson, a shrewd organizer at whose side stood the brilliant Vice President, Thomas A. Scott, who had made so strong a record as Assistant Secretary of War under Lincoln. The New York Central was in the hands of Cornelius Vanderbilt, the dominant railroad genius of the country, who had just completely integrated the lines connecting New York City and Buffalo. He looked forward to an early annexation of the lake shore, more than 500 miles in length, as part of a through road from the Atlantic to Chicago. The winter of 1867–68 witnessed the spectacularly shocking Erie War between Vanderbilt and the Daniel Drew J. Gould forces for control of the Erie Railroad. The latter won, and in the fall of 1868 the unscrupulous Gould was elected president of the Erie. He at once absorbed the Atlantic and Great Western as part of his trunk line, which thus reached Cleveland. The struggle of these three great systems over the rich quarry of the oil traffic was destined in the next few years to arouse nationwide attention, and it created a situation in which Cleveland and John D. Rockefeller could reach out for high stakes in the refining industry. The firm of Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler could obviously ship refined oil east either by the Erie or the Lake Shore New York Central route, while in summer it could use the waterways. Flagler in 1867 began bargaining. He found that an ambitious young veteran, General James H. Devereux, had just become vice president and general manager of the Lake Shore Railroad, and was eager to make a record. Devereux hoped to obtain a large oil traffic, for the Lake Shore was just completing its Jamestown and Franklin branch into the very heart of the oil regions. Up to this year nearly all crude oil had come into Cleveland by way of the Atlantic and Great Western, but the energetic general meant to change that. Since it was important to be on good terms with the largest refiners, we can imagine him shaking hands eagerly with Flagler. Unquestionably it was Flagler and not Rockefeller who undertook the negotiations, for late in life he said as much. Speaking of rebates, he remarked, "A lot of rubbish has been printed on that subject, too. Mr. Rockefeller is charged with inventing the plan by which the Standard secretly got advantages over its competitors in the matter of freights. Now the truth is that I, and not Mr. Rockefeller, was in charge of the transportation department of our business. I remember when the Standard received its first rebate. I went home in great delight. I had won a great victory, I thought. A year later I discovered that other refiners received similar favors. He believed that Tom Scott of the Pennsylvania had introduced rebating, but this is more than dubious. An agreement on crude oil shipments was easily reached. Such oil was carried from the regions to Cleveland at a cent a gallon or 42 cents a barrel. Flagler pointed out that his firm was already much the largest in Cleveland, that its business was invaluable, for it moved both the greatest body of crude oil west and the greatest body of refined oil east, that both parts of its traffic were growing fast. Rockefeller and he could promise shipments sufficiently large and regular to enable the Lake Shore to affect important economies. As a matter of fact, 42 cents a barrel was excessive. Cleveland was already taking nearly 1 million barrels of crude oil from the regions, and in 1870 would take more than 2 millions. In view of these quantities, rates might well be cut. Undoubtedly other Cleveland refineries had received rebates prior to this time. Rockefeller, like Flagler, has explicitly stated that this was true, that such concessions antedated even his entry into refining. Rebates and drawbacks were a common practice for many years preceding and many years following this period, that is, the period before 1862 and long after. While this perhaps fixes the practice earlier in petroleum history than it actually occurred, it had become a fairly old story soon after the war. In any event, Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler obtained their rebate in 1867. Though the amount has never been disclosed, it seems to have been not less than 15 cents a barrel. The Atlantic and Great Western doubtless matched it. Rockefeller records that from this time the New York Central Lake Shore system and the Erie Atlantic and Great Western system regarded us as their allies in the freight competition. Several years later the head of Alexander, Schofield and Company told a committee of the Federal House that, rendered suspicious by the prosperity of Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler, he had gone in 1868 or 1869 to the offices of the Atlantic and Great Western. He said, "You are giving others better rates than you are us. We cannot compete if you do that." The agent did not deny the charge, but offered a compensating rebate. Alexander, Schofield and Company were to pay the full rate, send in their railroad vouchers every month, and be refunded 15 cents a barrel on crude oil. W. H. Doane, a shipper of crude oil who served Rockefeller and other refineries, made complaint and obtained a 10-cent rebate, apparently not his first. It would be interesting to know how many other Cleveland refineries obtained rebates on crude oil, with the precise dates and sums. Probably the smallest shippers got nothing, and paid the published rates. It is also probable that Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler received a higher allowance than nearly anyone else. According to the code of the time they, with the great power to make demands, would have been foolish had they not exacted it. It was commonly believed in Cleveland that in 1868–70 they also received a rebate on shipments of refined oil, but Flagler, when later examined under oath, declared they had obtained none whatever. Precise evidence has disappeared along with the railroad books and refinery records. Secrecy was a vital element in rebate granting. The railroads took care to keep their concessions secret from other roads or other shippers, while the manufacturer held his rates secret from all competitors. Neither railroad nor shipper, remarks McPherson, knew what concessions were obtained from other railroads by other shippers. Of course Rockefeller and Flagler had means of guessing at the rebates to other refiners, just as these refiners could guess at the favors accorded to Rockefeller. But what of the ethics of this special advantage which Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler had gained? How widespread was the practice of rebating, and how was it regarded by businessmen at the time? Miss Tarbell says that the theory was generally held then, as now, though not so definitely crystallized into law, that the railroad being a common carrier had no right to discriminate between its patrons. John T. Flynn takes an opposing view. After pointing out that Rockefeller did not invent the rebate, he states that the principle that the railroad has no right to make discriminatory rates is of more recent birth. This idea had practically no public support in the 60s. The roads were in the possession of men who believed they had a right to run them to suit themselves. The railroads were in a state of perpetual warfare with each other. The managers were attempting to build their roads and the territory through which they ran. In this competition they made all sorts of concessions to large shippers. And it is quite certain that when Rockefeller and Flagler went to stone for a rebate they believed they were acting not only within their rights but in accordance with the permissible stratagems of the game. This is an issue which lies at the very root of any judgment upon Rockefeller's business methods. Elucidation of the subject is also important to an understanding of transportation itself. Curiously enough, neither Miss Tarbell nor Mr. Flynn uses the most authoritative evidence upon the place of rebates in business in 1867–70. In 1867 the Railroad Committee of the Ohio Senate made a highly illuminating investigation of railroad rate practices. Its reports demonstrated that rate reductions, rebates, drawbacks, special rates, were widely prevalent. Numerous instances of rebating in a variety of industries were cited, and it was shown that the grant of preferences to favored communities, companies, and persons was particularly common in the coal trade. Many railroad officers defended these practices. Though the committee condemned them, it clearly did not know what remedy could be applied. They were the result, it pointed out, of a bitter competition between rival roads, in which the lines seemed to have been in some measure helpless and in part reckless. These contests were ruinous, being marked by an amount of confusion, trickery, distrust, and empiricism, found in no other branch of business, but the committee did not know how to reach their root. It condemned fast freight lines, and recommended that all rate schedules be published. As a result of the inquiry, a bill was drafted which required publication of charges, forbade all deviation from the open rates, prohibited rebates of any kind, declared railroads to be common carriers, and created a railroad commissioner with powers of investigation and enforcement. After passing the Senate, it was defeated in the House. Such legislation was impracticable without concurrent action by neighboring states, for if Ohio forbade special rates and Pennsylvania did not, Ohio railroads and cities would suffer while Pennsylvania railroads and cities gained important advantages. This inquiry was immediately followed by a similar investigation of the Pennsylvania Senate into alleged extortionate charges by the railroads of the Keystone State. Public hearings began May 14, 1867, and after 7 sessions in various cities, closed on November 8. Scores of witnesses, whose sworn evidence fills 238 closely printed pages, testified to rate discriminations, rebates, and drawbacks. The inquiry had been provoked by widespread and long-continued public complaint of these evils, which had brought many shippers to the point of desperation. A specimen petition against abuses by the Pennsylvania Railroad, submitted in 1866, read as follows. The special rates of this company are a discrimination of a more evil character than the regular freight list is. They are a delusion and a snare. As, if a man erects works on their line, under the influence of them the company hold him in their inexorable grasp from that moment, as, if he raises his voice or his vote against the company, they can stop his special rates, or offer lower rates to his rival in business, and crush him. If the special rates were legalized, as we understand it was projected by the company to do, on a sliding scale, so, that a man shipping 1,000 tons should have a low rate, and 10,000 a still lower rate, and 100,000 the lowest, we aver that they would be opposed to the principles of a free government that advocates the greatest good to the greatest number, that they would build up a privileged class and would allow no fair and free development of the resources of the state of Pennsylvania. The witnesses made little complaint that the average level of rates was too high, but they offered universal and frantic complaint that rates were uneven, discriminatory, and shot through with favoritism and privilege. All of the abuses that provoked the Interstate Commerce Act of 1887, the Elkins Act of 1903, and the Hepburn Act of 1906, that furnished a battleground for defenders and attackers of the railroads during a long generation, appear full-blown in these grievances of the embattled Pennsylvania shippers in 1866–68. Not one is missing. The long and short-haul discrimination, the charging of far higher rates at non-competitive than at competitive points, the semi-secret, special rate, to large shippers, the wholly secret rebate to specially favored shippers, the secret drawback, or end-of-the-month refund to a shipper, all are described in detail. The unfair rate discrimination between different cities need not longer detain us, for they have no application to individual or group rebates and drawbacks. A large miller of Duncannon, Pennsylvania, 234 miles east of Pittsburgh on the main Pittsburgh-Philadelphia line, testified that the Pennsylvania Railroad charged him the same sum to haul western wheat this 234 miles that they charged Philadelphia millers for hauling it 355 miles from Pittsburgh. He then had to pay the regular Duncannon-Philadelphia charge on flour to the latter city. Obviously he could not compete with the Philadelphia mills. Several Pittsburgh oil refiners complained that they suffered by this same discrimination between cities. The Pennsylvania Railroad charged precisely the same amount to haul crude oil from Oil City to Philadelphia, 441 miles, as to haul crude oil from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, only 355 miles. In other words, the railroad gave Oil City shippers the advantage of free transportation for 86 miles. Nor was this all. Pittsburgh refiners bought their crude oil in the regions, paying freight down the valley, they refined it in Pittsburgh, and then when they shipped to Philadelphia, they found that the Pennsylvania charged 5 cents a barrel more on refined oil than on crude, though refined oil was cleaner and less liable to loss by fire. Pittsburgh men also testified that in 1866–67 the Erie and New York Central charged only 45 cents a hundredweight on refined oil from Cleveland to New York, while the Pennsylvania charged 50 cents a hundredweight from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia. In short, Pittsburgh refiners were at a cruel disadvantage in competing with Oil City, Philadelphia, and Cleveland. But the most important testimony related to various forms of rebates, that is, to special rates, allowed to rather large groups, to rebates proper, given secretly to individuals at the times they shipped, and to drawbacks, which were secret refunds allowed at the end of the month. Numerous men offered evidence as to the special rates granted to large shippers, especially on the Pennsylvania. The Harrisburg freight agent admitted that in shipments of iron west or east, all the prominent parties have special rates. He further declared that, as a general thing the low rate, is not confined, but that, there may have been instances, where one man alone got it. Moreover, he testified that nobody could find out about the special rates except by inquiry. A shipper living at Port Royal, Pennsylvania, gave evidence that special rates were frequent. The rebate proper, unlike the special rate, was given the individual and not the group. It varied from shipper to shipper, according to his power and his demands. Henry McCormick, a prominent Harrisburg ironmaster, testified frankly to his own acceptance of rebates. He simply could not do business without them, and saw no impropriety in them. In shipping small quantities along the road, our rates are made to conform to the public toll sheets. In selling nails or pig iron in large quantities, we find it impossible to compete with others at toll sheet rates, to any point at any distance from our works. There don't seem to be any system about it. I have been shipping various articles for 10 or 12 years, and the rates seem to be entirely arbitrary, and every man seems to make a special or private bargain with the general freight agent at Philadelphia, Mr. Houston. For instance, I have an inquiry for nails at points in the west or northwest, and if we were to figure according to the rates given us by the officials of the company, here, it would be entirely out of the question to compete with others. To fix the price of any commodities at points at any distance, we must have a special rate given us by the general agent in Philadelphia. We cannot live by the sheet rates. Those rates seem to be arbitrary. In short, rate-making on the Pennsylvania and other lines was a chaos. The special rate was fairly uniform for large shippers, though each man had to be alert to find out its existence. The individual rebate was not uniform but arbitrary. The drawback was still more secret and capricious. S. K. Hoxie, a retired builder, purgently described it. The Pennsylvania Company have in their office a very important book which it will be necessary to have examined. It is called in their accounts, Drawbacks, and the object of this book is twofold. One object is to favor certain shippers over their road, certain corporations or individuals, and the other is to swell the gross receipts of the road to the satisfaction of the stockholders. The discrimination is much larger than any one, perhaps, outside of their immediate circle, knows anything about. The freight paid by certain parties, for instance, appears to be $7.20 a ton for coal, that is credited, of course, to the gross earnings of the road, that swells up the gross receipts, say for 1866, to $16,717,289.20, that makes it very satisfactory to the stockholders. It also enables parties whom they wish to favor to keep down competition in coal and lumber. Then that same party goes monthly into the treasurer's office and receives what is called a drawback, secretly, an overcharge, as they term it, the effect of which is to satisfy the stockholders on the one side, and prevent competition on the other. Mr. Hoxie presented evidence that this drawback system went back at least as far as 1862. The following exchange shows that Rockefeller was doubtless correct in asserting that rebates were well known in oil long before he obtained them in 1867. Q. Have you any idea of the percentage of that drawback? A. It is impossible to tell. I hold in my hand here from there, the Pennsylvania Railroad's office, some copies of the drawbacks. They commence at number 1, I think, each year, and so run up through the year. I have here number 3865, for the year 1862, on 12 of these drawbacks the company paid out $30,000. Indeed, we know from other sources that relating by the anthracite railroads of Pennsylvania had begun at least as early as 1856. In that year the competition between mine operators in the Schuylkill Valley, operators in the Lackawanna Field, and operators in the Middle Anthracite region, had reached a fierce intensity. These three coal areas were served respectively by the Philadelphia and Reading Railroad, the Delaware, Lackawanna and Western Railroad, and the Lehigh Valley Railroad. Each operating group turned to a supporting railroad for aid. It is recorded that, faced with ruin from the bitter competition of their rivals, the Schuylkill operators in May, 1856, compelled the Philadelphia and Reading officials to grant them a heavy rebate as a means of continuing in business. The mass of testimony taken by the committee showed that while the Pennsylvania Railroad was the worst offender, all lines carried on similar practices. Various witnesses accused the Lackawanna, the Lehigh Valley, and others, as well as the canal companies. One railroad official said defiantly, "We have special rates for large shippers. If the trade legitimately belongs to us, we charge full rates, that is, if there is no competition for it. If there is competition for it, we give drawbacks." In short, This report demonstrates that immediately after the war the system of rebates and drawbacks flourished luxuriantly in Pennsylvania, yielding enormous but uneven profits to certain interests, and heavy losses to others. It shows that rebates had been counted in thousands on the Pennsylvania Railroad alone as early as 1862. It indicates that railroads granted and large shippers accepted such rebates as a matter of course, that since rates were arbitrary, with no accepted business code or public authority to govern them, in sheer self-protection everybody had to get the best rate he could. The ironmaster McCormick deplored the situation, saying that he thought it would benefit both railroads and shippers, if a regular tariff were prepared, on equitable principles, over the whole state. Tom Scott and other railroad officers, though full of denials and excuses, likewise evinced a certain queasiness. But nobody indicated any expectation of early reform. Indeed, nobody knew just how reforms could be instituted. The report of the Pennsylvania Committee was firm in condemning all rebates. Without heat, it pointed out that although the motives of the railroad managers were doubtless often commendable, all preferences were wrong, and as common carriers the lines had no right to show partiality among their customers. If any preference were necessary to foster a particular branch of industry, it should be granted by the legislature. But nothing was done to effect any essential modification of law, custom, or corporate practice. The legislature, after disclosing how widespread and indeed general the rate discriminations were, allowed them to continue. As a matter of fact, the fierce competition of the transportation companies in this period of rapid growth made them unescapable, and nobody paid any attention to the Mrs. Partington reproofs of the investigators. Indeed, in dealing with the long and short-haul discrimination, the Pennsylvania Committee stated flatly that it was not prepared to recommend legislation, which might result in driving the whole of this through trade out of the state to rival lines. That is, it was prepared to approve any rate discriminations which favored Pennsylvania as against New York or Maryland. And meanwhile the same attitude was being taken in other states. Some had statutes which forbade discrimination, some did not. Ohio had various rate laws, one of which, dating back to 1852, forbade any railroad to charge more than 3 cents a mile for carrying passengers, or 5 cents a ton-mile for carrying freight over distances of 30 miles or more. Beginning in 1867, it also had a commissioner of railroads and telegraphs to help enforce these laws. But the commissioner reported in 1870 that strict enforcement would drive some lines into bankruptcy. The maximum fare law was entirely disregarded. Of freight charges he remarked, "This is a more fruitful source of complaint than any other subject attempted to be regulated by statute. There is not a railroad operated in the state, either under special charter or the general law, upon which the law regulating rates is not, in some way, violated nearly every time a regular passenger, freight, or mixed train passes over it." The rebate was destined to continue flourishing until the Elkins Act of 1903, effectively enforced by President Theodore Roosevelt, extirpated it. For 40 years it was to be a potent and unescapable factor in American business. When Robert M. La Follette became governor of Wisconsin, he had special investigators examine the books of the railroads, and found that they had paid $7 million in rebates between 1897 and 1903 in his state alone. Paul Morton of the Santa Fe Railroad declared in 1903 that there was not a city of 100,000 people in the United States in which he could not point to one or more fortunes founded upon railway rebates. From beginning to end these multiform rebates, favoring large shippers as they did, were a powerful ally of consolidation in industry. They were one of the principal factors in promoting the growth of great American cities, and in concentrating industry in these cities in ever larger units. If rebates existed on the Pennsylvania railroads in 1862–67, we may be sure they existed on the Ohio roads. Indeed, a committee of the United States Senate declared in 1865 of the nation as a whole, the effect of the prevailing policy of railroad managers is, by an elaborate system of secret special rates, rebates, drawbacks, and concessions, to enrich favorite shippers, and prevent free competition in many lines of trade. It must be remembered that the extremely rapid growth of railways between 1850 and the Panic of 1873 had placed their business upon an improvised, hastily arranged, and largely experimental footing. Their managers had to grapple hastily and blindly with complex problems of financing, rate-making, and competition. Only by a process of trial and error could they learn how to regulate charges with some uniformity, and for years the freight toll sheets had scarcely a speaking acquaintance with logic, consistency, or ethics. The public attitude toward the railroads meanwhile oscillated violently between extremes of love and hate. New and fast-growing communities needed roads so badly that they recklessly issued bonds and made other concessions to obtain them, and down to 1871 the nation itself ladled out far too generous land grants. At the same time, the discontent of the Western farmers with rates which they thought extortionately high was helping to breed the Granger movement. Railroad managers were alternately caressed and assailed, flattered and denounced. Most new industries passed through a reckless, disorderly phase. Railroading was still new, and most railway managers looked strictly at the day-to-day interests of their roads. They sought in every possible way to build up freight receipts, and when two or more tapped the same territory competition was bitter. In those days, says McPherson, there was never enough business to satisfy all of them. Hence they made whatever reductions seemed necessary to gain or hold shippers, and paid commissions to anybody through whose influence traffic could be obtained. Prominent citizens took such commissions, a class of irresponsible agents sprang up who made a living by them. The rigors of competition by rebates, secret rates, sudden cuts, and commission granting could be moderated only by federal law or concerted action on the part of railroad heads, and for neither was the time ripe. As railroads grew in length, rebates increased in importance. In 1869, the New York Central, gaining full control of the lake shore, furnished through service to Chicago. In the same year the Pennsylvania acquired the Pittsburgh, Fort Wayne and Chicago, thus offering parallel facilities. The Erie had already reached St. Louis through the Atlantic and Great Western and other connections, and the Baltimore and Ohio was extended to Chicago in 1874. The building up of these great competitive systems lifted rebating from a relatively local to a national status. Its effect upon business became nationwide and revolutionary, and in no field was it to be more revolutionary than in oil. John D. Rockefeller always intimated that the competitive advantage his company obtained through rebates was negligible. "I do not think the Rockefeller firms got better rebates than the others," he said in 1917. He stated that his firm's larger, more regular shipments, with other benefits which their size and efficiency conferred upon the railroads, should have entitled them to more consideration than the smaller and less regular shippers. He pointed out that each shipper made the best bargain that he could, and that it isn't for a moment to be supposed that any intelligent businessman would make shipments without making an effort to get rates, such efforts as he would use, in buying goods, to make the best possible arrangements. But he commented upon the ignorance of every shipper about his comparative standing. Whether or not he was doing better than his competitor was only a matter of conjecture. Indeed, Rockefeller repeatedly expressed the belief that small shippers, taking the situation over long periods, obtained as good rebates as any, and that considering the advantages which the large manufacturers offered the roads, the favored shippers were the small shippers. This was unfounded, as we shall later demonstrate. What we know of the years 1867 to 70 indicates that Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler vigorously pushed their opportunities for preferential treatments, and that they secured better rebates than many of their Cleveland competitors for the simple reason that they could bargain with greater power. But they did have other sources of strength. Rockefeller could justly assert later that his partners and he were better organizers, administrators, and technicians than the other Cleveland refiners. In evidence, he pointed to their careful bookkeeping, to the superior business sagacity which Flagler and he displayed, and to the undisputed primacy of Andrews as a plant manager. Unquestionably they had ampler and better planned facilities, commanded greater capital, and operated with more energy and precision than any other refinery in existence. With larger resources and production came increasing opportunities for economy, increasing progress in efficiency. The cooperage plant had developed in step with the company's growth. It was in 1867 or 1868 that Rockefeller and his partners first began buying tracts of white oak timber and seasoning part of their own staves. They bought their own hoop iron, and installed machines for barrel making. They thus cut the cost of the finished barrel from the $2.50 to $3.50 rate usually charged to about half those figures, and the barrels, strongly hooped, tightly glued, and painted blue, were exceptionally good. In charge of the cooperage plant they placed a remarkably shrewd young veteran from one of the Cleveland regiments, Ambrose McGregor, whose father had made barrels in East Cleveland. They manufactured their own sulfuric acid, and devised means for recovering it after use. The refineries by 1868 possessed a complete drayage service, 20 wagons which did the hauling cheaply, and which in slack periods were even hired out to competitors. They had their own warehouses in New York and their own lighters on the Hudson and East Rivers. They were among the first to ship by tank cars, as yet only big wooden tubs mounted in pairs on fat ears, and in this economical form of shipment kept ahead of other companies. In 1869 they owned 78 cars. Another form of economy open to the Standard, but not to its small rivals, is indicated by the report of the Cleveland Board of Trade for 1867. This states: the large refineries are now provided with immense reservoirs for storing both crude and refined oils until they are wanted for manufacture or for shipment. The great bulk of crude oil is now brought from the oil regions to our refineries in tanks, 2 of which are placed upon one platform car. This mode of transportation is a decided improvement upon the old way of shipping in barrels. These tanks are estimated to contain about 82 barrels for the use of smaller works. By decision of the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, refined petroleum is not taxed until drawn from the reservoirs for sale or shipping. It is evident that a huge establishment like the Standard could draw off crude oil from tank cars direct into immense reservoirs. But the small refiners had to draw it off into barrels. Month by month Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler increased their profits from byproducts of petroleum. The mere volume of oil which they now handled gave them a tremendous advantage in this field. A small company would have negligible amounts of byproduct material, too trifling for use. Rockefeller's refineries, on the other hand, had ample quantities for manufacture or sale. They also commanded the trained workmen, the expensive equipment, and the marketing arrangements requisite to make a profit from the residual matter left after distilling kerosene, while small companies did not. The Board of Trade report for 1867 says, apropos of the demand that had arisen by 1867 for petroleum lubricants: the sale of still bottoms, or residuum, as lubricating oils, soon brought all petroleum lubricators into discredit. At first all the refiners of petroleum burning oil dealt also in lubricating oil, in order simply to make a market for their residuum. Experience, however, has proved it to be unprofitable, both to themselves and their customers. The proper preparation of lubricating oils is now made a distinct department of business, and as a result, the popularity of petroleum lubricators is rapidly increasing. The manufacture from residuum of a light-colored oil, free from odor and paraffin, and when properly prepared, nearly equal to lard oil in value, but costing less than half as much, is doing much toward relieving the refiner from forcing the sale of a waste product, and the machinist from getting poor oil. One Cleveland refiner of early days, Frank Arter, has recorded how he slipped out at night to let his gasoline, for which the market was not yet developed, run into the Cuyahoga River. The inflammable liquid was dangerous to keep about, and also dangerous to put into a navigable stream. Tugboat men would throw overboard a shovelful of hot coals, he recalled, to start a fire on the water and have some fun, as the gasoline and offal blazed up. Many a refiner was summoned to the police court and scolded for letting out the gasoline, though we always had some cock-and-bull story about an accident to account for it. For many years the popular name for gasoline was gashouse naphtha, for much of what was saved was sold to gas manufacturers. Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler never threw away gasoline, or anything else. They employed some of the residuum for fuel, and at a later date also for paving. They manufactured benzene, paraffin, and petrolatum, later called Vaseline. They shipped naphtha to gas plants and other consumers. They doubtless sold lubricating oil in 1867–68, for Rockefeller and Andrews had advertised some in 1865. But as we have seen, this was becoming a specialty, and after 1868 they apparently sold part of the materials to manufacturers who dealt solely in that product, while they traded part for kerosene which the lubricating oil manufacturers did not want. This was their arrangement with the Bacchus Company in the early 70s. But whatever their precise methods of utilizing the various byproducts of kerosene, they sought to make the most of them and had the reputation of doing so. All this was part of Rockefeller's policy of ceaseless enterprise, ceaseless vigilance, ceaseless economy. He imposed his own precision and foresight upon his lieutenants and workmen. Several years later, when the Standard was buying out other firms, some competitors were amazed and wryly amused by the thoroughness of its methods. They found that nothing was guessed at, nothing left uncounted or unmeasured. The precision was a ritual, important in itself as well as in relation to profit and loss, just as discipline is a ritual in any superb army, fostered for itself as well as for winning battles. Rockefeller found men who responded to this alert spirit and who felt his own pride in it. From this period survives a pocket memorandum book, dated 1869, which he used. At first glance it seems a mere jumble of jottings, intelligible only to the writer, names, fragmentary statistics, phrases, occasionally complete sentences. Evidently he carried it with him about the works, about town, and on business trips, and later referred to it for planning and checking. But while nothing of great scope or importance can be gleaned from its pages, it suggests the temper and habits of the man. It shows that he was studying all aspects of his business, small and large, with remarkable absorption and close attention to detail. Once more it must be emphasized that, like Wellington, he believed that genius was mastery of detail. Some entries have value in showing the methods used by the firm. For example, we find the notation, tank cars in use September 1/6 G Doan Westlake 50 Payne 42 Shema 15 Schofield 30 Hannah 12 Critchley 12 Hussey 15, 216, the total, RA&F 74 added say September 20th 4. This offers some indication of the relative strength of the important Cleveland refiners. It does not necessarily measure their size, as a large firm might be content with shipments in barrels, while a small one might be energetic in using the new cars. However, it shows Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler owning more than half again as many cars as their best-equipped rival. And of equal importance, it proves how closely Rockefeller was watching the activities of the other Cleveland refiners. Some indication of the size of the cooperage shop is afforded by an entry of August 24, 1869, not over 10,000 good barrels on hand and coopers must work more. Another entry on barrels, undated, shows sharp attention to details and the instinct to associate these with results in the large. Barrels in sheds cost 12 to 15% to repair. 6mo storage and 6mo in 10%. CHGS to BBL houses 13%. Some of the HS barrels were in very bad condition and never were fixed of any account. And again, James says both barrel houses on hill settling for want of foundation. Still other entries manifest a hawk-like eye for small matters. Don't leave oil in pipes leading from tanks to stills, 4,955.84 coal received in September. Was it all used in that mo? Take into account, in settlement with James, the lumber used in making all boxes. From various entries it is evident that the company manufactured paraffin in quantity, but apparently sold it to Samuel Downer for marketing. Downer from the first had made paraffin a specialty and possessed the advantage of an established reputation. One item reads, "Don't put Downer brand on paraffin." Another, "If Downer don't come by 28th run all paraffin, light, together." The Rockefeller was exploring steps toward still greater efficiency, and took the initiative in suggestions for manufacture, is revealed in another jotting upon paraffin, run one still full of the light paraffin, first run Gregor, why not dump some of it in the crude refining tank? 13 cents paraffin is 520 say 550 for 42 crude and will probably yield 8 cents more. The total results of the operations, the broad aspects, of company policy, were always in his mind. August 1869, he notes, "How many vessels loaded this week?" This indicates a vigorous traffic by lake, and a keen concern with shipments. Again, his mind is upon supply. Must get oil delivered faster to Oil City, he writes in an undated memorandum. Some 60 B.G. cars only go up creek daily and 20 of these are coal and merchandise. One entry shows, though in vague fashion, that he was pondering another mode of transportation, $9,000 pipeline. Several jottings suggest his concern with freight rates, condition Erie and Central, argument with Erie low prices oils transportation. Altogether, these varied jottings adumbrate a young Rockefeller, only 30 the summer of 1869, familiar with every corner of his organization, tireless in watching operations, and indefatigable in exploring new opportunities. They suggest also a sense of mastery, a power of command, natural in one who had risen brilliantly to large opportunities. They yield some impression of the velocity of a business fast becoming one of the most important in Cleveland. As yet most conservative manufacturers regarded refining as precarious, and many declared flatly that it had no future. Rockefeller was proving that system, method, and enterprise could divest it of speculative elements. Mary K. Tibbetts of Cleveland told long afterward of the enthusiasm he showed in his Pennsylvania journeys to obtain shipments of crude oil. He had an old suit that he took along for roughing it in the muddy fields. When he came back he would always have great tales to tell, and his eyes would snap as he would speak of his desires to succeed. Nevertheless, the rebates were indispensable. In smooth times they added to profits. In periods of crisis they could be used against competitors, as we shall see, with absolutely crushing effect. It was the union of rebates with the advantages of economy, system, and foresight which explains the swift rise of Rockefeller's organization. Neither element can be ignored. Upon profits our evidence is clear, though lacking in specific detail. Rockefeller later said emphatically that they made money every year, we made large profits from the beginning, but we kept them in the business. Various facts support this statement. In 1869 alone, $60,000 was spent on plant improvements as distinguished from expansion. The leader tells us that the gross receipts of 4 Cleveland refineries in the 3 months ending September 30, 1869, were $2,433,669, and Rockefeller's was probably as large as the other 3 combined. President Dan P. Heels of the Commercial National Bank of Cleveland sent on September 20, 1869, to the National Bank of Commerce of New York a letter which gives an illuminating appraisal of Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler by their bankers. Eales had long taken a deep interest in the oil industry, and had been a partner in Hussey, McBride. He remarks that Rockefeller, through all the changes of his firm, has kept his account in this bank, and he pays a high tribute to his depositor. I have never known him to equivocate or in any particular to misrepresent the facts about his business, and I do not recall a single instance in which his obligations have not been promptly met on the day they were due, or in which his paper has suffered dishonor. His transactions with us have at times been very large, amounting in the aggregate to a number of millions, and we have sometimes had his paper to the amount of $250,000 at one time. Eales went on to describe the strength of the company. The present firm employs in its business a capital of about $1 million, of which $360,000 has been invested in their refinery and real estate, and the balance, say $600,000, is used by them in carrying on their business. Their indebtedness does not exceed $150,000 at the present time, and at certain seasons of the year they own nothing and have a large surplus of funds. They have a manufacturing capacity of nearly 3,000 barrels of crude oil per day. This letter may have painted too brightly the position and prospects of the company, for Eales was anxious to have the Bank of Commerce assist in financing it. The daily capacity in 1869 is supposed to have been 1,500 barrels of refined oil, which would have required considerably less than 3,000 barrels of crude. Incidentally, the New York institution declined to serve Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler. From Wall Street the oil industry still looked dangerous. However, Eales's letter is of value as the frank opinion of an important Clevelander, who had every opportunity to know the facts, upon the strength of the Rockefeller interests at an important point in their history. What it says of the high working capital, $600,000, and the low debt, wiped out at certain seasons, is noteworthy. It is also of significance in the emphasis it places upon Rockefeller's preeminent position in the organization. Eels endows the firm with all the characteristics of the senior partner, as he terms him. The company indeed manifested a remarkable unity of spirit. Part of this spirit lay in the precision and foresight of which we have spoken. A very important part of it, not to be underrated, lay in the youthful zest and enthusiasm of the members. The two Rockefellers were young in years, energy, and spirit. Flagler and Andrews, though considerably older, were also relatively young, and their character made them share the zest and optimism of their associates. It was Flagler who, next to John D. Rockefeller, counted for most in Cleveland. Samuel Andrews, ruddy, portly, and genial, looking more and more like the John Bull he was, attended exclusively to the technical work. He had nothing whatever to do with the office affairs, or the oil freighting business, said Rockefeller years later in commenting on the situation, and would not have had as much knowledge about these questions as the clerks in our office. But Flagler and Rockefeller, lunching at the Union Club together, walking home together at night, agreed on every policy. The latter has recorded that they never quarreled but once, and then, only for a moment. Rockefeller found Flagler always an inspiration to me. He was always on the active side of every question, and to his wonderful energy is due much of the rapid progress of the company in early days. That they labored so harmoniously can be explained by the fact that Flagler, while positive and eager, was always constructive. Arguing that the firm must have faith that oil production would last and grow, he stood for the most solid and comprehensive facilities. His courage in acting up to his beliefs, wrote Rockefeller, laid strong foundations for later years. As we have said, some observers thought Rockefeller self-seeking and even avaricious. The truth is that he was interested most of all in power, in progress, in playing a leader's part in the great American game of business. The frame of affairs had been ready-made for him, as for most men, and in that frame his object was to distinguish himself by superlative achievement. He knew that he had great abilities, and meant to use them. It was the achievement, not the money, that counted most, and it is evident that earnest as he was, he did not take the game of business too seriously. The two Rockefellers, Flagler, and Andrews had light-hearted moments, and sometimes made an enjoyable sport of their incessant labors. "We were all boys together, having a lot of fun as we worked hard every day," said Rockefeller in 1918. He told of a code word in their telegrams, Amelia. This, he explained, meant everything is lovely and the goose hangs high. The word recreates not a little of the spirit of the firm in 1869. "We were often borrowing in those days," said Rockefeller, "and if my brother was far away and knew I was having a hard time trying to raise some money, I would cheer him up, if I succeeded, by telegraphing him the one word, Amelia." Steady progress in the petroleum industry, so new, so violently competitive, so heavily affected by crude oil supply, changes in market demand, and the caprice of railroads, so much a bone of contention among Pittsburgh, the regions, Philadelphia, New York, and Cleveland, demanded youthful optimism and courage. Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler never lacked daring. They never looked back, always ahead. As 1870 opened, they were about to undertake the most momentous step that Rockefeller had thus far made. Chapter 13. The Birth of Standard Oil. The years 1869 to 71 witnessed a series of political events in Europe and America which have more than a symbolic significance to students of economic history. At home these were the first years of the Grant administration, conducted by a hard-jawed man who had done more than anyone save Lincoln to maintain the unity of the United States, and whose Reconstruction policy was directed toward completing that unification. In Canada they brought the triumph of Confederation and the full emergence of the Dominion. In Europe they saw the dramatic unification of Italy and Germany. The idea of consolidation in political affairs was conquering the idea of separatism at the same time that consolidation in economic affairs was creating trunkline railroads out of petty separate systems, centralizing much of the meat packing in Chicago and of flour milling in Minneapolis, and erecting ever greater factories, banks, and insurance companies. Nor was it a mere coincidence that sovereign states and business units followed parallel paths. To a large extent the same forces, improvements in transportation and communication, the accumulation of capital, the growth of a wider vision, operated in both fields. In the petroleum industry, these 3 years were marked by a continuance of the general depression resulting from heavy production and falling prices, by a sudden striking transfer of leadership in refining from Pittsburgh to Cleveland, and by the formation of the Standard Oil Company, under Rockefeller's guidance, very much the largest corporation the industry had yet seen. The two latter events accomplished a veritable revolution in the fast-growing and fast-changing manufacture of oil. It ceased to be a business in which several centers held a fair parity, and a considerable number of refiners might claim almost equal ranking. It became an industry in which one city stalked far and away in the lead, and one huge company dominated the business of that city. These developments have a complex industrial background, and they offer some particularly interesting relations with railroad history. When in 1869 oil men celebrated the 10th anniversary of Drake's discovery, Drake himself, aging and infirm, was now in dire poverty. They could boast that never in American history had an industry grown so rapidly. In 1859 the production of crude oil in the United States had been authoritatively stated at 2,000 barrels, 10 years later it was nearly 4.25 million barrels, and in 1870 well over 5.5 million. The manufacture of refined oil in America naturally kept pace with these figures, for all the crude petroleum was utilized, roughly at the ratio of 3 gallons of kerosene for 4 of raw oil. Since prospecting continued with amazing success, and new and deeper wells were constantly being driven, it was certain the flow would go on increasing. At ever lower and lower prices the demand seemed insatiable. Cheap oil for the lamps of the world was in fact a crying need of civilization. Most people unthinkingly supposed that because tallow candles were a poor illuminant they must have been inexpensive. The truth is that they and whale oil alike were so costly that only well-to-do people had kept their homes lighted evening after evening, while all over the globe workingmen, peasants, farmers and clerks went to bed early to save costs. The refined oil exports of the United States almost touched 100 million gallons in 1868, and in 1870 exceeded 140 million gallons. This gain in quantity meant a sharp fall in prices, and the low charges were a blessing to all mankind. But not to the oil industry. What the historian of the oil regions calls the years of depression continued down to the panic of 1873 for most producers and refiners alike. In the spring of 1868 the Titusville Herald printed a list of 27 bankrupt oil companies whose assets had been sold to satisfy their creditors. The price of crude oil bobbed up and down as production fluctuated and dealers along the valley felt bullish or bearish, but the general tendency was toward a decline. By September, anxious well owners were discussing the formation of an association to protect their interests. This movement grew, and on February 1, 1869, when markets were reported unfavorable and prices weakening, a producers' meeting at Oil City appointed an organizing committee. 12 days later a new gathering at Titusville formed the Petroleum Producers Association of Pennsylvania, with George K. Anderson as president. Just what this body could do was uncertain. It promptly took up arms against a proposed state tax on crude oil, it collected statistics, and it conducted patent litigation, but the real cause of the depression lay in too many wells, and this was difficult to reach. As the year 1869 wore on conditions improved, and at its close the press reported fair profits for many producers. But prices grew worse again in 1870, dropping in June to about $4 a barrel. In desperation, on the 29th of that month a new meeting of producers at Oil City resolved to stop the drill for 3 months, and appointed a committee to canvass the possibilities and report at the next meeting of the Petroleum Producers Association. Next day the Oil City Derrick printed a report which its editor has summarized in one eloquent sentence: more wildcatting in progress than at any time since the discovery of oil. It was simply impossible to stop the drill, and the association itself reported 152 new wells completed in August, with 288 more being bored. The flow this summer broke all records. Chiefly for this reason, though partly because of the Franco-Prussian War and other factors, prices of crude oil fell to low levels, and in December stood at $3.25 to $3.50 a barrel. Some producers, holding especially rich wells, always did well, but many small men were ruined whenever the market fell into a prolonged slump. Oil production was still half boom, half broke. As Rockefeller well knew, the depression in the refining industry was more general. The basic conditions of the business had swiftly changed, and the days of broad margins, when a series of lucky strokes might make any reckless plunger rich, were gone forever. The year 1868, which witnessed a brief but severe trade recession all over the country, brought up many ill-financed refineries with a jerk. Meanwhile, a consistent long-term price trend was wiping out all chance of easy profits, so that only the largest and most efficient plants could long survive. Clear proof of this is furnished by the annual reports of the boards of trade in the principal refining cities. All tell the same story of a grimly narrowing margin between the charges that a refiner paid for crude oil and the price he received for kerosene. The figures of the Chamber of Commerce of the state of New York are typical and conclusive. Anyone with a few stills and vats might make money when he could sell a gallon of refined oil for 20 cents more than a gallon of crude cost him, 4 gallons of crude oil, as we have said, making about 3 gallons of kerosene. But when the margin sank to 10 cents a gallon, refiners with inefficient works and little capital began to scent bankruptcy. And when it fell below 8 cents, weaker establishments from New York to Cleveland trembled on the precipitous edge of ruin. It was because he perceived the significance of this fast narrowing margin that Rockefeller had strenuously strengthened his works. He had done it in the nick of time. Indeed, a future executive of the Standard Oil, Charles M. Higgins, who joined it as an office boy in 1872 and talked with older employees, gained the impression that the years 1867 to 68 had witnessed a crisis for even Rockefeller, in which the Harkness-Flagler investments had proved indispensable. Although Rockefeller declared that his firm made profits every year, there may be some truth in this, and perilous indeed was the position of little refineries which had never expanded and possessed no reserves. The refining industry was now feeling the results of that reckless invasion by a host of ill-equipped men which the high profits of the war and immediate post-war years had naturally caused. It was not merely overgrown, it was bloated. In 1870 the capacity was 3 times as great as the demand warranted. It was in precisely the same position as the silver mining industry in the 80s, or the soft coal industry in the decade after the World War. Some excess capacity was inevitable and proper, for even the best works did not expect to run at full capacity the whole year, but there was far too much. It led to frantic price slashing by hard-pressed and panicky refiners whenever times became gloomy, and such slashes injured manufacturers, both great and small. In refining as in production the depression had been somewhat alleviated in 1869, but next year it became more crushing than ever. This was not because of any lack of world demand. Though the Franco-Prussian War gave a temporary check to the export trade, shipments abroad for the year rose, as we have seen, very sharply. The great difficulty was that prices remained lamentably low, lower than ever before. The table above shows that the average quotation for good kerosene in New York in 1870 was less than half what it had been 5 years earlier, and less than 4/5 what it had been the previous year. Nor was there any temporary and artificial reason to explain this. Too many wells, too many refineries, a glut in both raw and manufactured oil, that was the chief reason, and it threatened to be permanent unless some remedy were applied. The business of refining, taking the year altogether, stated the Chamber of Commerce of the state of New York at the close of 1870, has been unremunerative, refiners hardly getting a new dollar for an old one. Had it not been for the reduction in costs through large-scale operations and improved processes, it added, no refiner could have continued in business. The situation grew worse as 1871 advanced. Early that year the market was affected by a number of speculative combinations and rings formed in the oil regions to advance the price of crude oil. These groups raised the cost of raw materials so sharply that many Pittsburgh refineries shut down. The plight of Cleveland was even worse. The middle of March found trade practically at a standstill, with not more than 1/10 of the refinery capacity in use. According to a Cleveland observer quoted in the Pittsburgh Gazette, this result can easily be traced to the unreasonable and unscrupulous policy of the petroleum producers. No one knew better than they that there was no demand for margin which would warrant refiners in paying the ruling price for crude, yet they would not concede in the least, but by a series of corners and other gambling arrangements, have run up and held up the price of crude. Pittsburgh and Cleveland writers pointed out that while the producers had organized a strong association, the refiners possessed no such protection. Dull, 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 so, month after month, ran the market reports which Rockefeller scanned. Conditions had seemed tragic to small refiners when the average margin between crude and refined oil was driven below 8 cents a gallon. But in 1871, according to the Chamber of Commerce of the state of New York, it fell to 6.15 cents a gallon. While high ocean freights were a factor, keeping export prices down, sheer overproduction was the main difficulty. Refineries in the oil regions suffered along with those in the cities. The Pittsburgh Gazette early in the fall published a letter from an irate Titusville manufacturer. He wrote, "Refined is so low that refiners cannot run their works. Many have suspended because they cannot pay the price for crude and sell it at the price that refined has been so long. Taking present prices as a basis, refineries cannot make even cost of their stock. Are they willing that the shippers shall make their 33%, and they make their percentages and losses, as many refiners have been doing for the last year? So much, for the depression, but what of the sudden rise of Cleveland to primacy over her rival Pittsburgh, a development which Rockefeller watched with exultation? For a few years after Drake's discovery, the oil regions had seemed the best place for refiners. Men there looked rejoicingly at the tanks and smokestacks of Downer, the Ludovisi brothers, and Van Sickle outlined against the green hills. Then Pittsburgh had temporarily taken the lead. It was easy to ship crude oil down the Allegheny River, particularly after Jacob J. Vandergrift of Pittsburgh, owner of the steamer Red Fox, showed how easily a string of barges could be pulled by one boat. A branch of the Pennsylvania Railroad arched from Pittsburgh northward into the heart of the oil fields, and the Pennsylvania, as General Devereux of the rival Lake Shore Railroad bitterly remarked, long asserted a patent right to oil transportation. Moreover, the first main expansion of the oil fields was southward, toward Pittsburgh. In time hustling wildcatters drove their shafts close to the corporate boundary. The smoky rumbling city offered abundant labor, fuel, and chemicals. For a few years Pittsburghers surveyed the scene with lordly arrogance. We have seen that the first post-war spurt produced 70 refineries, and in 1867 a conservative count gave them 58, with a capacity of 37,000 barrels of refined oil weekly. Then, to their amazement, Cleveland swiftly and surely forged ahead, until just as Rockefeller formed his Standard Oil Company in 1870, the Ohio City easily took the lead. How did this happen? The principal reason for Pittsburgh's loss of ground lay in the gross unfairness with which the Pennsylvania began to treat the city. This railroad was just springing into greatness. Begun as a line from Harrisburg to Pittsburgh, it had not been linked with Philadelphia till the summer of 1858, when the first through train clattered between the eastern and western metropolis of the state, carrying the first smoking car ever built. J. Edgar Thomson, a quiet, determined builder, interested in solid, constructive achievement, built up the system until within a decade it owned nearly 1,000 miles in Pennsylvania alone, and controlled a branch northward through New York to Lake Erie. Then in 1869, as his master accomplishment, he acquired the Pittsburgh, Fort Wayne and Chicago, giving the railroad a continuous line from Delaware Bay to Lake Michigan. After this acquisition, a slowly forming indifference toward Pittsburgh interests became sharply crystallized, and the Steel City definitely ceased to be a terminal and became a way station. Until 1867 the Pennsylvania management had dealt generously with Pittsburgh refiners and other manufacturers, but it now ceased to do so. Within a few years western Pennsylvania was seething with resentment against the railroad. Why the indifference to Pittsburgh refiners? For one reason, the Pennsylvania wished to haul the main body of crude oil not a short distance to Pittsburgh, but a long distance to Philadelphia and New York. It was not the branch line running north from Pittsburgh into the oil regions which interested the arbitrary and ambitious Tom Scott, who was in charge of the Pennsylvania's traffic arrangements. Instead, it was the branch line running northwest from Tidewater, the Philadelphia and Erie, which had opened its tracks into Oil City and Pithole in 1866. For another reason, the Pennsylvania's main line through Pittsburgh from the west had all the freight it could carry anyhow, without adding oil shipments. Officers of the road were ready to make low-through rates from Chicago and other distant points at Pittsburgh's expense. For Pittsburgh had to ship east by the Pennsylvania anyway, it possessed no other adequate outlet, while the Pennsylvania had to fight with the other trunk lines for the rich grain traffic of the Mississippi Valley. This attitude created a situation from which Rockefeller and other Cleveland refiners profited enormously. For while the Pennsylvania showed a cavalier disregard for oil shipments in and out of Pittsburgh, the Erie and the New York Central Lake Shore system did their utmost to develop the Cleveland oil traffic. Incensed Pittsburghers, appearing before the State Senate Committee in 1867, described the readiness of the railroad to favor Mississippi Valley freights as against their own, and emphasized the growing unfairness of the line to the local oil industry. We have quoted a witness who complained that refined oil was carried as cheaply from Oil City to Philadelphia as from Pittsburgh, 114 miles nearer. This man, chairman of the Railroad Committee of the Pittsburgh Petroleum Association, burst out vehemently, "We complain that they rob us of our natural position, and that those at Cleveland get their oil carried cheaper than we do." In August, 1867, he declared, refined oil shipments from Pittsburgh had reached 88,000 barrels. At that time the Pennsylvania Railroad lowered their rate to about the proportion it should be, compared with other roads. The other roads immediately lowered their rates, and the Pennsylvania Central remained the same, and the great proportion of the works in Pittsburgh had to shut down. Our route was relatively the longest route to the seaboard. These August shipments were much the greatest in Pittsburgh history, not more than 50,000 barrels having been shipped in any other month. He added, "Our great trouble has been that they take it, oil, from Oil City to Philadelphia or New York as cheap as from here. If they had carried at the same rate per mile, or even one half as cheap as half the other roads, we could have run and done a business." Another Pittsburgh witness, H. M. Long, offered a still more resentful comparison between his city as Cinderella and Cleveland as the favored princess. His establishment brought crude oil from Oil City, refined it, and shipped the product to Philadelphia. "Our principal trouble," he said, "has been the rate established by the Pennsylvania Railroad during the last year. The rate from Cleveland, our chief competitor, to New York, was 45 cents per hundredweight, whilst on the Pennsylvania Railroad, from here to Philadelphia, was 50 cents per hundredweight. It is evident that the advantage against us has driven trade from Pittsburgh to a great extent. Oil was cheaper in Cleveland than we can make it here and ship it to Philadelphia, thus cutting off 1/3 to 1/2 the business in Pittsburgh. I believe Pittsburgh could make and ship 100,000 barrels every month in the year. By the course the railroad pursues, we cannot ship more than half that amount." And he added, "An officer of the road said to one of our committee that they didn't care whether they carried any oil from Oil City to Pittsburgh, they preferred carrying it over the Philadelphia and Erie." Indeed, for an entire generation after the Civil War Pittsburgh was treated with outrageous insolence by the Pennsylvania Railroad, secure in its monopolistic position. Though the city grew into a tremendous creator of freight, its other industries suffered nearly or quite as much as the oil refiners. Flour manufacturers actually loaded their product on boats, sent it to Cincinnati, a competitive point, reloaded it on freight trains, and sent it to New York through Pittsburgh again. Steel was treated as harshly. Midway in the 90s the Carnegie interests became so enraged by the Pennsylvania's overcharges that they commenced building a railroad of their own to seaboard. A state investigation after the violent railroad strike of 1877 showed that the Pennsylvania had kept many thousands of workmen unemployed and half-starving in Pittsburgh by maintaining freight rates, without real justification, at levels which made it impossible to operate the glass, steel, and other industries for the export trade. By 1870 both New York and Pittsburgh were complaining that Cleveland had captured the lion's share of the refining business. Cleveland listened to their outcries with complacent exultation. In November, 1869, the Leader gaily reprinted certain charges by the Pittsburgh Dispatch. This newspaper grumbled that although Cleveland was decidedly farther from Oil City than Pittsburgh was, it paid only the same freight charges on crude oil, it paid no transshipment charges, as Pittsburgh did to get oil across the river, and it actually shipped refined oil to the seaboard for 10 cents a barrel less than Pittsburgh. Furthermore, Cleveland was permitted by the New York Central and Erie systems to use 43-gallon barrels for crude oil, while the Pennsylvania restricted Pittsburgh to 42-gallon barrels. Altogether, lamented the dispatch, Cleveland held a clear advantage of 40 cents a barrel. All of which is true as gospel, gleefully exclaimed the leader. And to this may be added the fact that Cleveland's, oil is shipped from this port direct to England, which is the great mart for petroleum, without the expense of railroad freights to the seaboard. Considering all these advantages, it appears demonstrated beyond all possible doubt that Cleveland far excels Pittsburgh as a point for oil refining. In similar fashion, the leader on October 27, 1870, quoted a complaint of the New York Commercial Bulletin that Cleveland, by playing one railroad against another, received special rates, and that these enabled her, in spite of being 150 miles west of the regions, to control the prices of oil in the New York markets and seriously threaten the permanence of the refining business in that city. Again the leader enthusiastically agreed. From this it is found that Cleveland conquers by the very magnitude of her operations. The enormous daily shipments made in oil to and from this city enable the Cleveland dealers to secure such advantageous rates of freight that they easily distance the limited operators of New York, even with the disadvantage of 300 miles further transportation. These newspaper statements are corroborated by the annual volumes of the Cleveland Board of Trade. The report for 1869 jubilantly asserted that the city that year received more than 1,120,000 barrels of crude oil, and shipped about 925 barrels of refined, thus clearly outdistancing Pittsburgh, which stood in second place. Cleveland now holds the leading position among the manufacturers of petroleum, boasted the Board of Trade, with a very reasonable prospect of holding that rank for some time to come. Each year has seen greater consolidation of capital, greater energy and success in prosecuting the business, and, notwithstanding some disastrous fires, a stronger determination to establish an immovable reputation for the quantity and quality of this most important product. The total capital invested in this business is not less than $4 millions, and the total product of the year would not fall short of 15 millions. The report went on. The facilities for shipping petroleum by lake and by rail have been largely increased and systematized. Extensive docks, with sheds to protect the barrels, have been built upon the river, while the Lake Shore and Columbus railroads have built a large and substantial depot where all oil to be forwarded by these roads is received, stored, and shipped. From 40,000 to 50,000 barrels of oil were shipped monthly from this depot, while the river docks furnished full cargoes to the vessels intended for Atlantic ports or for Europe, by way of the Welland Canal. Of course $15 millions, the estimated value of manufactured petroleum, is but a part of the real value of this branch of business. Some 800,000 barrels were needed, and for them a vast amount of staves, increasing yearly, until 30 millions were received with hoops and heading in proportion, and hoop iron not less than 4,000 tons. A very large number of workmen were directly or indirectly employed in the petroleum business. Rockefeller helped supply statistics to the Board of Trade. The census of 1870 seems at first blush at variance with these assertions, for its figures credit Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, with 20 refineries employing 330 men and manufacturing $6,950,000 worth of refined coal oil, while they give Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, only 16 refineries, employing 209 men, and manufacturing $4,283,000 worth of oil. But the census of manufactures was scandalously inadequate, as Director Francis A. Walker himself pointed out, and but little reliance can be placed upon it. Moreover, it referred principally to 1869, the year June 1, 1869 to May 31, 1870, and by the close of 1870 the situation had materially altered. Cleveland actually had nearly twice the 16 refineries credited to it. The census credited Philadelphia with only 15 refineries and a coal oil production worth but $1,404,000, and New York, Kings and Queens counties, with only 9 refineries and a production of $2,090,000. It gave the oil regions, Crawford and Venango counties, a total of 32 refineries, but most of them were very small. They employed 243 men, and their product was worth $5,349,000. The fact was that Cleveland stood first in 1870, with Pittsburgh rather uneasily leading the regions for second place. So much for the basic elements of the situation: the rapid growth of the refining industry as a whole, overproduction and overcompetition, fast dropping prices, the rise first of Pittsburgh to primacy over the oil regions and then of Cleveland to ascendancy over Pittsburgh. Rockefeller realized that kerosene manufacturing was becoming an industry in which only large establishments had any certainty of survival. The year 1869 was the last in which a firm of poor facilities and inadequate capital reserves stood even a gambler's chance of making money. This was because prices rose slightly. "More money has been made from petroleum during the past year," declared the leader in retrospect, "than during any year when excitement was keenest." But the clouds thickened again in 1870–71, and only extensive works like Rockefeller's could make a real profit. Such establishments could wait until prices were low to buy their crude, could hold the refined oil till prices were high, could make use of new devices like the cylinder refining still patented in 1866, improved tank cars and better loading methods, and could manufacture their own supplies. By 1870 the time had come for Rockefeller and his partners to embark on broader seas. Revenues for the previous year had been large, the credit of the firm was second to none in Cleveland, and its prospects were brighter than those of any other refining organization in the country. Scouring Manhattan from his Pearl Street office, William Rockefeller was selling large quantities of oil in New England and to European buyers. Men who had learned something of the profits of Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler, were anxious to participate in the business. One was William's brother-in-law, O. B. Jennings of New York. Another was Benjamin Brewster, a comparatively young man with an adventurous record. He had gone to California in 1849, remained there until after the Civil War, then entered railroading, and had become vice president of the Omaha Railroad. He possessed Cleveland connections. "These men had money," writes Rockefeller, "and we soon found ourselves able to raise $1 million as more money was needed." But Rockefeller did not wish to add partners in a random, careless way which might jeopardize his and Flagler's control. He resolved to replace the firm of Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler with a joint stock corporation. Such corporations, though by this time important in manufacturing as well as banking and transportation, were still less numerous than partnerships, and in many communities were sufficiently a novelty to be objects of suspicion. Their enemies charged that they gave a few men control of such large bodies of capital that they constituted a long step toward monopoly. A more rational accusation was that the directors of corporations founded upon a wide distribution of stock were more irresponsible and heartless than the old-fashioned firms of a few members. In 1863 a large shareholder in textile enterprises in Lowell, Massachusetts, had published a furious exposé of stock manipulators. He declared that a small clique of New England financiers had gained control of numerous corporations in that district, that they had collected proxies from the general body of ignorant or careless stockholders, that then, holding the annual company meetings in small rooms, they pushed through their machine programs without discussion, and that 12 or 15 rich Yankees, who thus dominated numerous businesses, manipulated their securities shamelessly, and gave high salaries and fat contracts to insiders. While other men had to behave themselves, he wrote, "Only the managers of our manufacturing corporations can outrage right and common decency." The history of the Erie Railroad under Drew and Gould, of the Credit Mobilier under Oakes Ames, of the Freedmen's Savings Bank, and of various other concerns in the Grant period showed how villainously large corporations might be perverted or exploited. Meanwhile, the oil-producing industry, like Western mining, was honeycombed with a special kind of corporate dishonesty, with fly-by-night companies selling vast quantities of worthless stock to gullible people. But the corporation which Rockefeller planned late in 1869, however fiercely it was to be assailed in future years as a grasping monopoly, was never once to be charged with unfairness toward investors. The small group which controlled it, in which Rockefeller always stood paramount, was destined to act with a resolute and single-minded attention to the benefit of stockholders. This group did not intend to sell shares to the general public, and never contemplated for an instant the stock-manipulating methods of Jay Gould or stock-watering devices of the elder Morgan. Incorporation was planned to facilitate the entrance of new capital as desired, and at the same time maintain the two Rockefellers and Flagler as controlling heads. The change took place January 10, 1870. On that day the Standard Oil Company of Ohio replaced Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler. The corporation name was taken from the Standard Works which the Rockefellers had erected near the older plant in 1866. A few days later the directors elected John D. Rockefeller president, William Rockefeller vice president, Flagler secretary, and Andrews superintendent. The capital was $1 million, divided into 10,000 shares of $100 each. This was clearly much less than the assets and working funds. President Hells of the Commercial National Bank had stated a year earlier that the old firm had 1 million employed in its business, and the incorporation was now accompanied by substantial new investments. It will be noted that no banking house assisted in the flotation, each incorporator taking his own allotment and paying for it. From now on Rockefeller was to have less and less to do with banks. Unnecessary expense and publicity were, as always thereafter, avoided. In this new corporation John D. Rockefeller took 2,667 shares, representing not only his old part in the business, but a new investment. Stephen V. Harkness subscribed for 1,334 shares, worth at par almost twice his supposed original investment. Flagler, Andrews, and William Rockefeller took 1,333 shares apiece, and the firm of Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler 1,000 shares. Thus the little group of 3 active partners and 1 silent partner which had owned the old business held 9/10 of the stock in the new corporation. The remaining 1/10, or 1,000 shares, was taken by the before-mentioned O. B. Jennings. Property owned by Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler was estimated at $400,000, goodwill and operating capital made up the remainder. But, as we have said, $1 million represented a decided undervaluation of the holdings, tangible and intangible, of the Standard Oil Company. It held, according to John D. Archbold's subsequent estimate, 1/10 of the petroleum business of the country. It owned 60 acres in Cleveland, 2 great refineries, a huge barrel-making plant, lake facilities, a fleet of tank cars, sidings and warehouses in the oil regions, timberlands for staves, warehouses and tanks in the New York area, and lighters in New York Harbor. However, the most important feature of the change was the new form which it gave the Rockefeller-Flagler interests, making for both greater flexibility and greater expansibility. Unquestionably this form had been carefully considered by the partners in relation to a definite program, for their acts soon proved that the corporation had been launched with specific ends in view. As for Rockefeller, he passed with this new organization from leadership in a local partnership to leadership in a great corporation destined within 15 years to achieve almost complete control of one of the major industries of America, and to throw a network of marketing agencies around the globe. The expansion which he had begun when he brought William Rockefeller, Flagler, and Harkness to his side was to be carried forward by a series of headlong strides. The story of these bold steps is of absorbing interest. To be sure, his creation of the Standard Oil Company does not mean that he clearly foresaw its future. None of us ever dreamed of the magnitude of what proved to be the later expansion, he said 40 years later. And later still, in a musing mood, who would ever have thought that it would grow to such a size? But he knew that the company had potentialities of expansion limited only by the petroleum industry itself, and as he pondered upon the difficulties and losses caused by excessive competition, he meant to make the most of these possibilities. The most exigent problem facing the Standard Oil Company was not one of supplies, processes, or markets; those had all been solved. It was the company's relation with the railroads. That relation was sufficient, in the chaotic and unregulated rate situation of the day, to make or break any company. It had been a source of constant worry to Rockefeller and Flagler ever since the latter made his rebating arrangements in 1867. That Rockefeller himself gave personal attention to the subject we know from one of his few surviving letters of this period, written to his wife under date of April 19, 1868. He was in New York with Will. "We were sent for by Mr. Vanderbilt yesterday at 12 o'clock, he related, but did not go. He is anxious to get our business and said he thought he could meet us on the terms. We send our card by the messenger, that Van might know where to find our offices, and later in the day, at the St. Nicholas, saw the card in the hand of Amasa Stone, Jr., who is figuring with Van for the business. I made a proposition to draw 100,000 barrels and Mr. Stone desired to meet with Van last eve at Manhattan Club rooms and will engage to meet them at 9 o'clock. We talked business to Amasa and guess he thinks we are rather prompt young men. Both the independent spirit of young John D. Rockefeller, who made the great Commodore Vanderbilt come to him, and the importance of the traffic he was able to deliver, are evident from this passage. Amasa Stone, Jr., was the son of the railroad builder and banker who this year became president of the Lake Shore. The revenue from 100,000 barrels of freight meant much to the Lake Shore New York Central system. In 1869 a furious rate war had broken out among the trunkline railroads connecting the Atlantic coast and the Middle West. The three great systems, the Erie, the New York Central, and the Pennsylvania, began fighting over Western trade like three lions over a kill. Late that summer, rates on shipments from Chicago to New York dropped to preposterously low levels. This rate war promptly involved the rich oil freights of western Pennsylvania as well as the agricultural products of the prairie states, for all three lines kept an anxious eye upon their feeders reaching into the heart of the oil regions. General Devereux later termed the contest one of the most desperate he had ever seen. Such rates and arrangements were made by the Pennsylvania Railroad, he swore, that it was publicly proclaimed in the public prints of Oil City, Titusville, and other places that Cleveland was to be wiped out as a refining center as with a sponge. Refining was to be restricted to points served by the Pennsylvania. Already numerous refiners in the oil regions hated Cleveland for its rapid progress. They thought of it, far outside the state boundaries, as somehow having less title to an oil business than the regions, Pittsburgh, or Philadelphia, and along with many members of the Petroleum Producers Association, they were eager to push the sponge, to destroy the Cleveland industry. Most Cleveland refiners were temporarily panic-stricken. They rushed to the Lake Shore offices, and doubtless also to the Atlantic and Great Western. They talked of giving up business forthwith, or removing to points in the oil regions. This was largely a bluff to win rate concessions. But Alexander, Schofield and Company did establish a branch refinery at Petroleum Center. Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler alone kept a stiff upper lip, or so Devereux averred. Obtaining the Lake Shore's pledge that it could and would handle oil as cheaply as the Pennsylvania, they promptly proposed to stand their ground at Cleveland and fight it out on that line. Naturally the Lake Shore was determined to keep its oil traffic, and met the Pennsylvania with such rates for all Cleveland refineries that they felt encouraged to hold fast. Then in 1870 a new and fiercer rate conflict opened between the Erie, New York Central, and Pennsylvania. Commodore Vanderbilt and a party visited Ohio in May to explore the possibilities of a new through connection for the New York Central between Cleveland and Cincinnati, while groups of directors for two other railroads toured the West. New timetables that month revealed a spectacular competition in speed, both the Pennsylvania and New York Central running 30-hour expresses between New York and Chicago. In mid-June the struggle between Gould and Vanderbilt over freights brought charges down by 1/2 to 3/4. A very pleasant controversy for the people of the West, exclaimed the Cleveland leader. It is truly a noble and Christian form of revenge, and even the sires of the Central Stock Ring and the Erie Opera may be forgiven if the two roads will keep on doing this sort of thing indefinitely. When the Erie slashed its rates on livestock from Buffalo to New York, Vanderbilt replied by cutting his charge to $1 a car. On learning this the redoubtable Jim Fisk embarked heavily in the livestock trade, buying whole yards full of cattle, shipping them over the Central to New York, and selling them at a handsome profit. It was said that Vanderbilt swore horribly when he heard of this stratagem. For a time, as the Railroad Gazette commented, the corporations seemed bent on utterly ruining each other. And while the summer days of 1870 thus found the trunk lines fighting for the grain trade and oil trade, Rockefeller and all other refiners were hard-pressed by falling prices, their margins even lower than in 1868. It was a season of general belt-tightening. The threat of the Pennsylvania and its oil regions allies to erase Cleveland as with a sponge still stood. Every manufacturer was reaching for whatever advantages he could get. Rockefeller and Flagler, with the increased facilities of their new million-dollar company, were in a stronger position than any competitor. This was the year in which shipments of crude oil to Cleveland made their astounding growth from roughly 1.25 million barrels to roughly 2 million barrels, a leap for which the Standard was largely responsible. Soon after the incorporation of Standard Oil, Rockefeller and Flagler determined to ask for better rates. Flagler went to Devereux with a proposal which had almost revolutionary implications. He informed the Lake Shore that the Standard Oil would guarantee steady shipments the year around. In the 5 warm months Rockefeller, Andrews and Flagler had made considerable use of the lake and canal, but now they were willing to restrict their summer shipments to the railroads, and they were also prepared to ship in astounding quantities. "You want both regular trade and a large volume," said Flagler in effect. "We will give you both. We will guarantee shipment by rail throughout the year, and will send 60 carloads of oil every day whether business is good or bad." In return the Standard asked for a heavy rebate. All Cleveland refiners at this time paid a freight charge of 40 cents a barrel on crude oil from the regions, but most of the larger firms, and probably all, received some rebate or drawback from the official rate of $2 a barrel from Cleveland to New York. Besides the Standard Oil later admitted taking such rebates, in terms indicating that the practice was general though secret. Flagler now asked for a total two-way rate of $1.65 instead of $2.40, 35 cents on crude oil to Cleveland and $1.30 on refined oil to the seaboard. At least Devereux subsequently testified under oath that this was what he asked. Other refiners asserted that what Flagler proposed and got was a two-way rate of $1.15, 25 cents on crude oil, and 90 cents on refined, but they were disposed to exaggerate the Standard's advantages. Devereux found that Flagler's proposed contract would be profitable to the Lake Shore. He later explained that until then, the average round trip for cars from Cleveland to New York had taken 30 days, and that to move an average of 60 carloads of oil daily would therefore have required 1,800 cars if shipments were regularly mixed with other freight cars, as had been the practice. But with absolutely regular and uniform shipments every day the round trip could be made in 10 days, and the number of cars required would be only 600. This would demand an investment of only $300,000 in rolling stock, as against an investment of $900,000 for 1,800 cars. The Lake Shore thus stood to save the interest on $600,000, together with handling costs, repair costs, and depreciation costs on 1,200 cars, by the factors of quantity and regularity. Devereux concluded that Flagler's proposal offered to the railroad company a larger measure of profit than could or would come from any business to be carried on under the old arrangements. The proposition of Mr. Flagler was therefore accepted, and in the affiance judgment this was the turning point which secured to Cleveland a considerable portion of the export traffic. He added that the Lake Shore's expectations of larger profits were preeminently justified. Doubtless the leader was aware of this general arrangement when it boasted this fall that Cleveland conquers by the very magnitude of her operations. No sooner did competitors of the Standard Oil in Cleveland hear rumors of this coup than they hurried to the Lake Shore to demand similar concessions. George O. Baslington of the new refining firm of Hanna, Baslington & Company, headed by Mark Hanna's brother, Howard M. Hanna, later testified that Devereux was polite but firm. He smilingly promised to give precisely the same rebate to any other firm that could ship the same quantity. Discontent, apprehension, and resentment filled the breasts of the Standard's rivals in Cleveland. Though, as General Devereux told the story, the Standard Oil applied for the new rates and worked out the new plan of shipment, it is altogether likely the Lake Shore took more than a receptive attitude, that it invited proposals. Most treatments of oil rebates have emphasized the Standard's ability to play the Erie against the Lake Shore, and vice versa. It is true that it could and did use this advantage. But it is evident that a still more important factor lay in the eagerness of both the Lake Shore and the Erie to obtain an advantage over their great rival to the southward, the Pennsylvania. They regarded the Cleveland refiners as allies in this, just as the Pennsylvania regarded the oil regions and Philadelphia refiners as allies. They were anxious to develop manufacturing in Cleveland, just as the Pennsylvania was anxious to develop it in the regions and on the Delaware. There can be no question that the Pennsylvania gave rebates to its favored refineries, some directly, and some through its affiliated fast freight line, the Empire Transportation Company. It was a struggle of giants, this railroad battle, a struggle not only of system against system, but of city against city and section against section. The Standard Oil and the other Cleveland refineries which obtained rebates from the two northern trunk lines were not taskmasters making harsh exactions. The Erie and Lake Shore looked upon them rather as associates and co-workers, and we may be sure that Vanderbilt and Amasa Stone regarded Devereux's contract with deep satisfaction. The report of the Cleveland Board of Trade for 1870 offered a clear indication of this tacit partnership between refiners and carriers. It remarked, "The petroleum business has continued to increase, and has become better organized and much enlarged in capacity and conveniences for receiving and handling the crude material. In addition to the receipts by the Atlantic and Great Western Railway, heretofore and still the chief source of supply, the Lake Shore Railway has opened a connection with the oil regions of Pennsylvania by which a large supply is being obtained to meet the ever-increasing demand. Great improvements have been made in the manner of carrying and transferring and storing crude oil. Extensive arrangements have been made to supply refiners with the different qualities of oil they need. The consolidation of capital and the erection of larger and safer reservoirs, as well as the improvements in manufacture suggested by experience and stimulated by competition and success have established the petroleum business upon a safe basis and made it one of the leading branches of manufacture. The receipts of crude oil from all sources for the year have been over 2 millions of barrels, showing an increase of 878,000 barrels over 1869. The great bulk of the refined oil was disposed of in this country and Europe. Nearly 1.5 million of barrels were shipped, by lake, 75,000 barrels, by rail, 1,388,000, by canal, 600. And what, once more, of the ethics of this rebating? It favored one city against another, and Pittsburghers denounced it as deeply immoral. It favored one manufacturer against another, and we may be sure that Rockefeller's Cleveland rivals, though themselves rebate takers when possible, regarded it as wicked. But it was what Rockefeller termed the railroad's way of doing business, and general sentiment was slow to crystallize on the subject. The public, as we have said, regarded railroads with mixed feelings. It was pleased by their rapid growth, much too rapid between the Civil War and the Panic, and the rapid consolidation of many small lines into grandiose systems. One fact must be accepted to begin with, wrote Charles Francis Adams, Jr., in 1871, the railroad system has burst through the state limits. Capital does not recognize the territorial divisions of a common country. Nominally it may evade them, but practically it destroys them. Even while New Yorkers denounced Jay Gould's and Cornelius Vanderbilt's practices, they took pride in the huge physical properties which these men tied together. Americans in general were proud of locomotives swinging thousands of miles across the continent, of through trains running from Boston to Chicago, from Omaha to San Francisco, of sleeping cars finished in oak and walnut, with velvet seats and ceilings frescoed in gold and green, of patent brakes and steel rails. When in 1868 the Baltimore and Ohio united a series of roads under one management, providing a through highway from New York to Washington and the Ohio River cities, the Philadelphia Public Ledger hailed its achievement as long needed. The public was tired of changing cars and of rebuilding freight over half a dozen roads, and it praised the men who, though sometimes careless of the means, built up mighty unifications. If this meant concentrated economic power, let the power come. Yet at precisely the same time there arose in the land a frantic protest against railroad abuses. This era of growth and enthusiasm was also an era of grievances, criticism, and stern legislative curbs. Construction itself was often accompanied by blackmail. Lines projected from city to city would demand heavy tribute from every intervening town, threatening to pass around any that refused to subscribe. The exceptional town that refused to pay was ruthlessly starved while its rivals flourished. Promoters lined their pockets, again, at the expense of investors. They used predatory construction companies like the Credit Mobilier, they watered stock shamelessly and then hoisted their charges to pay dividends, or they followed Drew and Gould in manipulating railroad credit for Wall Street speculation. Railway corruptionists, waxing impudent at the state capitals and in Washington, and poisoning even the courts of justice, aroused widespread indignation. Above all, outcries arose regarding the rates. Shippers complained that charges were too high. Still more vehemently, they complained that they were discriminatory. It is sometimes stated that railroad managers become conscious of their formidable power to make or ruin men, industries, and cities, and levy tribute accordingly. But it would be truer to say that most of the discriminations grew out of a fierce struggle for freights. The result of all this conflict of feeling and interest was that while railroad regulation made its entry into American government at the beginning of the 70s, it was an uneven, confused, and halting entry, some states acting energetically while others did nothing, and the national government stood inert. Massachusetts led the way to state supervision by her Act of 1869 establishing a commission. This body, of which Charles Francis Adams, Jr., was the first chairman, was given broad powers of investigation and recommendation, but was left to depend upon public opinion for the enforcement of its findings. It was simply a lens by which the otherwise scattered rays of public sentiment could be brought to a focus. The Northwest showed a more militant spirit. In that region many charges were clearly exorbitant. The agricultural interest rightly looked upon moderate and uniform rates as a matter of life and death, and after the Grange began its swift growth in 1867, the farmers gradually gained control of many legislatures. Illinois and Minnesota passed the first Granger laws in 1871. By this legislation they boldly fixed maximum freight rates and passenger fares, and forbade discriminations, while Illinois also established a commission to supervise the railroads and to assist in enforcing the laws for their regulation. The demand for similar, Granger, laws spread like a prairie fire from the Wabash to the Rockies. Within a few years drastic statutes had been put on the statute books of Iowa, Wisconsin, Missouri, Kansas, and Nebraska, those of Iowa and Wisconsin being particularly detailed and severe in their prescription of rates. Cases contesting these laws were soon brought up to the Supreme Court, which in 1876 fully upheld the right of the states to regulate railroads or any other business affected with a public interest. Though no eastern state save Massachusetts as yet took action, the existing railroad rate practices in many came under a withering fire. 500 New York merchants signed a petition against the Hudson River roads on March 27, 1871, protesting that rates were oppressively high, that they were irregular and discriminatory, and that as soon as canal competition ceased in winter the exactions promptly mounted. Though Ohio passed no Granger law, its legislature in the spring of 1872 made pro rata charges on freights mandatory within the state, a blow at discriminations and high local charges. The long and short-haul discrimination in particular seemed outrageously unjust to nearly all second- and third-class cities on through routes. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati complained that their freight rates to San Francisco were higher than New York's. They even asserted that they could ship to San Francisco by way of New York and save money. On the other hand, cities like Buffalo and Rochester complained that farm products and even manufactures shipped from Chicago on through trains could reach the seaboard more cheaply than their own goods. They complained also of high local rates. The West has the benefit of low charges, while the East suffers, grumbled the New York Commercial Advertiser on March 2, 1871. The West is built up at our expense. The idea that railways and warehouses were affected with a public interest and hence subject to regulation was widely asserted years before the Supreme Court upheld it in Munn v. Illinois and Peake v. Chicago and Northwestern. It was adopted in conservative as well as radical circles. Even railroad stockholders often supported it, for it gave them a certain sense of security in their investments. The New York Commercial Advertiser, a journal highly friendly to business, remarked in October, 1869, railroad corporations sought franchises from the state on the ground that the railroad was a public highway. On this ground they exercised the right of eminent domain. Now, having used their public charter as a means of gaining a privilege, they begin to claim that they are private corporations, and, as such, exempt from legislative interference. Later that year the same paper exclaimed, apropos of the Erie, right-of-way is granted, sections of land given, and the state credit guaranteed to enable these public carriers to build up their roads, and when fairly in operation they practiced the most barefaced swindles on the public. Plainly it believed in the right of regulation as much as Governor John M. Palmer of Illinois, who declared a year later that railroads were public highways, and were subject to the right of the state to adopt and enforce such regulations as will protect the public from arbitrary exactions and unjust discriminations. So did Charles Francis Adams, Jr., who called the roads lessees of the public. And so did the Boston Advertiser, which announced that railroads were semi-public corporations, and that the right of the state to fix a maximum rate of tolls and charges needed no argument. Yet in other quarters this right, as exercised in the Granger laws, was vehemently denied. Railroad officials early adopted the attitude that these acts were confiscatory, that they took property without due process of law, and that they ought not to be obeyed. A long letter written by President Mitchell of the Chicago, Milwaukee and St. Paul to the governor of Wisconsin on April 28, 1874, stated this position emphatically. And throughout the East the expediency of drastic regulatory laws was widely and vehemently denied. Most observers agreed with E. L. Godkin, that they would discourage investment, impair service, and do shippers more harm than good. The history of the Granger laws bore out this view, for as time passed they were repealed or left in innocuous desuetude. Both the New York Commercial Advertiser and Scientific American strongly advocated free competition, and more of it, to lessen the rate abuses. Various experts, including Charles Francis Adams, Jr., and his colleagues on the Massachusetts Commission, proposed a competitive test between government-owned and privately owned roads. Peter Cooper believed that the government should have built and operated the Pacific Railroad. In the fall of 1867 an agitation was begun for a federal freight railway between the Atlantic and the Mississippi, and a great Cooper Union meeting in New York endorsed the idea. Yet the railroad soon proved that unlimited competition offered as many evils as drastic governmental interference. Such competition gave an all too precarious benefit to shippers, it did all too permanent an injury to investors, and it proved the very mother of rebating. Stability is a primary desideratum in railroad rates, for fluctuating and uncertain rates injure trade, and all stability was lost when competing lines began slashing their charges. As early as 1870 the three trunk lines connecting Omaha and Chicago, the Northwestern, the Rock Island, and the Burlington, found it imperative to end their cutthroat rivalry and form a pool, and that same year there was talk of an association or pool of the Erie, Pennsylvania, and New York Central, which the Railroad Gazette thought might possess decided advantages for everybody. All in all, the railroad rate problem throughout the 70s seemed baffling to most Americans. Rates had to be high enough to yield a fair profit, but they must not be too high lest they injure industries and agriculture. They had to possess certain stability, for if the grain rate from Chicago to the seaboard fluctuated by 10 cents a bushel within 60 days, many Chicago and New York dealers would go bankrupt. Yet they must have a certain elasticity to compensate the railroads for a reduced volume of business or for higher working costs. To frame tariffs which met all these conditions, in a new, experimental, until 1873 fast-growing industry, was exceedingly difficult, and it was not less difficult when the nation passed from boom to depression and many railroads went bankrupt. It is not strange that we find an English expert writing some years later that rates were fixed arbitrarily by men who knew little of them. A railroad tariff, as a rule, includes from 20,000 to 30,000 items, for there must be a rate for each class of freight from every point on the system to every other. The managers and higher officials, of course, cannot look after details, and the work must be performed by clerks, often under the influence of advice given by local agents, who are ignorant of the cost price of transportation, and of the profits that have to be made, and merely look at their commission, or may try to steal a march upon the local agents of rival lines. Nearly all of them, rates, vary constantly. I have often asked local clerks about rates, for the sake of making an experiment, and I usually found they had to look at amendments, or amendments to amendments, or amendments in the third, fourth, and fifth generation before they could tell me what I wanted to know. Rapidly a public sentiment was to arise that would outlaw rebating, albeit ineffectively. But Rockefeller himself never outgrew the feeling that in so far as it compensated eveners of traffic it was right and proper. So much of the clamor against rebates and drawbacks, he said in 1917, came from people who knew nothing about business. Who can buy beef the cheapest? The housewife for her family, the steward for a club or hotel, or the commissary for an army. These people would make no difference between wholesale and retail. Who can handle merchandise more cheaply, those who handle it in bulk, or those who handle it in small lots? Who is entitled to better rebates from a railroad, those who give it for transportation 5,000 barrels a day, or those who give 500 barrels, or 50 barrels? The year 1871 drew toward a close amid gloomy conditions for all branches of the oil industry. The producers, with a rich new field about Parker's Landing pouring out a fresh river of oil, felt as keenly as ever the effect of low prices. Refiners in general were in the same plight. The trunkline railroads, having cut their rates below profitable levels, were now experiencing the harsh effects of their indiscretion. When the Railroad Gazette commented on the Pennsylvania's annual report for 1870, it exclaimed over the weak showing of the principal oil feeder, the Philadelphia and Erie. The business is chiefly a through and mineral traffic, and it has had to compete with the Erie Railway, which last year kept the rates extravagantly low for a large part of the year. Operating expenses alone had eaten up 82% of the road's earnings. Meanwhile the Erie was faring even worse. Gould had leased the Atlantic and Great Western for 12 years beginning in 1868, and this would have proved a sound acquisition had the oil traffic remained valuable. But in the fiscal year 1869-70 the road lost $386,000 on the lease, the following year, $694,000. Midway in 1871 the Erie threw up the lease, and the line was sold on October 2, 1871, to George B. McClellan and others. As for the Lake Shore, one of its chief officers, Peter H. Watson, subsequently testified that it had done little or no better. Upon astute leaders among the producers, the refiners, and the railroad managers the same question pressed with growing force. What could be done to lessen the reckless competition and constant price slashing, to stabilize the charges for goods and services at a profitable level? Rockefeller thought more deeply upon the subject than any other man, and looked farther ahead. Chapter 14. The South Improvement Scheme. As the year 1871 opened, Rockefeller realized that Cleveland's primary in the refining trade, now recognized by all, could not be held without strenuous effort. Early this year the New York Commercial Bulletin, remarking that Cleveland and Pittsburgh refined half of America's oil, and that the former fixed the prices for all refining centers, predicted that New York would soon dislodge her. The Cleveland leader disagreed. We see no reason to apprehend that Cleveland is likely to lose the commanding position as an oil market to which it has attained, it declared. But by midsummer the New York press had better reason for its hopes. The Pennsylvania Railroad, acquiring control of lines across New Jersey, had suddenly made New York its eastern terminus, and news leaked out that it had offered the Long Island refiners such heavy rebates that they could undersell their Cleveland rivals. Tom Scott's intention was to build up a great freight business in oil between the regions, Philadelphia, and New York, and to thrust Pittsburgh and Cleveland to one side. Fortunately for us, asserted the leader, the Erie managers have a keen eye on Mr. Scott, and we may rely upon them to so adapt their oil rates to the market that Cleveland refining interests will not seriously suffer. In Pittsburgh, meanwhile, the refiners had plucked up hope from two new developments. One was the completion late in 1870 of the Connellsville Railroad, connecting Pittsburgh with the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad at Cumberland, Maryland, and affording some prospect of an escape from the throttling tyranny of the Pennsylvania. Its construction was accompanied by a series of conferences between Pittsburgh refiners and President Garrett of the B&O. The other was the introduction in the legislature early in 1870 of a free pipeline bill, which would enable men to condemn land, lay a pipeline to the city, and bring in crude oil more cheaply than by rail or steamboat. After it passed the House the powerful influence of the Pennsylvania crushed it in the Senate, but Pittsburghers hoped for better luck later on. But while the refining centers carried on their struggle, Rockefeller and other leaders realized that they had a common problem in the Depression. To him this was far more exigent and menacing than the question whether one city or another should hold first place. Times grew worse than ever in the second half of 1871. Everywhere small refineries were going bankrupt. A writer in the Titusville Herald for November 8 remarked that, at present rates the loss to the refiner, on the average, is 75 cents per barrel, and that most refineries throughout the country had closed or were preparing to do so. He called for an organization to stop the spasmodic fluctuation in prices and ruinous shutting down of large and expensive works. Refiners could then refuse to buy, contract, deliver, or sell, except at a standard margin of profit. The Pittsburgh Gazette, chronicling the stoppage of many works in that city, remarked that, to use a common phrase among oil dealers, the bottom has fallen almost completely out of the market. Its only consolation was that other centers were suffering as badly. Private and reliable advices from Cleveland report the oil business as being in a very unsatisfactory condition there. It is said to be worse than it has been for several years. 50 years later, Rockefeller vividly remembered the effects of the dropping prices, disappearing margin of profit, and constant fluctuations and uncertainty. Everyone was suffering, he told W.O. Inglis. A panic had been on for a considerable time in the oil refining business, resulting in loss to nearly all refiners, and most of his rivals faced impending ruin. In an earlier statement, a letter of 1888 to S.C. T. Dodd, he wrote that he had been reviewing the situation in 1871 with his brother Frank, and they agreed that more than 3/4 of the oil refiners of the country did a losing business that year. One prominent Clevelander, Alexander of Alexander, Schofield and Company, offered his interest in his firm to Frank at 10 cents on the dollar. We have other evidence that at least half the refining industry in Cleveland was on the verge of destruction, while the plants in Pittsburgh were in an equally precarious position. The Pittsburgh Commercial for January 13, 1872, spoke of the demoralized condition of the oil markets for months past, and the intense anxiety of many manufacturers. A few weeks later it summed up the history of the preceding year in a pithy paragraph. While large quantities of crude oil were being shipped abroad for refining, at home the refinery capacity was already equal to 3 times the average production. In consequence, there has heretofore existed a ruinous competition between the refineries, by which all parties have lost money. The entire petroleum business has been a losing one for the past year, not only for refiners and producers, but for the railroad companies who have transported the oil, the only parties who have profited by the situation being the foreign consumers. According to orthodox economic theory, the situation was perfectly natural, and the overbalanced industry would soon right itself. Since anyone with a few $1,000s could go into the business, production had inevitably become inflated. Free competition was forcing prices below the cost of production. When this happened, the most inefficient manufacturers would become discouraged and suspend operations. Supplies would then be reduced and prices would rise. A constant movement in and out of production was a salient feature of the old-style classical economy. It was true that it caused a great deal of human suffering, but according to Manchester theory, it made for enterprise, efficiency, and the welfare of the greatest number. But Rockefeller had no trust in theoretical economics. He believed that the situation was not proper, and that the industry could not right itself. The theory of free competition worked well enough when an industry was restricted to a large number of small firms. But it ceased to work when a number of great establishments, like his own, entered the field. For when competition drove prices below production costs, these establishments could not resort to a temporary shutdown. Their overhead costs, the interest on investment, the charges for maintenance, continued. These were so heavy that bankruptcy loomed ahead if they were not alleviated. Hence the establishment was forced to carry on even at a loss, selling at low rates to cover part of its expenses. This period of cut-rate selling, of ruinous competition, of low wages and long hours, might be protracted for years, and then end in general bankruptcy. Thousands would be ruined, tens of thousands thrown out of work. Then the whole cycle would perhaps repeat itself. Rockefeller's practical approach showed that he believed that industry was outgrowing the old theories, and that the one solution was combination. The great units must combine, or their huge investment values would be wiped out. His refining company was the strongest in America, and he had no anxiety as to his personal future, for his other holdings were considerable. "You know we are independently rich outside of investments in oil," he wrote his wife in 1872. Yet he knew that mere drifting would never do. In his intense, hard-headed way, trying to peer far ahead, he pondered the future of the industry and discussed it with his partners. Other men were searching for a way out. The result was the emergence of two plans, the first that of a Pennsylvania group famous as the South Improvement Scheme, and the second that of Rockefeller and Flagler. The idea of organizing the various branches of the oil industry to check overproduction and ruthless competition was far from new. Pennsylvania had heard of recurrent schemes for years. As early as the fall of 1866, oil producers in the regions had discussed a combination, for the purpose of attempting to make better terms with the refiners in the price of the crude market. A year later, jobbers there debated the formation of an oil buyers association, with $1 million capital, to build storage tanks and hold oil when necessary for higher prices. Rings of oil dealers shortly became common. In 1868–69, the refiners of Oil City, Titusville, and other points in the regions formed a league, and after signing an agreement with the producers and getting new low rates from the Pennsylvania Railroad, made their famous boast that they would wipe out Cleveland as with a sponge. We have seen that the Petroleum Producers Association came into existence in 1869, and that a year later, under the spur of falling prices, its members passed a futile resolution to stop drilling for 3 months. Some of them urged a close and continuous restriction of production. At the same time, C. V. Culver, a prominent banker influential with oil well owners, sent word to Rockefeller that the Associated Producers would like to make an agreement with the Standard Oil by which it would refine oil for them at a commission of 1/10 of a cent a gallon, the Standard and other Cleveland men to furnish the refineries. His proposal, coming on the heels of the threat to wipe out Cleveland, aroused Rockefeller's indignation. Information of this kind was of good assistance to us, as indicating what we might expect if we were subject to the control of producers as such, he remarked later, and that if the refining interest was to be protected, it must secure protection by a concerted action among the refiners. The refiners had never yet gone so far toward union as the oil producers. To be sure, they had taken steps as early as 1868 to improve the quality of their products, holding a National Petroleum Convention in March of that year in Pittsburgh, and in December of the next year in New York. Their main objects were to prevent the marketing of poor and dangerous kerosene, for the frequent explosions injured business, and to protect the industry against unjust taxation. The Cleveland Leader early in 1870 published a list of refiners in various cities who had agreed to meet certain standards in manufacturing oil. 12 Cleveland firms, including the Standard, had signed, and Flagler served on one of the committees appointed to protect the quality of oil. But the conventions never attempted to deal with output or prices, and never led to a real trade association. A hesitant effort was made in 1869 to organize the refiners of Cleveland. On a bright June day they took their families for a picnic at Rocky River, where the men held a meeting. Some photographs of that gathering survive, and show on the porch of a summer hotel a group of keen-faced, strong-jawed men, most of them surprisingly young, and handsomely dressed, attractive women. The question of organizing the oil interest into something of the nature of a board of trade was seriously discussed, reported the Leader. As a result, the Association of Cleveland Refiners was shortly set up, a tentative step toward union against the refiners of other cities and the producers of the oil regions. But little was done, and though the Standard was a member, neither Rockefeller nor any associate became an officer. In this, as in the National Refiners Association that grew out of the petroleum conventions, Maurice and James Clark were prominent. For Rockefeller and Flagler these feeble attempts at union doubtless had an educational value. They demonstrated the impossibility of proceeding through a loose association of all refiners, weak and strong. The Pittsburgh and New York meetings also provided opportunities for an acquaintance with prominent competitors there and in Philadelphia, which was soon to be valuable to the Standard. It is clear that Rockefeller felt increasingly distrustful of the oil region's men. Their hostility toward Cleveland was outspoken, their various attempts to unite against that city might yet be successful. And what if the producers of the regions formed a really effective alliance with the refiners there, perhaps with those of New York as well? Supported by the Pennsylvania, they could arbitrarily limit the crude oil sent to Cleveland, and ruin the Ohio industry. As late as 1917 Rockefeller's resentful apprehensions of that period were still fresh in his mind. Was not the Pennsylvania Railroad, with its ally the Empire Transportation Company, trying to eliminate Cleveland as a refining center, and did not the Oil City and Titusville papers boast that this could be done? Rockefeller also saw that the constant losses of the refiners made some form of combination inevitable, and that if it were not led from Cleveland, it would be led from Pennsylvania or New York. But why not from Cleveland? Since Flagler's new contract with the Lake Shore, the Standard had become by far the most powerful refining organization in the world. A company which could ship 50 carloads of refined oil a day, fully 3,000 barrels, a fifth or sixth of all the refined oil then produced, was in a position to exert tremendous force. As Rockefeller discussed the subject with Flagler, his ideas rapidly crystallized. His observation of the facts of any business situation was always searching and complete, and his deductions were always penetrating and far-sighted. He soon made up his mind as to the true solution of the problem, a solution much simpler, more direct, and, as the event proved, much more effective than that proposed by the railroad managers. What was it? His plan called for a consolidation of all oil refining firms and corporations into one great organization, which should eliminate most of the excess capacity and stop the price cutting. He knew that a mere association was useless and that no pool could long be held together, but he thought that with the Standard as nucleus, an immensely powerful merger could be built up. "The idea was mine," he said long afterward. "That has been conceded on all hands, but I don't want to put it in an offensive way. The idea was persisted in, too, in spite of the opposition of some who became faint-hearted at the magnitude of the undertakings, as it constantly assumed larger proportions. As Rockefeller did not commit his plan to paper, no documentary evidence of its formulation in 1871 exists. Some writers have therefore assumed that he had no plan prior to the appearance of the South Improvement Company, and have stated that this represented an idea which he or Flagler took to the railroads. But Rockefeller and Flagler always denied any part of the authorship of the South Improvement Company, and the facts support this denial. The former made an emphatic disclaimer in 1917. "It was not our idea," he categorically told William O. Inglis. "We had an idea of our own." He described how the formation of the Refiners' Association led him and Flagler to discuss the problem of protecting the industry. Out of their talks soon emerged his own project. "We were gathering information which confirmed us in the idea that to enlarge our own Standard Oil of Ohio and actually take into partnership with us the refining interest would accomplish the protection to the oil industry as a whole, both producing and refining, which had not been accomplished by any of the efforts previously resorted to, including the effort to control production, to restrict production, of crude oil for the betterment of prices." During 1871 Rockefeller and Flagler were busy preparing to carry out our plan. They enjoyed the confidence of the best Cleveland bankers. Truman P. Handy, long an admirer of Rockefeller, was the dominant figure in the Merchants National Bank. Both Dan P. Heels, president of the Commercial National Bank, and his father-in-law, Stillman Witt, a director of the Second National Bank, felt certain of Rockefeller's genius for business. So did Amasa Stone, Jr., connected with the Second National. Before the end of 1871 all these men were persuaded to support the scheme for enlarging the Standard Oil by a series of mergers. We know this because they took stock, Amasa Stone, Jr., 500 shares, Stillman Witt, 500, O. B. Jennings, 500, T. P. Handy, 400, and Benjamin Brewster, 250. These 5 new participants appeared as stockholders when on January 1, 1872, the Standard petitioned for an increased capitalization. They were already in it. The raising of the capital to $2,500,000 was an indispensable step if the Standard was to become an all-embracing organization, the core of a great merger. Rockefeller never made his preparations hastily, though when they were completed he could move with devastating swiftness. His activities in Cleveland late in 1871 indicate that the Greater Standard Oil had been fully planned before the South Improvement Company was presented to him, and that he and Flagler felt confident of uniting nearly all the city's refineries in one huge corporation. They of course decided to deal with Cleveland first. Once masters of refining there, they would be ready to treat successively or simultaneously with New York, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh. They discussed the trade outlook frequently with their Cleveland rivals, and may have been suggesting a merger. They had doubtless felt out sentiment in other cities. But on November 30, 1871, Rockefeller first heard in New York of the South Improvement scheme. As a letter to his wife next day shows, he instantly realized that the powerful railroad backing it enjoyed must give it precedence over his own. I wrote last night from the street Nicholas, and after writing saw Mr. Watson with Will arriving home about 11:30. There is a new view of the question just introduced and I don't know how it may turn, though I'm hopeful. Indeed the project grows on me. The man who brought him the project was Peter H. Watson, then prominent in the Lake Shore New York Central system. As Rockefeller felt it grow on him, a new chapter in petroleum history was opening. The genesis of this scheme is particularly interesting. By 1871 the railroads of the United States had done a good deal of experimenting with that form of combination called the pool. A group of roads serving the same district would agree to maintain rates at a fixed level, and divide the revenues on a prearranged scale. But it was difficult to apply the railroad pool to such a situation as existed in the hauling of oil freights. Here the railroads were tied to highly competitive interests, the Erie and Lake Shore to the Cleveland refiners, the Pennsylvania to the oil regions refiners. The three principal oil carriers, the Erie, the Lake Shore New York Central, and the Pennsylvania, could easily have agreed to split their petroleum traffic or its revenues into three parts, charging rates profitable to all. But could they maintain the agreement? The Pittsburgh or regions refiners might begin fiercely undercutting the Cleveland refiners, and to keep Cleveland solvent the Erie would then have to make special rates for the western plant. To ensure stability for railroad rates, some stabilization of the refining industry would also have to be effected. In studying this situation, and the frantic rate wars of 1870 and 1871 made railroad leaders study it furiously, the managers were much influenced by recent events in the anthracite field. Here during the Civil War profitable contracts and rising prices had brought about a hectic development of new mines. When peace came, a bitter competition for the suddenly limited market set in. Operators in the various districts slashed prices recklessly. Inevitably the five coal-carrying railroads, the Reading, the Lehigh Valley, the Delaware and Hudson, the Lackawanna, and the New Jersey Central, were drawn into the conflict. When coal operators along the Lackawanna, for example, cut their prices sharply in 1867, the Lehigh Valley had to reduce its freight rates to permit Lehigh mine owners to keep on competing. A continuance of this bitter competitive struggle would have ruined the operators and railways alike. But by 1871 a simple solution was being found. Nearly all the conditions in the anthracite fields were favorable to the establishment of a monopoly, a limited source of supply, a limited number of coal carriers, and a rapid disappearance of the weaker companies under competitive pressure. Between 1868 and 1874 Pennsylvania laws offered no obstacle to the joint ownership of coal pits and railroad facilities. The carriers therefore took rapid steps to acquire the greater part of the fields by purchasing mines and coal acreage, for this seemed the only certain means of gaining an ample and regular coal business. Most of the few independent operators who survived were induced to sign long-term contracts with the railroads for carriage of their coal. In this way, by the close of 1871, 7 great corporations had obtained almost complete control of the anthracite supply, the 5 railroads just named, the Lehigh Coal and Navigation Company, and the Pennsylvania Coal Company. Having thus stamped out overproduction and price-cutting, the roads by informal agreement established profitable freight rates. In 1873 they went a step further, and, defying popular resentment, formed a pool to make their control of prices and freight rates complete. The managers of the Pennsylvania, Erie, and New York Central saw in 1871 that their problem in the oil regions of western Pennsylvania had a close resemblance to the problem which President Franklin B. Gowen of the Reading and President Asa Packer of the Lehigh had faced in the anthracite domain of the eastern counties. They perceived, that is, that the fates of oil refiners and oil carriers were bound up together. Chaos, price-cutting, and ruin for the one meant chaos, rate-cutting, and ruin for the other. The railroads could not buy up the enormously costly and fast-expanding oil fields, but they could help the stronger refiners to organize and so bring the situation under control. At the same time, they could arrange among themselves for restoring freight rates to a profitable level and dividing the proceeds. It was a clear perception of these facts, with certain other elements, which gave birth to the South Improvement Company. What were the other elements? Several, as Rockefeller knew at the time, were exceptionally interesting. By 1871 the Pennsylvania Railroad had carried through an expansion which elated J. Edgar Thomson and gave his energetic second-in-command, Tom Scott, roseate dreams of grandeur. It had secured a permanent entry into New York City on the east and Chicago on the west, and had signed contracts with lines beyond the Mississippi which promised a large new volume of western freight. It had bought the Camden and Amboy Railroad, the Philadelphia and Trenton, the Delaware and Raritan Canal, and the property of the New Jersey Railroad and Transportation Company. Henceforth, prophesied the Cleveland leader on May 1, 1871, the Pennsylvania Central will own New Jersey as absolutely as it has hitherto owned Pennsylvania. Vice President Scott, restless and ambitious, the grand corypheus of Pennsylvania railroadism, was eager also to dominate a network of western and southern lines, for he was already president of the Union Pacific, and was soon to be elected head of the Texas and Pacific. His power seemed tremendous. Wendell Phillips caustically remarked that as he trailed his garments across the country, the members of 20 legislatures rustled like dry leaves in a winter's wind behind him. At this very time, moreover, the Pennsylvania legislature, responding to pressure from Tom Scott and other representatives of special interests, was chartering a number of corporations with very extraordinary powers. As yet the holding company had virtually no existence in America. State courts generally accepted the common law principle that no corporation had a right to own stock in another corporation save by specific legislative enactment. Various states, including New York and Ohio, even forbade such holdings by statute. But in the boom years 1868 to 72 the legislators at Harrisburg went on a splurge. By special enactments they gave more than 40 corporations charters which conferred extremely broad powers, including the right to hold the stock of any other company whether in or out of the state. 1. The Pennsylvania Company, is still a major element in the Pennsylvania railroad system, and is perhaps our first specimen of a pure holding company. Indeed, it was created partly to enable the Pennsylvania to take over the New Jersey lines. Another, the Reading Company, became a basic element in the Reading Railroad system. Another was the Southern Securities Corporation, a $5 million company in which Tom Scott was the principal agent, and the chief object of which was supposedly to buy control of various southern railroads. Still another was the National Improvement Company, which, as one newspaper sarcastically remarked, outmobilized in its vague powers the credit mobiliers of both France and America. And finally, one was the ever-memorable South Improvement Company. This South Improvement Company was created by the Pennsylvania legislature in the spring of 1870, with Tom Scott's private secretary and two of Scott's friends as incorporators. No immediate use was made of it, and its charter was for sale in the fall of 1871 to the highest bidder. The principal value of this charter has often been misstated. It lay to some extent in the mere breadth of the powers conferred, powers to construct and operate any work or works, public or private, designed to include, increase, facilitate, or develop trade, travel, or the transportation of freight, livestock, passengers, or any traffic by land or water, from or to any part of the United States. Far more largely, however, it lay in the authority given the company to hold the stocks of other corporations, quite outside the bounds of the state, an authority possessed by few companies in America at this time. The promoters of the South Improvement Scheme for controlling oil refining and oil transportation quietly bought the charter, completing the purchase January 2, 1872. They immediately sold a group of insiders 1,700 shares at $100 a share, 20% thereon being paid into the treasury. And who were the original promoters? The idea that Rockefeller and Flagler were the principal figures is quite baseless. In its inception this was primarily a railroad plan. Tom Scott stood in the background, and the 1,700 shares sold on January 2 were taken exclusively by Peter H. Watson and a group of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh refiners. No Cleveland man was on the original list. Upon the origins of the South Improvement Plan we have a wide variety of testimony. The report of the Chamber of Commerce of the State of New York for 1872 remarks of petroleum. The past year has been fruitful of schemes to manage and control the trade in this important article of commerce. First, the Southern Improvement Company took the field, we believe, in some railroad interest. Some years later the editor of the Oil City Derrick testified that the scheme had its origin, as a matter of fact, with the railroad interests rather than with the oil interests. Rockefeller asserted in 1908 that the first active promoters were some Philadelphia and Pittsburgh refiners, in connection with Mr. Scott, and perhaps one or two officials in his freight department. Later he said more emphatically to W.O. Inglis, it was a Tom Scott scheme, Tom Scott's and some of the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh people. For this we have also the evidence of Orville T. Waring, Pittsburgh refiner, who said, "We went into that scheme on the suggestion of Thomas A. Scott, the vice president of the Pennsylvania Railroad Company. It was he who originated the plan. I remember when it was first suggested to us, a committee of oil refiners at a conference in Philadelphia in which we were trying to find some way out of our troubles. We oil men were not making money. The railroads were not making any money out of the oil business. We were groping around for a way out. We were having conferences every little while with the railroad heads. Now I'm not sure whether it was Mr. Scott in person or his assistant who made the original suggestion. One of them said, 'Why don't you try this plan?' And he outlined the general idea. We had not much faith in the proposition because it seemed too drastic. But we were in a bad situation and ready to try almost anything that seemed possible, so we went in." Finally, we have the statement of Joseph Seep, at this time connected with the New York refiner Jabez Bostwick. He later declared that the South Improvement Scheme was not Rockefeller's at all, that P. H. Watson, W. G. Warden, and a lot of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh refiners and the Pennsylvania Railroad people were the originators and promoters of that. And the New York World, in a well-informed article of March 16, 1872, declared that Tom Scott had devised the South Improvement Company to clutch the oil region, and, if possible, to crush out all competition there. Altogether, the evidence seems conclusive that it was the vice president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, distressed by the heavy losses of his oil feeder the Philadelphia and Erie, who broached the plan. The Pennsylvania had made the arrangements with Oil Regions refiners in 1868 which threatened to wipe out the Cleveland refining business, as with a sponge. Scott took his new plan to Peter H. Watson of the Lake Shore and to Philadelphia and Pittsburgh refiners. This evidence overthrows Miss Tarbell's story that the plan originated with certain Pennsylvania refiners, but was most actively pushed by Mr. Rockefeller and Mr. Watson and their associates. It overthrows the theory of John T. Flynn that the scheme adopted has all the earmarks of Flagler's mind and experience. He points out that Flagler had once engaged in the salt industry at Saginaw, Michigan, and was doubtless familiar with the fact that in March 1871, a combination of Saginaw salt manufacturers had joined with Ohio River and New York producers in a great selling pool. But Flagler's experience with salt now lay far in the past, while all businessmen of the time had numerous other pools and loose combinations before them. The work of the anthracite railroads in stamping out destructive competition was more pertinent to the oil situation than was the simple and still experimental salt pool. The statements of Flagler and Rockefeller that other men were prime movers in the South Improvement Scheme, and that they themselves entered it with many doubts, were never questioned by their associates. They never apologized for their part in the South Improvement Company, but they did say that they had always believed that it would be difficult to operate successfully. Rockefeller, having seen a fatal lack of cohesiveness in previous associations of refiners, doubted whether the new plan contained sufficient cement. Flagler agreed with him. "We did not believe in it," he declared. To both Flagler and Rockefeller their own plan was the only one likely to succeed. "It was apparent to the leaders of the Standard Oil Company," said Rockefeller in a conversation long afterward, "that one common ownership, with the simple ideas which controlled the Standard Oil Company, was the only really feasible thing." Why, then, did the South Improvement idea begin to grow on Rockefeller that November night in New York? For one reason, the average price of refined oil that month in New York touched one of the lowest levels in its history, 22.33 cents a gallon. Something must be done, and done quickly. For another, Rockefeller's plan for one great company would require the support of men in other cities, and this being so, the leading refiners of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia must not be antagonized. Tom Scott and Watson had not found enthusiastic co-workers in Worden of Philadelphia and Waring of Pittsburgh. In other words, here were the Pennsylvania refiners bringing the Standard a cooperative plan, supported by two great railroads, on a silver platter. Possibly the South Improvement Scheme would work, and if it did not, a loyal attempt by Rockefeller and Flagler to carry it out would gain the goodwill of the others. Rockefeller phrased his position crisply years later: "We acceded to it because he, Tom Scott, and the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh men, we hoped, would be helpful to us ultimately. We were willing to go with them as far as the plan could be used, so that when it failed, we would be in a position to say, 'Now try our plan.' Thus we would be in a much better position to get their cooperation than if we had said, 'No,' from the start." An outline of the scheme will make clear both its strength and weakness. It was essentially a plan to unite the oil-carrying railroads in a pool, to unite the refiners in an association, the South Improvement Company, and to tie the two elements together by agreements which would stop destructive price cutting and restore freight charges to a profitable level. The railroads were to divide the oil freights by a prearranged scale, the refiners were to act as eveners, ensuring each road its proper share of the business from consignors, and in return the refiners were to get rate concessions which would wipe out all recalcitrant competitors. The authors also had a hazy notion of bringing the producers into the general combination. They said later that had their company not been ready named, they would have called it, the American Cooperative Refining Company. The first refineries enlisted in the South Improvement Company were five: Lockhart, Waring and Worden in Pittsburgh, Worden, Frew and Company in Philadelphia, the Atlantic Refining Company in Philadelphia, Jabez at Bostwick in New York, and the Standard Oil in Cleveland. The 1,700 shares originally issued soon became 2,000, representing a capital of $200,000. Peter H. Watson of Ashtabula took 100, the only railroad shareholder. The other 12 stockholders, with their shares, were as follows: William Frew, Pittsburgh, 10 W. G. Worden, Philadelphia, 475. W. P. Logan, Philadelphia, 10 H. M. Flagler, Cleveland, 180. John P. Logan, Philadelphia, 10 O. H. Payne, Cleveland, 180. Charles Lockhart, Pittsburgh, 10 William Rockefeller, Cleveland, 180. Richard S. Waring, Pittsburgh, 10 John D. Rockefeller, Cleveland, 180. O. T. Waring, Pittsburgh, 475 Jabez at Bostwick, New York, 180. The intention was that these five strong companies, in the four principal refining cities, should unite by purchase, merger, or alliance with the other refineries of their respective centers. Purchase or merger was favored. They asserted that if certain strong firms had been willing to come in, they would have been admitted as separate units. It was decided to include within our company every refinery we could possibly get, Worden testified before a House committee this year. Rockefeller wrote his wife on March 15 that he hoped to get at least a good fraction of the N.Y. refiners to join. But there is no proof that some brutal squeezing was not contemplated. Peter H. Watson was elected president, and Worden secretary. It will be noted that no city held a controlling interest, and that Watson's presidency would protect the railroads. At the first meeting on January 2, 1872, the stockholders agreed that no refiner who accepted their basic principles should be shut out. As Rockefeller said later, the doors were open. Meanwhile, the arrangement with the railroads was being perfected. On January 18, 1872, the contract with the Pennsylvania was signed, followed by similar contracts with the New York Central and Erie. The South Improvement Company agreed to ship 45% of all its oil over the Pennsylvania, 27.5% over the Erie, and 27.5% over the New York Central system, to keep careful records, and to furnish adequate tank facilities. Tom Scott and Watson helped arrange for the signatures of William H. Vanderbilt, Vice President of the New York Central, H. F. Clark, President of the Lake Shore, J. Edgar Thompson, President of the Pennsylvania, J. Gould, President of the Erie, and George B. McClellan, head of the Atlantic and Great Western. The South Improvement Company also agreed to establish much higher rates for oil shipments. The freight charge on crude oil from the regions to Cleveland was to be fixed at 80 cents a barrel instead of the previous 40, and Pittsburgh was to pay the same. The rate on refined oil from either Cleveland or Pittsburgh to New York was to remain at $2 a barrel. The open rate on crude from the regions to Philadelphia was fixed at $2.41, to New York, $2.56, to Boston, $2.71. But so far as members of the South Improvement Company went, these rates were fictitious, for they were to get large rebates. In return for dividing shipments fairly and laboring to end the ruinous price-cutting in oil, Cleveland and Pittsburgh members were to receive rebates of 40 cents on shipments of crude from the regions. They were to be given 50 cents on shipments of refined oil from either city to New York. The New York and Philadelphia members were to get large rebates on crude from the regions, $1.06 deducted from rates of $2.56 and $2.41 respectively. They would not need rebates on refined oil, since they exported it or sold it to local jobbers and dealers. The original plan was to put the schedules into effect March 1st. In short, the new open rates, applicable to all companies outside the South Improvement Organization, were outrageously high. Cleveland refiners had been paying 40 cents a barrel on crude oil from the regions, now those outside the South Improvement Company would pay 80. The Standard, under Flagler's agreement with the Lake Shore, had been paying $1.65 a barrel for oil carried from the regions to Cleveland, and then, when refined, from Cleveland to New York. Now the open rate on such two-way shipments would be $2.80. Open rates to and from other points were similarly raised. But the rebates granted to members of the South Improvement Company ran from 40 to 50% on crude, and 25 to 50% on refined oil. These would assure them high profits while their rivals were rapidly pushed into bankruptcy. Taken alone, without other factors, they would guarantee a swift rise of the South Improvement Company to monopoly, if the plan worked out as designed. That monopoly was precisely what the railroads wanted. For the new rates between the railroads and the South Improvement Company, even after the deduction of rebates, were materially higher than those previously collected. For example, the Standard had paid $1.65 on round-trip oil shipments, now it would pay $1.90 a barrel, or 35 cents more. We have said that the rebates alone would have crushed all competition, but they did not stand alone. To them was added a shocking new device, the drawback on competitors' shipments. By their railroad contracts, members of the South Improvement Company were allowed on each barrel shipped by an outsider a sum equal to the ordinary rebate. Bostwick of New York, for example, not only received a rebate of $1.06 on every barrel of crude which he brought from Titusville to New York, he got another $1.06 for every barrel which a New York competitor, paying the full rate of $2.56, brought from the regions. The Standard Oil not only got the 40-cent rebate on crude from the regions, it got 40 cents for every barrel brought to Cleveland by a competitor, that competitor paying 80. Of all devices for the extinction of competition, this was the cruelest and most deadly yet conceived by any group of American industrialists. The contracts also provided that each railroad should make out waybills for all petroleum or petroleum products transported over any part of its lines, these stating the name of the shipper and consignee, place of shipment and destination, and amount and quality of products shipped, and that every day these waybills should be sent to the South Improvement Company. Thus members of the combination would be given full information about every detail of their competitors' business. Moreover, the South Improvement Company was to have access to all railroad books. This was obviously a means of enforcing the payment of the drawbacks as well as rebates, a means of making doubly sure that no independent refiners could long survive. The drastic character of these devices, the ruthlessness of the machinery for crushing all competition, pointed to the object the organizers had in view. They meant to make it utterly impossible to stay out of the South Improvement Company. Who could afford to do so? It never entered my head that the refiners would not all be brought in, Worden told a committee of the Federal House of Representatives in 1872. If they were all brought in, what injustice would be done? Nobody would then suffer, all would gain the benefits. The authors of the scheme could argue that a less drastic machinery for enforcing combination would leave many refiners hesitant. They would remain outside, the old struggle would continue, and the chaos in the industry would be perpetuated. According to this view, the most ruthless course would be the most merciful. This argument is specious, for compulsion of such a brutal kind was indefensible. Nevertheless, if the organizers of the South Improvement Company had made it clear that they intended to let all outsiders enter on a perfectly fair basis, keeping their identity if they liked, and finding their financial interests perfectly protected, the plea might have had some plausibility. Unfortunately, they did not make this clear. It is far from certain that some members did not wish to use this ruthless machinery to enrich themselves. Then, too, what of the producers? What treatment were they to receive from this powerful new combination of railroads and refiners? Later, in a formal public statement, the South Improvement Company asserted that it meant to invite the producers to participate. The company admitted that some members consented to this reluctantly. Worden, testifying in 1872, said that several were hostile to any union with the well owners. "I took the ground personally against forming a combination," he confessed, inasmuch as the interests of the producers were in one sense antagonistic to ours, one as the seller and the other as the buyer. We held an argument that the producers were abundantly able to take care of their own branch of the business if they took care of the quantity produced. A large if. But Tom Scott and President Potts of the Empire Transportation Company felt that exclusion of the producers would invite failure. "You can't succeed unless the producers are taken care of," Scott insisted. Worden testified that the others had assented, and Watson corroborated him, producing for the House Committee a pencil draft of an agreement which the refiners had intended to submit to the producers. He believed that it had been drawn up in December, 1871, some weeks before the contracts between the railroads and the South Improvement Company were signed. The company's alleged intention to admit the producers should have been far firmer, and far more promptly and clearly stated to Oil Regions leaders. The well owners were a vigilant and irritable body, keenly awake to their own interests. The draft agreement which Watson exhibited was fair enough. It specified that the producers were to limit the flow from the wells, and in return the South Improvement Company was to pay not less than a stated minimum price for crude oil, to be fixed each year by a joint committee. It was to take the oil, store it if necessary, and for all stored oil pay a deposit of 3/4 of its value, with interest. Profits from sales were to be equitably divided. But this draft agreement had not been shown to any producers when the Oil Regions first became aware of the South Improvement Scheme. Company leaders asserted later that it would have been submitted had their plans gone according to schedule. Their first task, they said, was to organize the refiners, and as soon as this was done, they meant to approach the producers. The well owners in later years always doubted whether the South Improvement Company had any intention of dealing with them fairly, saying it meant to dictate, not cooperate. However this may be, the event proved that Scott, Watson, Worden, and Rockefeller should have moved to organize the refiners and producers simultaneously, not successively. For when the producers discovered the combination of refiners and railroads, their rage and excitement made them deaf to anything that Watson and his associates had to say. This excitement precipitated a series of dramatic events, and left the South Improvement Company facing immediate extinction and eternal ignominy. Though years later Rockefeller protested that he had gone into the South Improvement Scheme as a second-best plan, a peace aller which promised moderate benefits rather than complete success, his hesitation quickly gave way to wholehearted espousal. He was never Laodicean. His letters to his wife prove that he threw himself into the enterprise with tremendous zeal. The first requisite was to make sure that all three railroads would accept the plan. On December 15 Rockefeller wrote from New York, "Our negotiations are chiefly through Watson and there is much waiting and consequently a good chance for rest. He saw Commodore Vanderbilt last night and succeeded admirably, so that now we count surely on Clark, him and W.H. Vanderbilt." That is, they counted on the three principal officers of the New York Central and Lake Shore. The sentence indicates that Watson had taken up the plan on his own initiative, and had to convert his superiors, Vanderbilt of the Central and Clark of the Lake Shore. Rockefeller also wrote that he had received a telegram that Flagler could come tonight or tomorrow morn if wanted, and added, "I ans't. Not before Monday or Tuesday." Meanwhile Tom Scott, whose electric brain first conceived the plan, had met no difficulty in converting other officers of the Pennsylvania, the first road to close its contract with the South Improvement Company. On January 20, 1872, Rockefeller again wrote his wife from New York, "We got our contract from Scott OK 19th yesterday and feel well over it, are hopeful we'll soon have balance of the signatures." The New York Central and Eric were tardier. On January 24 Rockefeller wrote, "We are progressing and the contracts are being drawn." The following day he announced, "We have fully agreed with Mr. Vanderbilt to come into the So.I. Company as also Mr. Bostwick, some progress every day but these men, Gould, Harley and others, are selfish and can't ask enough, and it is very trying." To the end Rockefeller played a leading part in the negotiations. This was natural, for he was the leading refiner of the country. "I had insisted on going tonight or tomorrow but our men would not hear of it," he wrote January 25. "They are nervous and lean on me, it requires the patience of job, I am very much disappointed that my hands seem tied and I can neither go nor bring you." With Watson, Scott, and Wharton, he was fighting hard and doing his utmost for the organization. His mention of Bostwick shows that the projectors were signing refiners as well as railroad executives. Indeed, the comment of January 20, when Scott sent him the Pennsylvania's contract, "Are hopeful will soon have balanced the signatures," suggests that a general drive was being made. The idea was that every refiner should be given stock in the company in proportion to his interests. Rockefeller's letters show that he oscillated between Pittsburgh and New York, with stops in Philadelphia. On January 24 his old employer Hewitt appeared in New York, "Seems anxious but I could not give him information," and on the 25th Rockefeller wrote his wife, "I telegraphed Schofield to come a time I telegraphed you as it seemed quite evident I could not get away this week." Schofield and Hewitt were partners in Alexander, Schofield and Company, and Rockefeller's words indicate that they had already been approached with plans for a merger, and were weighing the step. During January and early February many other refiners were asked to throw in their fortunes with the South Improvement Company. All were bound by a written pledge to absolute secrecy. Two prominent refiners of the oil regions, J. Vandergriff and John D. Archbold, were solicited to enter and refused. So did H. Rogers of the newly organized Charles Pratt and Company, of New York, and many others. But the leaders were not discouraged. They hoped that economic pressure, the crushing force of their rebate and drawback contracts, would reduce these men to a humble attitude and bring them knocking at the door. Aware of the power they would be able to exert, they resolutely proceeded with their organization. A secret known to a score of people is no secret at all. By the end of January, 1872, when the Erie and New York Central had signed the South Improvement contracts, more than a score of people knew about them. Railway presidents had to consult their principal subordinates, the promoters had to buttonhole refiners, who talked with their friends. The middle of February found rumors floating about the regions of a formidable combination between the railroads and leading refiners. On February 21 the Cleveland Plain Dealer published a warning paragraph upon a gigantic little game of monopolizing refiners and the oil-carrying railroads. The Petroleum Center record next morning showed more definite knowledge. Mentioning reports of a gigantic combination among certain railroads and refiners to control the purchase and shipment of crude and refined oil from this region, it denounced such robbing and swindling, and threatened immediate reprisals. A day later the Oil City Derrick adopted a still more belligerent tone. It declared that a torpedo is filling for the scheme, and would blow it sky high. It was on February 25 that the fear and resentment of the oil regions finally burst in a terrific storm. That day an officer of the Jamestown and Franklin branch of the Lake Shore became confused, and put the new rates into effect on the oil-carrying business. The firm of Lombard, Ayres and Company in New York learned of them, and telegraphed its buyer in the oil regions, Josiah Lombard. "Oil rate prohibitive," ran the message. "What is the matter?" Lombard was astounded to find that the charge for carrying crude oil from Warren to New York had shot up from 87 cents to $2.14. He and others soon learned that rates on crude and refined oil between all points had similarly risen. They were aghast. The news of Fort Sumter had not produced more excitement in western Pennsylvania. Streets and hotel lobbies in the oil region's towns immediately filled with angry, gesticulating men. Refiners pledged to secrecy forgot their promises and told all they knew, so that within a few hours the most carefully guarded details were public property. The producers learned that Watson was president of the combination, that Lockhart, Waring, Worden, Bostwick, and Rockefeller were in it. They learned that the three oil-carrying railroads had signed contracts with the combination which, if forcible action were not taken, would ruin all independent refiners, or drive them into the ring on any terms the monopoly wished to make. It is not strange that the two-fisted fighters of the regions prepared to struggle to the bitter end. On the night of February 27, 3,000 wrathful men from all over the regions gathered in the Titusville Opera House. Well owners, refiners, oil brokers, shopkeepers, bankers, all trooped in. They bore banners with defiant slogans, "No compromise." "Down with the conspirators." "Don't give up the ship." Denunciatory speeches were received with deafening cheers. Leading refiners were wildly applauded as they described the oath of secrecy, the base proposals made to them, and their indignant rejection of the conspiracy. The interested railroad presidents had been interrogated by telegraph, and had not had time to agree upon their answers. The chairman read a telegram from George B. McClellan, president of the Atlantic and Great Western. "Neither the Atlantic and Great Western, nor any of its officers, are interested in the South Improvement Company. Of course the policy of the road is to accommodate the petroleum interest." Applause was checked by violent hisses from a little group whose leader sprang forward waving another telegram. It was from J. Gould, president of the Erie, contract with South Improvement Company signed by George B. McClellan, president of the Atlantic and Great Western Railroad. "I only signed it after it was signed by all the other parties." The meeting rocked with jeers and derisive laughter. Its members took heart from the evidence that one railroad system was ready to desert the scheme instantly, was in fact crawling out of it with timid equivocations. But this gathering was only the first wave sent up by the tide of fury that had seized the regions. The meeting had more violence than effectiveness, for it did little beyond passing resolutions which excoriated the railroads, the combination, and the legislative charter. What was needed was an organization, and organizations are created by a few leaders, not by mass meetings. The gathering adjourned to meet at Oil City 2 days later. In the interim a half-dozen vigorous men were hard at work laying plans. The Titusville Herald, in language typical of the whole oil region's press, declaimed, "The South Improvement Company also claim that they are organized for the protection of refiners." For their protection against whom, or against what? Is the question. Astounding as it may appear, it is for the protection of Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and New York against the city of Titusville and Oil Creek, which is the only natural refining point in the country. It may not be generally known that our refiners in this city have for years had to contend against drawbacks granted by railroad companies to some of the largest refining houses in Cleveland and Pittsburgh, and that notwithstanding this they are languishing and do not pay, while Titusville refiners have been flourishing, and have always made a respectable margin of profit. This fact is patent to every refiner engaged in the oil business, and now these refiners are endeavoring to combine to wipe Titusville and Oil City refiners out of existence. On March our crowds moved in a black stream through the streets of Oil City to a gathering at Love's Opera House as large and passionate as that held in Titusville. This time the leaders organized a real army from the furious mob, and planned its campaign. The Petroleum Producers Association already existed. It was now revitalized and given new and aggressive leadership. A board of directors was appointed which included William M. Irish, John D. Archbold, J. J. Vandergrift, P. Bennett and H. H. Cummings, refiners, with H. T. Beers, William Hasson, E. G. Patterson, W. L. Lay, and F. W. Mitchell, producers. A series of rousing speeches was delivered. One producer declared that the South Improvement Company was well named, it improved on the South by enslaving white men. Others derided it as the Cleveland and Pittsburgh Relief Association. John D. Archbold, a short, smooth-faced, boyish-looking refiner of Titusville, one of the youngest yet most dynamic of the oil region's leaders, made an eloquent appeal for union against the common enemy. He was followed by another young man distinguished by his handsome bearing, resourcefulness, and love of battle, Lewis Emery, Jr., destined to be a lifelong enemy of Rockefeller. Emery urged that producers and refiners of the regions at once combine to restrict production and to control marketing. He recommended 3 immediate steps: 1. That all producers shut off 1/3 of their capacity, 2. That no torpedoes or other artificial aids to production be used, and 3. That no new wells be commenced for 30 days. These proposals, embodied in a resolution, were immediately carried. Even the mighty Tom Scott was now retreating. On March 2 he telegraphed an Oil Regions representative, "On my return last evening I received your message. Our lines will not do anything which will interfere with the mutual and relative interests of producers and shippers. There is more money invested now than can be made to pay fairly, consequently additional capital will be a useless sacrifice." The reinvigorated Producers Association was given a new name, the Petroleum Producers Union, and its leaders planned to extend it over the entire oil-bearing area, enlisting every producer. Members were pledged to start no new wells for 2 months, to stop work on Sundays, and above all, to sell no crude oil to any representative of the South Improvement Company, but only to Oil Creek refiners and to such others as opposed the combination. The Oil City Derrick, edited by C. E. Bishop, published a black list of promoters of the South Improvement Company, and kept it standing in a box at its masthead day after day. To these promoters no true son of the regions would ship oil. Within a few days IT2 producers had signed what the Derrick's handbook later called a shutdown pledge, the agreement, as urged by Emery, to cut off 1/3 of production. Feeling continued to mount, and any producer who did business with Worden, Waring, Logan, Bostwick, or Rockefeller, or any man who pumped oil on Sunday, risked his property and even his life. The Petroleum Producers Union thus prepared to fight monopoly with monopoly. If it could extend its sway over most wells in the regions, it would control the supply of crude oil which every South Improvement refiner must have, and starve the anaconda to death. Seldom has an economic organization been greeted with a wilder uproar of attack than that which now raged about the South Improvement Company. For weeks almost the whole body of oil producers abandoned business and surged from town to town denouncing the combination. Their assault was posited squarely on moral grounds. The 40 thieves, the monster, the octopus, the ring, the gigantic railroad monopoly, so men called the company, its members were conspirators and robbers. This judgment was later accepted by a long series of writers. Even Gilbert H. Montague, defender of the Standard Oil Company, writes that the South Improvement scheme has never since had an apologist. What, then, of Rockefeller and Flagler? How did they defend an organization which they entered so vigorously and aggressively? Combinations to reduce or abolish competition were of course no novelty in 1870, and whenever competition had been economically destructive, were not clearly condemned by public opinion. The railway pools had been praised by many shippers as well as investors, for sharp fluctuations in rates were more ruinous to shippers than high schedules. A well-known pool in cordage manufacturing had been formed in 1860. The Michigan Salt Pool was too weak to be effective, but for a time it promised benefits to consumers, in improving the quality of salt and regularizing prices, as well as manufacturers. The oil producers, now so bitter in denouncing monopoly, had not long since attempted to form one themselves. Combination was constantly cropping out in new fields. The New York Times for January 21, 1872, for example, called attention to a monopolistic organization planned by manufacturers of manila paper. If this oil combination were really inclusive, a trade association embracing every one, not a mere ring of greedy insiders, then much could be said for it, and apparently Rockefeller so regarded it. Nor was the use of rebates and drawbacks a novelty, or in any general degree condemned by public opinion. We have traced it as far back as 1856, and seen that it was so widespread as to provoke a legislative investigation in Pennsylvania in 1867. No evidence exists that Rockefeller received rebates any earlier than dozens of other refiners. Indeed, Henry Olin, an oil broker fiercely antagonistic to the South Improvement Scheme, spoke in March 1872, of 6 years of drawbacks or rebates. "We would raise a howl and get a drawback," he said, "when Cleveland would come in again and get a higher one." This statement places the origin of oil rebates at least as far back as 1866. As Rockefeller later said, the refiners who assailed rebates were usually those who had not been successful in obtaining them. He often told how Samuel Downer, first of the great refiners, remarked to Flagler in New York, where both were seeking railroad concessions, "Flagler, I am opposed to the whole scheme of rebates and drawbacks, without I'm in it." It was therefore easy for Rockefeller and Flagler to find arguments for resorting to combination at a time when, though they were avowedly making money, unrestricted competition was ruining many refiners and threatened universal disaster. There was every prospect in January 1872 that production for the year would break all records. It actually did so, rising above 6 million barrels. There was every prospect that prices would remain at levels which meant sheer bankruptcy. Crude oil sold in New York in January at $1,234 to $1,312 a gallon, refined oil at $2,234 to $2,312. The refiners of Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia saw nothing but losses and sheriff sales in the immediate past, nothing but despair in the immediate future. Their leaders had quite as good reason to attempt combination as the leaders in Western and Southern railways, in salt and cordage manufacture, and in anthracite production. It was also easy for Flagler and Rockefeller to find arguments to justify accepting moderate rebates. General business sentiment of the time would have justified them even in the bargain they made with the Lake Shore in 1870. The rebate was roughly analogous to what we call today a quantity discount, and even a housewife thinks it natural that 10-cent bars of soap should sell 3 for a quarter. But the savage and destructive drawbacks envisaged by the South Improvement contracts are another matter. The favored refiners were to be given such a crushing advantage over all competitors as to assure the complete ruin of the latter. To make ruin doubly certain and rapid, these competitors were to be subject to secret as well as open exactions. Can this be defended? The answer is that it was utterly indefensible. It was one of the great errors of Rockefeller's career that he hurriedly aligned himself with an arrangement so repugnant to public sentiment then and afterward. This cruel feature of the South Improvement Company fixed a most unfortunate stigma upon his and Flagler's names. Something, to be sure, can be said in extenuation. The Tom Scott scheme had been sprung upon the refiners unexpectedly, and adopted in haste to meet an exigent crisis. Its worst devices were probably intended not to ruin competitors, but to bring them within the combination, to coerce, and not to crush. Here was an industry in which overproduction, chaotic marketing, and price slashing were producing ruinous effects. A little group of refiners and railroad heads were organizing to stop all this. They knew well that they could not persuade everybody to join, that they would need a club. Would it not be well to brandish a cudgel so massive that its mere exhibition would frighten every refiner within the organization? Once more we may recall Worden's testimony in 1872, "It never entered my head that the refiners would not all be brought in." But such excuses fall far short of covering the ground. We may grant that the South Improvement Company was later grossly misrepresented. Various writers have tried to produce an impression that the oil business was thriving up to the time the company was launched, when actually it was disorganized, half-ruined, and filled with apprehension. These writers have asserted that the company was planned by Rockefeller, when actually it originated elsewhere. They have represented the company as devised, in a selfish and arrogant spirit, for the enrichment of a little group of insiders, when at least its professed intention was to combine the competitors, not crush them, and to bring the whole body of refiners together upon a new basis of prosperity. But when all this is said, the great fact remains that its brutally aggressive rebate contracts were quite outside the pale of business ethics, even in that loose period. They ran counter to the essential spirit of freedom and democracy in American enterprise. Indefensible was the verdict of impartial observers then, indefensible must be the verdict now. Yet having said this, we must point out that Rockefeller sincerely persuaded himself that the South Improvement scheme was just. His letters show that he had discussed his plans carefully with his wife and kept her fully informed. This alone goes far to prove that he was convinced he was following a proper course, for Mrs. Rockefeller was a highly religious woman with stern moral standards. His letters from New York also show that he was indignant over the attacks showered upon him. "It is easy to write newspaper articles, but we have other business," he exclaimed on March 15. "We will do right and not be nervous or troubled about what the papers say. By and by, when all are through, possibly we may briefly respond, though it is not our policy, and leave future events in the business to demonstrate our intentions and plans were just and warranted. I want to act perfectly conscientiously and fearlessly in the matter and feel confident of good results. Sorry it seems best not to go at once to you and our dear children, but duty to this matter seems imperatively to demand my stay here a few days longer, and I am hopeful can get at least a good fraction of the N.Y. refiners to join at an early day." 2 days later he wrote in the same vein, "We do not allow the newspaper articles to trouble us, knowing by whom written and the influences that induce them. Your F.'s thinks we are quite right in making no answer. My health has been splendid, and I am yet decided to persevere. It may take weeks and months yet to succeed, but the union of our American refineries is worth much labor and patient effort, and that I will give and at the same time not let it chafe and annoy me. I was never more thankful for good health." And again on March 21, "I am still persevering and hopeful, remember our side have not yet been in the papers. We know a few things the people generally may not, at all events we know our own intentions, and that they are right and only so, but please say nothing, only you know your husband will stand by and stick to the right. It may be the best thing to have the public feel we are defeated in order to allay the excitement, but we will not decide that yet. I have hopeful indications, this is a game of chess not checkers. I desire to be remembered to my friends who inquire after me." And still again on March 23, "We had meeting in our office with 3 producers, part of the RR committee, and these meetings bring us into better relations all the time. I go with Will, Bostwick and others to Continental Hotel, filed. And expect to return here next day, tomorrow, late at night. I assure you it is not my pleasure to remain all this time, but a stern sense of duty to this cause. I haven't any idea giving up ship or letting go my hold, though I feel pleasantly even towards those who have misused me, and will try and not allow all this noise and bluster to cause me to yield any vital point. Already we could compromise, by giving up our freight contracts, the producers recognizing we ought to unite, as refiners for protection, but the fact is we did not contemplate swindling the public in it, and it is not the business of the public to change our private contracts. I cannot write you in detail. I am now hurrying to go." These letters show the stubborn unemotionalism and intellectual imperturbability so characteristic of the man. The excitement of the oil regions did not move him, for he despised excitement. The idea expressed by the region's men did not impress him, for he believed his own idea far superior. What he did not realize yet was that behind this idea of free competition lay the massive and immovable convictions of the American people. But even if he had realized it, he probably would not have wavered. He had considered his steps in advance. It was in the spirit of this consideration, and not merely to rationalize his own conduct, that he exclaimed in 1917, "I had our plan clearly in mind. It was right. I knew it as a matter of conscience. It was right between me and my God. If I had to do it tomorrow I would do it again in the same way, do it 100 times. But we must return to the battle between the South Improvement Company and the outraged oil regions, now nearing its climax." Chapter 15. War, Open and Understood. Superficially, this battle between the South Improvement Company and the oil regions was simply a struggle of 2 regional groups for the major profits of the petroleum industry. Actually, its significance went much deeper. In essentials, it was a contest between heavily capitalized industry, seeking concentration and organization, and the individualistic small businessman, between a new economic order and the old. The conditions of the oil domain had changed. Refining was fast becoming an industry of big units which found chaotic price slashing by small competitors intolerable, while oil production was still a field for adventurous men of moderate resources. There was a natural affinity between the large refiners and the railroads, while most well owners displayed basically the same spirit as the Grangers. Many of the former, thirsting for stability, were ready to found a great monopoly. The latter, devoted to free enterprise, were quick to call on the state to dispel any threat to the competitive regime in their industry. The region's men shrewdly perceived the paramount importance of public opinion, and their principal efforts were exerted to enlist it. They not only united to control the supply of crude oil and starve the monster to death, they not only appointed a committee to demand that the Pennsylvania legislature annul the South Improvement Charter, and sent another to Washington to request a congressional investigation, they not only prepared a 93-foot petition asking the state to legalize free pipelines. Over and above all this, they held more meetings, they filled the press with denunciations, and they took steps to prepare a history of the battle against the nefarious organization, and to scatter 30,000 copies throughout the nation, to the end that enemies of freedom of trade may be known and shunned by all honest men. Finally, they enrolled 1,000 men to move instantly upon Harrisburg should a mass demonstration seem expedient. In short, it was a battle on three fronts: to crush the South Improvement Company by cutting off its oil supply, to destroy its legal basis by taking away its charter, and to array public sentiment in iron hostility against it. The leaders included prominent producers, refiners, and editors, of whom the first group naturally were the most prominent. Their dominant figure was Captain William Hasson, whom the meeting at Oil City elected president of the Petroleum Producers Association. A stocky, belligerent little man, Hasson had been brought up in the oil regions, and owned a number of profitable wells. A little more than a year previous he had been prominent in an attempted beer squeeze planned in Titusville to break Jabez, Bostwick and other buyers, but Bostwick and some associates, gaining control of the car supply, had unexpectedly smashed the corner and turned the tables on him. Resentment over this reverse perhaps played a part in his fiery efforts to stir up opposition. With him were ranged such wealthy producers as John L. Mitchell, B. B. Campbell, John Fertig, Foster W. Mitchell, Edwin E. Clapp, and D. S. Criswell. Among the group were two men of whom we shall hear more: William M. Irish, who subsequently joined the Standard and whose son became president of the Atlantic Refining Company, and E. G. Patterson, destined in a few years to play the role of Benedict Arnold in the struggle between the Regions and Standard. Although the vast majority of the producers were men of moderate means, taken as a body they held tremendous wealth. During the past 2 years the large well owners had fared better than most refiners. Hasson, Fertig, and the Mitchells were probably as rich as Rockefeller, while still others brought both substantial fortunes and the hope of large future gains to their battle with the South Improvement Company. They have usually been pictured as an impoverished and struggling band, oppressed by a league of plutocrats, and battling disinterestedly for a great principle. But most of them were men of some property, while a few were rich, and like Wharton, Lockhart, Frew, and Rockefeller, who also declared they were fighting for a great principle, their moral objects were strictly subordinate to personal profit. Fundamentally, everybody engaged was fighting for money and power. At least 2 of the oil region's refiners were men of conspicuous ability. Captain Jacob J. Vandergrift, famous as steamboat captain and pipeline organizer, had indignantly rejected the overtures of Watson and thrown in his lot with the region's men. Still abler was the young Titusville refiner, John D. Archbold. Only 24, slight, short, and boyish-looking, he had nevertheless made a powerful impression when he spoke at the Oil City meeting. With dramatic vigor he told how, when summoned by Watson to New York, sworn to secrecy, and asked to join in establishing a monopoly, he had scornfully refused the proposal. He had warned Watson, "If you think the people of this region will quietly submit to a tax of $5 million a year, from this or any other corporation, you very much mistake their character." Archbold's dynamic traits would have arrested attention anywhere. The son of an impecunious Baptist minister, he had come to the oil regions from Salem, as a spindling lad of 16. Finding work with William H. Abbott of Titusville, he had learned every department of the oil business, for Abbott was a producer, refiner, oil broker, and pipeline operator all at once. When in 1869 Abbott's ill-financed company collapsed, the 21-year-old Archbold struck out boldly. Adding to his savings $800 borrowed from one of Abbott's dump workers, he became a partner in the refining firm of Porter, Moreland and Company. His energy, shrewdness, and popularity were important factors in building up this new business. There was something wonderfully infectious in his debonair manner, quick smile, and friendly wit. He delighted in every type of jollity. He was manager of the Titusville Baseball Nine, a lover of fast horses, a tireless poker player, and at times a convivial drinker. By 1872 Porter, Moreland were refining 25,000 barrels of oil a month, more than any other firm in Titusville. The alert, audacious, and highly temperamental young man was already the principal force in this company, and was plainly to be reckoned with in all petroleum affairs. Sometime in 1871 Rockefeller, visiting Titusville to buy crude oil, registered at a hotel. He looked at the other names on the page. Just above his own he read, in a bold hand, John D. Archbold, $4 a BBL. It was the young refiner's trademark, his method of proclaiming the price which he believed oil ought to bring, and Rockefeller was impressed by this touch of advertising genius. Decades later the irrepressible Archbold, harder and more aggressive, but still debonair and fun-loving, was to succeed Rockefeller as president of the Standard Oil Company. But for the present the two men were opponents. At the Oil City meeting Archbold urged the producers to form a fighting alliance with the refiners of the regions. The latter, he said, stood ready to appoint a committee to arrange for joint measures. They trust that the good result of this great agitation will be to center the whole refining business in this, its natural location, the producers' region. He and Vandergrift assured the producers that if they withheld crude oil from the South Improvement refiners, they would still find an ample market in the plants of their own district and in allied refineries outside. The press of the regions played an important part in the battle, for its editorials and articles were copied far and wide. Two editors were particularly effective. One was N. M. Allen of the Titusville Courier, a refiner as well as journalist, a slender, alert man with watchful dark eyes, whose heavy mustaches and dangling sideburns gave him the aspect of a stage villain. Equally aggressive was C. E. Bishop, editor of the Oil City Derrick, who prided himself on his command of satire, and a sledgehammer invective. He is credited with inventing the terms octopus and anaconda for the combination, and he it was who placed the black list of guilty refiners and railroads in a staring box. On March 5, a third mass meeting at Franklin, Pennsylvania, carried forward the enthusiastic campaign of the regions against monopoly, and again the ball was jammed by delegations from all over the valley. Amid howls of applause men held up a gigantic cartoon. It showed Watson being tossed by a bull whose tail he vainly tried to grasp, Jay Gould and General McClellan calling each other liars, and the scared refiners of Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia hustling for cover. Producers and refiners of the regions were depicted as gleeful spectators, shouting, "No oil for the ring." This caricature breathed the spirit of jubilant triumph which possessed the gathering. They were winning and they knew it. After adjournment, special committees for organizing the district labored night and day, and had their reports ready at a fourth meeting in Oil City on the 8th. Here the final plans for stopping all shipments of oil to the enemy were adopted with enthusiasm. By this time aid had been assured from important allies. New York dealers and refiners had dispatched cheering messages, and promised to send on a delegation. Boston and Erie men expressed their sympathy. Buffalo businessmen had telegraphed the first Oil City gathering, "Hope your meeting will devise speedy means to bring oil to the lake shore." They immediately promised a low freight rate of 60 cents a barrel on all crude oil routed through their city to New York, and held out the hope that they could raise large sums for a railroad running direct to the regions. Indeed, a deputation of about 50 Buffalonians, headed by Mayor Bush, soon hurried to Oil City to pledge $1 million to the enterprise. But particularly heartening to the oil regions was the support offered by New York refiners. This group telegraphed on March 8 that they were organizing an association to fight alongside the embattled region's men, and 3 days later sent up a special committee to lay plans for joint resistance. This delegation, frock-coated and silk-hatted, marched to the train behind a handsome young man who was destined to play a great part in Rockefeller's career and in American business history, Henry H. Rogers. Only 32, a native of Fairhaven, Massachusetts, he had operated a refinery on Oil Creek for a time, and then had gone to Long Island in 1868 to join the refiner Charles Pratt. His chiseled features, urbane and polished air, careful dress, and magnetic personality made him a distinguished figure in any gathering. He could grace a drawing room or dominate a business meeting with equal skill. But this polished exterior covered a game, stirs recklessness and a total lack of scruple in financial affairs. He was now really the dominant figure in the Pratt manufacturing company, which with a 10-still refinery on Long Island, tanks holding 23,000 barrels, and special facilities for exporting, was making Pratt's Astral famous throughout Europe. He was able to assure the Guillaume's men that Bostwick of the South Improvement Company was weak compared with his New York rivals, and that a union of the Long Island refiners and the region's interests would be invincible. The leaders of the opposition naturally did not pause to examine the South Improvement Plan in detail, or to listen to whatever arguments might be offered in its behalf. Watson made a desperate effort to gain a hearing, for he had a wide reputation, political and financial, and knew well that his public character was involved. In particular, he wrote a series of indignant letters to a prominent producer, Foster W. Mitchell, expostulating and explaining. Watson had distinct personal grievances, an oil tank which he owned at Franklin having been broached, while he had received an anonymous threat of damage to the Jamestown and Franklin branch of the lake shore. In his first letter, dated March 4, he recalled that he had talked with Mitchell in New York and had made it clear that the well owners were not to be left out of the protective scheme. On meeting you here on your return from the South, I explained to you very briefly that the whole plan of the South Improvement Company was founded upon the expectation of cooperation with the oil producers to maintain a good price for crude oil. I stated to you in the strongest terms the desire of the South Improvement to enter into an arrangement for a series of years with the producers, whereby good prices for crude oil at the wells and fair and reasonable rates of transportation would at all times be assured. The desire still exists. He begged his friend to urge the appointment of a producers' committee to confer with the South Improvement Company and arrange a plan of cooperation. But this plea fell upon deaf ears. When Mitchell presented it at the Franklin mass meeting, the majority received it with epithets and shouts of, "No, we are lowering our dignity to treat with Watson," shouted one producer. "He has set a trap for us," cried another. Watson appeared before the New York dealers and refiners on the Riff, and made a cool explanation of the origin and plans of the company, confessing the railroad's initiative. But when Mitchell tried to induce him to speak before a meeting in the oil regions, he wisely declined. "A mass meeting is not a deliberative body," he wrote. He would meet the producers at any point favorable to calm investigation, but not in the atmosphere of excitement that filled the Allegheny Valley. Of course the producers rejected any such suggestion. Why treat when they were winning? For winning they were. When the deputation under H. Rogers reached the regions, the crude oil blockade was almost completely effective. The tanks of the Standard Oil and other members of the South Improvement Company would soon be running dry. Though he felt none of Watson's agony, Rockefeller experienced a deep chagrin as he watched this sudden storm. The swiftness with which it burst had dismayed him and Flagler. They had hoped that the pledge of secrecy would prove far more effective. If all their arrangements, including the treaty with the producers, could have been perfected before the public gained any knowledge of the plan, this tempest might have been avoided. At the outset Rockefeller barred his door to reporters. Cleveland newspapers had to obtain what news they could from the resentful Flagler, who pooh-poohed the first mass meeting at Titusville as the work of a few soreheads. But when the second and third meetings proved that the regions were in arms, when it appeared that New York, Buffalo, and Erie were uniting with the Valley, and when the flow of crude oil to the Standard dried up to a trickle, even Flagler could not make light of the opposition. He soon ceased to talk at all, for Rockefeller still advised silence. Any convulsion in the oil regions was sure to be news to Americans, for that district, in color, sensationalism, and general human interest, was in 1870 much what the California gold diggings had been in 1850. The press of the whole country took a keen interest in this economic war in northwestern Pennsylvania. Papers from Boston to Omaha were devoting columns, half amusedly, half indignantly, to the subject. For obvious reasons, they gave most of their space and still more of their sympathy to the regions. In New York the Sun, Tribune, Times, and Commercial Advertiser either denounced the new combination openly, or criticized it by implication, while in Boston the Advertiser and in Philadelphia the Public Ledger took the same ground. They regarded the producers as a valiant band of individualists fighting for the sacred cause of free competition. If the industry were sick and half ruined, they declared, the remedy lay not in monopoly but in time, patience, and still more competition. At this period public opinion was decidedly nervous over the darker possibilities of monopoly. The exposure of the Tweed ring in New York, with which Jim Fisk and Jay Gould of the Erie were involved, and the credit mobiler scandal, had caused many to associate trial combinations with political rings and to feel a stern hostility to both. Moreover, ordinary shippers were eyeing the railroad pools with increasing suspicion. The salt, cordage, and other combinations had called forth protests from injured manufacturers and awakened fears of extortionate prices. Editors, legislators, and plain citizens, while still consciously ignorant of the economic issue involved and wary of attacking really powerful interests, were ready to turn sharply upon any combination which seemed both wicked and vulnerable. The South Improvement Company, comprehending 3 great railroads and the principal refining interests, was the most extensive combination yet formed. Its rebate scheme seemed impudent robbery. It was also the first large combination to be opposed in its own field by powerful foes, and was plainly fated to meet an early death. With Behemoth already brought to its knees, 1,000 men hastened to pour arrows into its hide. The company thus became for millions of Americans, as for many years it remained, a symbol of monopolistic aggression upon human liberty. Flagler, Wharton, and Tom Scott were slow to perceive the depth of the passions they had aroused, and Rockefeller did not completely grasp it until decades had passed and several books had dealt with the subject. He failed to realize how unfortunate were the circumstances under which he had first appeared before the general public. But 50 years later, looking back upon these exciting months, he saw what he had lost. He explained that throughout his early business career he had followed a fixed principle of reticence. I determined that it was useless to waste energy on denials and disputes with jealous or disappointed people. I persuaded our partners to keep silence too. The more we progressed yet kept on gaining success and keeping silent, the more we were abused. In another connection he remarked, our silence encouraged the wildest romancers to spread wild tales about us. But with the perspective of half a century he comprehended the damaging results of his taciturnity in 1872, and exclaimed, I shall never cease to regret that at that time we never called in the reporters. Every writer on the subject, Henry Demarest Lloyd, Gilbert H. Montague, Ida M. Tarbell, Mark Sullivan, John T. Flynn, has treated the South Improvement Company as substantially without defenders except in its own ranks. But this is an error. It had convinced champions, particularly among the editors of Pittsburgh and Cleveland, men who believed that it would furnish a remedy for conditions that had grown intolerable. Even the New York Times of March 10 gave space to a long news article which outlined the case for the South Improvement Company with considerable sympathy. The writer asserted that it had never aimed at absolute monopoly, that it held out a promise of beneficial stabilization, and that the opposition was inspired by small refiners who had not been made generals and major generals in the concern. 9 days later the Sun published an illuminating interview with the pipeline pioneer, Henry Harley, who said that he emphatically believed in the scheme. The only mistake the company has made is that it did not conciliate the producing interests, which are not fairly represented in the company. In Philadelphia the Commercial List and Price Current defended the company and assailed the producers for an intolerance which it compared with the lawless Ku Klux Klan. Meanwhile, several Pittsburgh papers supplied a belligerent defense of the new scheme. The Chronicle published an interview with a refiner who declared that the combination was an effort to revive the trade, to remove the ruinous competition existing, and to place the business on a firm and permanent basis. The opposition he ascribed to one unnamed man who, after he had made every effort to become a director of the company, and failed, had traveled throughout the oil regions to stir up enmity. The Pittsburgh Gazette came out as a vigorous champion of the combination. On March 8 it appended an editorial note to a long news dispatch upon the uproar. Watson, it remarked, was one of the ablest attorneys of Ohio, who had done Lincoln invaluable service, and was primarily responsible for the consolidation of the Lake Shore and New York Central. From our knowledge of his antecedents and character we deem him incapable of engaging in any enterprise of questionable propriety. When the present agitation shall have had time to quiet down, and reason shall take the place which riot has usurped, we feel satisfied that the ends and purposes of the South Improvement Company will be hailed as beneficial and praiseworthy. The Gazette continued to express this view. The Pittsburgh Commercial, particularly concerned with industry, was even more outspoken. It deplored the artificial excitement in the regions. It suggested that the Titusville and Oil City refiners had been maneuvering for a similar arrangement with the railroads as against Pittsburgh and Cleveland, and were enraged at being forestalled. Why did they not make an honest inquiry before flying into a passion? They would find out that some form of combination was imperative. Through our utter want of system we are literally throwing away our great advantage, giving Europe the benefit of our vast oil deposits for a mere song, whilst she would be glad to take it at twice the figures we charge her. The causes of this state of things are, first, the chronic strife between the competing railroads, creating unhealthy fluctuations in the value of oil; second, the facilities for indisposition to make it an article of speculation; third, the excessive refining capacity of the country, leading to a constant underselling of the manufactured article, thus placing us at the mercy of the foreign buyer, and steadily hammering down the value of the raw material, until an illuminator which has no equal in the world is sold in Europe at one-half the price that would gladly be paid for it. Today crude petroleum is selling at the wells at $3.50 per barrel, when it should steadily command $5, and the refined article is selling in New York and Philadelphia at 22 cents per gallon, when it would be cheap at 30 or 35. Now what is the remedy for this state of things? The first thing to be done is to bring the railroads to a mutual understanding and a permanency in the charge for transportation, on a paying basis for themselves. Second, a union of the refining interests of the country, so that fair, uniform, and equitable prices can be secured, and third, a hearty cooperation on the part of the producing interests. The South Improvement Company, declared the Commercial, would do as much for the oil industry as the existing iron and glass associations had done for price stabilization in those commodities. Till the very end the editor, feeling that the city's interests were gravely threatened by the regions, defended the combination. But even he was significantly silent about the drawback upon competitive shipments. As for Cleveland, the South Improvement Company found a valiant defender there in the leader. Its editorial on February 24 was vehement in tone. The League is a natural and, as the world goes, a legitimate reply to the desperate attempt recently made by Titusville and Oil City to break down and swallow up the refining interests of Cleveland. Not content with the profit of producing and thereby controlling the crude market, the ambitious giants of the oil country felt that they must freeze out the Cleveland and Pittsburgh refiners, and play the whole game themselves. For 18 months past the producers have carried a high hand, and Cleveland and Pittsburgh, who had invested their millions in the refining business, and would not be forced to the wall, were forced to dance as the men of the creek might choose to fiddle. In locking horns with Pittsburgh and Cleveland, the Titusville men have found themselves pitted against ample capital, strong determination, and business ability of the highest order. They have made the fight, they drove the refiners to the necessity of combined action, and if the result leaves the Titusville plotters high and dry, they have themselves mainly to blame. We are not now discussing the moral aspects of business combinations of any kind, but simply stating the causes which have led to the consummation of which our oil country friends complain. For ourselves, it would be impossible not to admire the rare ability displayed by the refiners of this city in making Cleveland, in spite of all geographical disadvantages, the leading refining center of the world, fighting the combined hosts of Pittsburgh, New York, Tom Scott, and Erie, from year to year. always winning every point and wringing a heavy profit from a contest in which their opponents were pocketing constant losses. Other emphatic editorials followed, and the leader expressed hope that the producers would quiet down to await a fuller revelation of the purposes of the South Improvement Company. It explained just why the regions now faced a seemingly hostile combination. The daily production of crude oil was 17,000 barrels, the total refining capacity of the country was 46,000 barrels, and the refiners' competition for this crude oil supply had placed them at the mercy of producers. The latter had taken a cruel advantage of this situation, and hence the combination. Its purpose was neither destruction nor exorbitant profits, but simply to bring refining capacity into a proper relationship with production. In carrying out this purpose, the South Improvement Company has proceeded in a conspicuously fair and liberal manner. With the fullest knowledge of all the facts in the case, we predict that when the producers and refiners of the oil regions understand the matter thoroughly and listen to the propositions that will be made to them, their hasty indignation and their apprehensions of injustice and exorbitance will be at once dismissed. If the oil business is to be made permanent and profitable to those engaged in it, it must be conducted not as a competitive speculation, but, like other legitimate business, in strict accordance with the laws of supply and demand. It is the good fortune of Cleveland that in the new arrangement her refining interests have been fairly and equitably protected. Cleveland will receive her fair share of crude petroleum, so will Pittsburgh, and likewise Titusville, and the Creek, if they act sensibly and give up their purpose of monopolizing everything. No one has been wronged or cheated, and we predict that 60 days hence the entire petroleum interest of this country will be more satisfactory and prosperous than ever before. The leader continued to argue that this great oil fight is simply the struggle of 6 men for a cake that 3 can eat, and to predict that when the regions really understood the objectives of the company their fury would subside. In the Cleveland Herald appeared the most notable protest by a Cleveland refiner, a long letter by Fred M. Backus, manufacturer of lubricants. While he had not yet been asked to sell out to the Standard, he was accurately informed as to the contract signed by the South Improvement Company. The resulting advance in freights, he wrote, had already cost one firm $2,000. He admitted that the situation prior to the formation of the new combine had been disastrous. Refining had been grossly overexpanded, the railroads were losing money, the refiners were facing bankruptcy, and the special interests of Cleveland were in danger of total ruin. But, he argued, the remedy was worse than the disease, for it was immoral, it involved enriching the strong at the expense of the weak. It was worse also because, if successful, it placed illimitable power in the hands of a small group. They might by a word wipe out Cleveland as a refining center, and transfer the whole industry to Pittsburgh or New York. They might take arrogant steps that would rob the consumer and destroy large business groups. The third important Cleveland newspaper, the Plain Dealer, tried to give a fair hearing to the South Improvement Group. A reporter early in March made inquiries among leading refiners of the city. He stated that some of the gentlemen called for were absent from their offices, some were absorbed in business, others were not thoroughly posted, and still others considered it not best to divulge all they knew just at this time. But he concluded that, if the unanimous verdict of these gentlemen interviewed be just, if what they say be true, then Cleveland has nothing to fear, but much to hope from the South Improvement Company. However, a later editorial, The March of Monopoly, denounced combinations in general as instruments by which the many are plucked and robbed with no more compunction of conscience than the highwayman feels when stripping his victim, and pointed to the South Improvement Company as the latest monopolistic effort. The editor concluded that this company is, like all great monopolies, thoroughly bad in spirit, and grounded in selfishness and injustice. If it dies it will have few mourners. Before mid-April the destruction of the South Improvement Scheme was rapidly completed. The Pennsylvania legislature astonished everybody by passing a free pipeline bill, giving the right of eminent domain to pipe companies. It had been repeatedly petitioned to do so since 1866, but the influence of the Pennsylvania Railroad had always blocked action. Unfortunately, the new law was restricted to the 8 oil-producing counties, excluding Allegheny, in which Pittsburgh lies. The Cleveland leader chuckled over this clever device for preserving railroad control of oil transportation. By March 20 it was certain that Congress would investigate the South Improvement Company, and everyone knew that Congress would be hostile. A bill to repeal the South Improvement Charter was being pushed through the legislature, and neither the railroads nor the Pittsburgh refiners dared to offer much opposition. Early in April it became law. The Pennsylvania Railroad was particularly frightened, for Tom Scott feared that the special charter of the Pennsylvania Company, so vital to its expansion, might also come under attack. But neither laws nor investigations were needed to finish the rout of the South Improvement Group. The stoppage of oil shipments alone would have ruined the scheme. Day after day and week after week the producers, who had divided their territory into 16 tightly policed districts, maintained their embargo against the South Improvement refiners. It was almost as dangerous for a region's man to be suspected of traffic with the enemy as it had been for a Northerner to be suspected of Copperheadism and treason 10 years earlier. One incident out of 100 will illustrate the intense feeling which pervaded the valley. A special meeting of the Titusville Oil Exchange was summoned to deal with Daniel O'Day, Joseph Seep, and others accused of being tools of the South Improvement Company. O'Day, a burly, energetic, rough-spoken Irishman who had been working for Bostwick, but who did not yet know that his employer had joined the combination, denied any connection. Indignant producers surrounded him, yelling, gesticulating, and threatening him with physical violence. They also menaced Seep, a lovable German-American who had been employed by Bostwick for a dozen years, and who had risen from a sick bed to go to the meeting on crutches. Facing the infuriated men, both feared for their lives. But as Seep said later, little John D. Archbold, his boyish face aglow, rose out of that meeting of angry, bearded, husky men, and in his manly voice protested against the proceedings, saying that we should not be held responsible for the views or doings of our employers. This quieted the assemblage. However, when reports spread that John Mawhinney of Titusville had sold 500 barrels of crude to the South Improvement Company, another excited gathering denounced his act as angrily as if it had been arson or robbery. Many producers rejected tempting offers from the oil-hungry refiners. F. S. Tarbell, father of Ida M. Tarbell, proudly refused a contract for his whole year's output at $4.50 a barrel. The railroads were naturally the first to surrender, for they had most to fear from public antagonism and the threat of legislative action. When a committee of 12 independents, 3 from New York, and 9 from the regions, called on Tom Scott in Philadelphia on March 18 to ask the Pennsylvania to cancel its contract, it found him full of apologies and explanations. He said he had supposed that Rockefeller, Worden, Waring, Bostwick, and their companions represented the petroleum trade, but now that the Pennsylvania Railroad knew they did not, it would be glad to make similar contracts with the Committee of 12 who did represent it. The committee declined this kind favor. On March 19 they called on the New York Central authorities. Commodore Vanderbilt expressed sympathy, told them how much he hated monopoly, and blamed the contracts on his son. "I told Billy not to have anything to do with that scheme," he remarked. He also read a letter from the South Improvement Company offering to compromise its differences with the regions, and to cooperate with all producers and refiners there. Apparently the New York Central and other railroads would have been glad to work out such a compromise, and made repeated efforts to do so. But the Committee of 12 told Commodore Vanderbilt that they would never treat with the South Improvement Company or any member of it. By March 25 all the railroads involved in the South Improvement contracts were willing to repudiate them, and a meeting for that purpose was called at the Erie offices in New York. Besides the Committee of 12, representatives of the Erie, New York Central, Pennsylvania, Lake Shore, and Atlantic and Great Western were present. President Clark of the Lake Shore presided. No South Improvement men had been invited. But Rockefeller and Peter H. Watson, eager to gain a final hearing, appeared. The scene was the ornate Grand Opera House on 8th Avenue where Jim Fisk had so flamboyantly pursued art, money-making, and pleasure. When the two men knocked at the door, they were refused admittance. "We want nothing to do with you," protested the oil producers. But President Clark intervened with strong feeling. He insisted that they must not shut out "my lifelong friend, Watson." The latter actually pushed inside the room, while Rockefeller paced the corridor. But Watson's reception was so hostile that he soon emerged, red-faced and flustered. The newspapers reported that as he and Rockefeller walked away they both looked "pretty blue." And well they might, for they had no sooner gone than the railroads agreed to drop the South Improvement contract forever, and make a new one with the independents. In this abandonment of their recent allies the railroads showed the coolest indifference. Under the new contract, all rates were to be public and equal. Representatives of the 5 roads agreed that the transportation of oil should be upon a basis of perfect equality to all shippers, producers, and refiners, and that no rebates, drawbacks, or other arrangements of any character shall be made or allowed. On refined oil all shippers, whether in the oil regions, Pittsburgh, or Cleveland, were to pay $1.65 a barrel to Boston, $1.50 to New York, and $1.35 to Philadelphia. Crude oil was to be hauled from the regions to Boston for $1.50 a barrel, to New York for $1.35, to Philadelphia and Baltimore for $1.20, and to Cleveland and Pittsburgh for 50 cents. Nor should any increase or decrease be put into effect without at least 90 days' notice to the producers' union. The railroads, still anxious to find some means of evening traffic, had made an effort to persuade the independents to accept a contract resembling that of the South Improvement Company, and to ship as much oil. The New York Central and Lake Shore in particular had stood out for this arrangement. But the Committee of 12 refused to listen. They insisted that exclusive contracts and special favors should be outlawed in the carrying of oil. They had fought for a great principle, and they were not going to prove traitors to it now that their battle was won. Beyond question both the oil regions men and the New York refiners believed that open and equal rates would give them a conclusive advantage over Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Cleveland and Pittsburgh refiners now paid precisely the same rate on oil to Atlantic coast points that the region's refiners did. That is, Rockefeller in Cleveland, and Waring in Pittsburgh, paid $1.50 a barrel to New York. Porter, Moreland and Company at Titusville paid just the same. But Archbold, Vandergrift, Irish, and other regions refiners had the advantage of being next door to the wells. While Rockefeller and Waring, under the new contract, paid 50 cents a barrel to get their crude oil to Cleveland and Pittsburgh, the region's men paid little or nothing. As for New York, it held unique advantages for reaching the export market. The regions and their Long Island allies were therefore jubilant. They believed that the destruction of this nefarious combine would restore free competition for an indefinite period, that the railroads would think twice before entering into such a conspiracy again, and meanwhile, they expected to gain a clear lead over Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Yet the Cleveland leader still expressed confidence in the future. It asserted that the city's refiners, with an advantage of 20 cents a barrel in cooperage costs and other savings, would prosper even under the new schedules. Cleveland was nearest to the western markets, it possessed low-priced chemicals, and every summer gave it cheap water facilities to the east. All this was perhaps whistling to keep up courage. But the leader might have added that Cleveland possessed one advantage worth more than cheap barrels or competitive lines of transportation. It possessed the skill, courage, unsleeping enterprise, and penetrating resourcefulness of John D. Rockefeller, who had not been astonished in the least by the shipwreck of the South Improvement Company, in which he had never wholeheartedly believed, and who had never wavered in his determination to push forward steadily with our plan. The crude oil embargo was not relaxed until the Producers' Union had gained explicit assurances that the old contracts were not being secretly maintained. This embargo had brought the Cleveland industry almost to a standstill. In the last 2 months of 1872 the Standard Oil had employed from 500 to 1,200 men, according to weekly variations in business. On March 27 it employed 70. This was admitted by Samuel Andrews at a Cleveland meeting called to discuss the unemployment and poverty caused by the oil war. Even after the new railroad contract of March 25 and the repeal of the South Improvement Charter, the oil regions remained deeply suspicious of the South Improvement Group. Early in April news that an oil city firm had sold some 20,000 barrels of crude oil to the Standard produced a wild outburst of indignation. The firm was showered with abusive letters and telegrams. A large New York refiner annulled all contracts with it, the Producers' Union expelled it from membership, and the oil exchange passed a resolution of censure. A few days later news that another dealer was preparing to ship 5,000 barrels to the Standard resulted in a mob. It refused to let the cars be moved, and but for an armed guard, would have destroyed the oil. Yet by this time a marked division of opinion was appearing. Many producers and brokers, restive under the losses of the embargo, were eager to resume business relations with their old customers. Since the objects of the embargo had been attained, why not abolish it? The question was debated at another great oil city meeting. Before this meeting, on April 4, the head of the Producers' Union telegraphed the 5 railroads demanding an official notice that the South Improvement contracts had been cancelled. "Please answer at once," he concluded, "as we fear violence and destruction of property." The railroads assured him that the contracts no longer existed. A similar inquiry went to Rockefeller, who replied on April 8 that the Standard Oil holds no contract with the railroad companies or any of them, or with the South Improvement Company. He added a resentful sentence, "I state unqualifiedly that reports circulated in the oil region, and elsewhere, that this company, or any member of it, threatened to depress oil, are false." Thus when the meeting took place, its officers held evidence that nothing need be feared, for the moment, from secret rates. The Committee of 12 reported a complete victory, and its statement that the time had arrived for trading with all buyers on equal terms was hailed with delight. The oil war thus officially ended. The South Improvement Company had been crushed, and the producers felt that a grim and fearful monster had been destroyed. Monopoly had been taught a lesson that it would not soon forget. Or would it? Some were not so certain. What were John D. Rockefeller's reflections at this moment? He felt then, as he continued to feel all his life, that the South Improvement Company had been egregiously misunderstood. He believed that its great aim had been to unite all the refiners for stabilizing prices and evening freights, and not to crush anybody. Its panoply of rebates and drawbacks, a terrific weapon, was intended for threatening the independents, not crushing them. The mace would be waved before reluctant firms, but except in extreme instances would not be brought down upon anybody's skull. Years afterward he was questioned about this weapon. He answered, in effect, that the combination had never been allowed to show just how it meant to use it. There never was a shipment made or a rebate or drawback collected under this South Improvement Plan. It is on the plane of the story of the Negro who complained to the court that his wife was asking $1 of him every day, and the judge asked him what she did with all that money. The Negro answered, "I dunno, Judge. I ain't give her none yet." As for the well owners, Rockefeller always declared that a fair contract with them had been intended. Immediately after the collapse of the South Improvement Company, its members published in the principal journals of the oil regions, Pittsburgh and Cleveland, a detailed explanation of its purposes. This declared that only one side of the dispute had really been heard, and asked for a calm consideration of their case. Their purpose, they asserted, had been to end ruinous competition, to compel foreign countries, which purchased more than 4/5 of the product, to pay $6 to $8 million a year additional for American oil, and to obtain a larger reward for oil producers, railroads, and refiners alike. The existing refineries had a capacity of fully 35,000 barrels of crude oil daily, when only 16,000 to 17,000 were required, and constant price slashing had prevented even those which were most favorably situated from making a profit. The railroads were hauling oil at a loss. More and more crude oil was being exported to build up the refineries of Europe. The plan was to unite all the refineries in a general stock company, in which each would benefit according to the value of the property put in, and leaders of the combination had expected to reach a fair agreement with the producers. It was understood that the producing interest should be fully protected about somewhat as follows. We were to have a manufacturing profit of 50 cents per barrel when crude was down to and below $4 a barrel, and $1 per barrel when it was up to and above $5 per barrel. This fact, or alleged fact, had not been brought out before. Finally, the advertisement predicted that some stabilizing mechanism akin to that envisaged by the South Improvement Company would yet be created. We believe yet that some such course as we propose to adopt will be found necessary to save our refining interests from great loss and destruction, and to save our country millions of dollars. It was a declaration that although one battle had been fought and lost, the campaign would still go on. At this point we may well pause to sum up certain conclusions regarding this famous combination and its dramatic history. 1. Although at a later date assailants of the company liked to pretend that the oil industry was in a delightfully happy and prosperous state when the company was organized, much evidence exists that in 1872 it was overexpanded, disorganized, and in great part on the verge of ruin. 2. The railroads, which had been particularly pained by their losses on oil traffic at a time of disastrous rate wars, which had in Tom Scott and Peter H. Watson astute and sleepless organizers, and one of which, the Pennsylvania, knew well the usefulness of holding company charters, first devised the general scheme for the South Improvement Company, and Warden of Philadelphia and Waring of Pittsburgh seconded them, Rockefeller then taking it up. 3. From the railroad standpoint, it was essentially a plan for a refiner's pool to even traffic. In return for seeing that the Pennsylvania Railroad got 45% of the traffic, the Erie 27.5% and the New York Central 27.5%, and for furnishing facilities for storing, loading, and shipping oil, the refiners were to get drawbacks on both their own shipments and those of other shippers. Similarly, a little later, in 1875, the Chicago-New York trunk lines gave a Western group that undertook the evening of livestock shipments an allowance of $15 a carload by whomsoever shipped. 4. From the standpoint of the Standard and other pool refiners, the combination was, if we accept their statements, a device to compel all refiners to enter one organization, willy-nilly, for their own benefit, for those who stayed out would face ruin. Thus, over-competition would be abolished, ruin averted, and profits assured. 5. From the standpoint of producers and independent refiners, it was a scheme to force everyone to bow to a selfish ring of Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia monopolists, who would hold a tyrannous whip over all other interests. 6. From the standpoint of the general public, it was a plan to create a dangerous monopoly in what had become a necessity of life. The plea that the combination would eliminate the cheap, dangerous, benzoin oil, widely sold, and substitute really good oil at a more reasonable price than cautious Americans were paying for special, high-test oils, was not believed. 7. Our own verdict must be that while something can be said in defense of a refiner's pool to stabilize oil prices and even oil shipments, this particular scheme was defective and dangerous. Planned with excessive haste, it took inadequate account of well owners and consumers. Its weapon against stubborn independence belonged not to legitimate commercial warfare but to industrial frightfulness. Its sponsors never furnished proof that they intended a general industrial association rather than a small ring. We must add that while Rockefeller's adherence to it for tactical reasons can readily be understood, his participation was highly unfortunate for his business reputation. In the regions especially it left a black mark of discredit and suspicion against his name. But while this chapter of errors had been drawing to a close, on another and more important field Rockefeller had been winning a spectacular victory. Out of the ashes of one type of combination, another and more formidable type, embodied in an enlarged Standard Oil Company, was arising like a phoenix. Chapter 16. The Conquest of Cleveland. While this battle over the South Improvement Company was being lost, Rockefeller's attention was in great part elsewhere, in the grimy manufacturing section of Cleveland, where chimneys smoked, drays clattered over the muddy streets, and tugboats hooted and puffed in the yellow Cuyahoga. He had never lost sight of what he and Flagler called our plan for consolidating most of the country's refineries into one gigantic organization. While the oil regions boiled with hostility to the Anaconda, he was fighting upon two fronts. Half of his time he labored in New York and Philadelphia to build up the new company, the other half found him at home, completing the consolidation of the Cleveland refineries with the Standard Oil. From the Lake Shore station, carpetbag in hand, the clean-cut, alert young manufacturer would hurry over to the public square and climb the stairs to the second-floor offices which the Standard had taken in the Cushing block. Big arched windows looked out on the square, the clatter of horse cars, carts, and buggies rose from the roughly paved street, while the whistles of shipping and grinding of railroad cars drifted in from the lake front. So fast had the company grown that the quarters were jammed with desks and employees. Here he would talk with Flagler, Harkness, and Andrews, then catching up his silk hat, he would sally out to meet bankers and fellow oilmen. When the smoke of battle blew away, our plan had been pushed a long stage toward ultimate success, and the story of how it was done constitutes one of the most dramatic chapters of Rockefeller's life. One chill December morning in 1871, Rockefeller sent a message asking Colonel Oliver H. Payne, of Clark, Payne and Company, the Standard's strongest Cleveland competitor, to attend a conference that afternoon at a Cleveland bank. He had important proposals to make with which the bank was conversant. This was doubtless the Second National, whose officers, Stillman Witt and Amasa Stone, now controlled 1,000 shares of the Standard Oil. Probably Payne was aware that Rockefeller wished to arrange a merger. His firm, which included Maurice and James Clark, and in which the wealthy Hussey family had an interest, had lately been losing money. This conference marked the beginning of Rockefeller's effort to purchase or coalesce with his local competitors, an effort equally in harmony with our plan and with the South Improvement Scheme. He had planned his strategy with characteristic foresight. Clark, Payne and Company, had on Walworth run one of the largest refineries in the West, with its own cooperage shops. A less far-sighted leader than Rockefeller would have approached the weak refineries first. That course would have meant initial success, increasingly difficult battles, and final failure. What we did was to take the largest concerns first, remarked Rockefeller years later. Had Clark, Payne and Company, with the support of the Payne and Hussey millions and of the Merchants' National Bank, in which James Clark was a director, taken a hostile attitude, the hope of a great consolidation would have vanished. But once they joined the Standard Oil, the merger would be locally irresistible. Moreover, Colonel Payne's personal prestige was invaluable, for he was a sharply individual scion of an important family, already making an impression of dignity, austerity, and power in both Cleveland and New York. His father was Henry B. Payne, Cleveland's most aristocratic leader, an able, cultivated, and earnest man, who, after making a fortune as lawyer, manufacturer, and president of the Cleveland and Columbus Railroad, had gone into politics, becoming congressman and a Democratic leader of national repute. Despite prejudiced statements to the contrary, the elder Payne was a man of principle and integrity. Next to Leonard Case and Amasa Stone, he was considered the richest figure in the Western Reserve. He had married a daughter of Nathan Perry, beloved pioneer merchant of the city. Young Payne was a patrician and knew it, just Rockefeller's age. He had been with him in Cleveland High School, but had quickly moved into different circles. From Phillips Andover he had gone to Yale, where he was a close friend of William C. Whitney and William Graham Sumner, then into the Army as one of Ohio's most efficient colonels, and then into iron and oil. He was well-read, high-minded, and ambitious, very different from the rough-and-tumble businessmen about him, and yet so able that he had already made a distinct success. Since he showed an austere preference for his own social circle, some thought him haughty, and Flagler called him kin of God. Though he and Rockefeller were almost strangers, Payne had enough hard sense to welcome the advances of the president of the Standard Oil. An agreement was soon reached. Rockefeller did not need to point out the necessity of ending the blind, slashing competition of too many wasteful refineries. He did not need to urge that the principal refineries must pool their resources and institute greater economies if they were to face the threat of the oil regions and New York. Payne knew all this. What Rockefeller did was to explain how the merger could be effected. The Standard Oil would increase its capitalization, the Clark, Payne establishment would be appraised, the owners would become partners, and they would be given Standard Oil stock in proportion to the value of their property and goodwill. It was intended that Payne should take an active part in the Standard management, and the Clarks should not. It is clear that Payne never hesitated. He had watched the steady growth of Rockefeller's organization. He knew how remarkable were Rockefeller's and Flagler's abilities, how important their alliance with strong Cleveland banks, how efficient their works, and how valuable their marketing arrangements. He was familiar with Flagler's contract with the Lake Shore Railroad. The Standard Oil was still making money, and its offer presented a happy road out of a dark situation. Rockefeller has recorded his reply, "Your idea strikes me favorably. I shall consult with my partners and let you know their view as soon as possible." His associates quickly agreed to the merger. Their land, buildings, and other assets were valued, and in the first days of 1872 the transaction was completed. As we have noted, the stock of the Standard Oil was increased from 10,000 shares with a par value of $1 million to 25,000 shares with a par value of $2,500,000. Of the increase, 4,000 shares were offered to existing stockholders, while the executive committee were empowered to use the other 11,000 in paying for certain refinery properties in Cleveland and elsewhere that had been offered to the company. It was by a similar increase of stock that the Western Union Telegraph Company, one of the trailblazers toward monopoly, had bought out some of its principal competitors. The Clark, Payne establishment was appraised at $400,000, and the partners received shares having a par value of that amount. In later years Rockefeller spoke with gratification of Payne's alacrity. "You can see that the Cleveland refiners had reached a period of stress when I had that meeting with Colonel Payne. He accepted my proposition at once and said, 'Let us get the appraisers in and see what the plant is worth.' 2 other properties were immediately added. One was the Long Island refinery of Jabez at Bostwick and Company, successors of Bostwick, Tilford, a firm which also owned tugs and important terminal facilities, the other a small refinery owned by Joseph Stanley in Cleveland. By these mergers the Standard gained absolute dominance in Cleveland, and a strong foothold in New York. It had been the greatest refining corporation in the world, now it was many times over the greatest, and one of the most important manufactories in America. These first mergers took place, be it noted, before the South Improvement uproar began. Fear of the South Improvement scheme had nothing to do with Clark's or Stanley's consent. The expansion involved a small increase in the list of Standard stockholders, but at the same time Rockefeller decidedly enhanced his own share of stock by purchasing a considerable part of the new issue. The situation just before and just after the mergers is indicated by the following lists. Stockholders January 1, 1872, John D. Rockefeller 2015 shares. William Rockefeller 1,459 shares. H. M. Flagler 1,459 shares. Samuel Andrews 1,458 shares. S. V. Harkness 1,458 shares. Amasa Stone, Jr. 500 shares. Stillman Witt 500 shares. O. B. Jennings 500 shares. T. P. Handy 400 shares. Benjamin Brewster 250 shares. Total 10,000 shares. Disposition of 15,000 new shares after January 1, 1872, existing stockholders, pro rata 4,000. Clark, Payne and Company 4,000. John D. Rockefeller 3,000. H. M. Flagler 1,400. John D. Rockefeller as agent for Company 1,200. Jabez H. Bostwick 700. J. Stanley 200. P. H. Watson 500. Total 15,000. In brief, Rockefeller in 1871 held a little more than 1/5 of the stock of the Standard Oil, capitalized at $1 million. Early the next year he raised his holdings to 5,821 shares, or considerably more than 1/5 of the increased capitalization of $2.5 million. In addition, he held 1,200 shares as agent, to be used on behalf of the company in new merger negotiations. Clark, Payne and Company had been well paid, while Bostwick and Stanley had gotten $90,000 in shares, but the original Standard Oil partners, the 2 Rockefellers, Flagler, Andrews, and Harkness, still retained firm control with much more than half of the stock. Having acquired his most formidable Cleveland rival, Rockefeller turned confidently to deal with the others. He and his partners were supported by the railroads and at least 3 of the principal Cleveland banks, the Second National, Commercial National, and Merchants National. He proceeded to make the same proposals to every refinery. They should pool their resources with the Standard, give up their identity, and accept stock or cash for their property. The heavy losses that nearly everyone had incurred during 1870–71 made the situation favorable to his plans. We have already noted his emphatic statement that 4/5 of the refiners in the country in the long run failed, that at this time their situation was deplorable, and that their anxiety was feverish. He later told W. O. Inglis, at this juncture what happened. That which had never happened before in the competitive struggle. The strongest competitor turned to them, those in peril, with the confidence which it showed in its propositions and said, "We will take your burdens. We will utilize your ability, we will give you representation, we will all unite together and build a substantial structure on the basis of cooperation. We know your condition. Notwithstanding that, ye shall have representation according to the value of property or any contribution of service which you can render to this united effort." Alexander, Schofield and Company ranked next in size to Clark, Payne and Company, with a capacity of nearly 1,000 barrels a day. This firm and Alexander, Hewitt and Company were negotiating with Rockefeller late in January, 1872. They at once decided to merge with the Standard. Before spring of 1872, all but 5 of the 26 Cleveland refineries had taken similar action. Most of them sold out for cash, a few took Standard Oil stock. In less than 3 months from Rockefeller's meeting with Colonel Payne, the Standard Oil interests had achieved a practical monopoly of production in the principal refining center of the country. They controlled a capacity of not less than 10,000 barrels of refined oil a day. 2 versions exist of this extraordinary achievement, versions in sharp conflict with each other. One is the story told by men like Alexander of Alexander, Schofield and Company, George Baslington of Hanna, Baslington and Company, and Frank Rockefeller. The other is the story of John D. Rockefeller, supported by some of his partners and employees. The first account pictures the Cleveland refiners as with few exceptions reluctant to sell. To be sure, they were not making money. Basington, whose refinery was as strong as almost any, admitted in an affidavit half a dozen years later that his firm had earned no profits between July, 1870, and February, 1872. But he and others implied that most refiners wished to keep their businesses in expectation of better times. The reasons they gave for surrendering to the Standard were 2. First, Rockefeller and Flagler told them of the South Improvement Company, and they learned enough of its railroad arrangement to feel that competition would be impossible. As they grasped the rebate provisions of the South Improvement contracts, they fell into a panic. In the second place, they declared that the Standard leaders definitely threatened them with ruin if they resisted. They consulted with railroad officers and bankers, who were largely allied with the Standard. They became convinced that even if the South Improvement Company failed, the Standard, made doubly powerful by the Clark-Payne merger, would soon drive them into bankruptcy. Part of this testimony is practically contemporaneous with the extinction of the Cleveland Independents. W. H. Doane told a subcommittee of the House Committee on Commerce in the spring of 1872, the refineries were all bought up by the Standard Oil Works, they were forced to sell, the railroads had put up the rates and it scared them. Men came to me and told me they could not continue their business, they became frightened and disposed of their property. As a matter of fact, the advance in rates was quickly rescinded and the extra charge refunded. There was a pressure brought to bear upon my mind, and upon almost all citizens of Cleveland engaged in the oil business, to the effect that unless we went into the South Improvement Company we were virtually killed as refiners, that if we did not sell out we should be crushed out. His partner Hewitt was told that they would be destroyed if they did not enter the combination. We sold at a sacrifice, and we were obliged to. It was stated that they had a contract with the railroads by which they could run us into the ground if they pleased. After learning what the arrangements were I felt as if, rather than fight such a monopoly, I would withdraw from the business, even at a sacrifice. But he added that all his information came from Hewitt, for he himself had never talked with any member of the South Improvement Company. Hewitt told the Hepburn Committee in 1879 that the threats came not from Rockefeller but from the New York Central and Lake Shore. Having learned that the South Improvement Company had seized control of oil transportation from the west to the seaboard, he called in New York on W. H. Vanderbilt and Peter H. Watson. Vanderbilt was noncommittal. But Watson remarked ominously, "You better sell, you better get clear, better sell out, no help for it." Hewitt and his partners decided to do so. While appraisals were being made, Rockefeller advised him to refuse cash and take Standard Oil stock, which would suffice to maintain his family, for all time. When asked why, Rockefeller answered, "I have ways of making money that you know nothing of." Hewitt did take the stock, but later became uneasy, and to the lasting regret of his children, sold it. He got $20,000 for an interest which, had he kept it, would have made him a millionaire. Robert Hanna testified that he was approached by Rockefeller and Flagler, who asked him to sell his property. "But we don't want to sell," Hanna expostulated. As he recalled it, Rockefeller used threatening language, "You can never make any more money, in my judgment. You can't compete with the Standard. We have all the large refineries now. If you refuse to sell, it will end in your being crushed." When Hanna and his partner Basington hurried to the Lake Shore office and made alarmed inquiries, the railroad earnestly counseled them to yield. They took the advice. As for Frank Rockefeller, he told a congressional committee in 1876 that Flagler and John D. Rockefeller had threatened his refining firm, he was then associated with Alexander, Schofield, with extinction. "If you don't sell your property," they told him, "it will be valueless, because we have got advantages with the railroads." All these Cleveland refiners declared that the Standard paid them much less than the true value of their properties. Alexander alleged that his company received $65,000 for a refinery which they thought worth $150,000, and Hewitt roughly corroborated this, saying that the price paid was about one-half the invested value. Hanna asserted that he sold his works for, truly and really less than one-half of what they were worth, while Basington said that they had received $45,000 for a plant which had cost $76,000. Beyond question these men were sincere, and the editorial comment already quoted from the Plain Dealer shows that a good many Cleveland oilmen were talking of sales under duress and at unfair prices. Years after the event, Frank A. Arter told of his sale in more tolerant terms. He had been encouraged by Robert Hanna, a banker as well as refiner, to go into the business. His $12,000 plant was tiny and inefficient, and his losses grew heavier and heavier. When he complained to Peter H. Watson of the Erie's charges, Watson told him he would get the same rates as the big refiners if he shipped as much oil, and Arter thought this fair. Finally, he saw Ambrose McGregor about selling, for he knew McGregor and Flagler and thought highly of their business integrity. The Standard then arranged to buy. It was a hard blow when the appraiser valued my plant at only $3,000. It had cost me $12,000, and I was carrying a debt of $25,000, but what could I do? When conditions were so bad in the oil business that a small refiner could not make money, his plant was worth only what it would fetch as material, old material. So I sold out for $3,000. I had my choice, to take cash for my business, or stock in the Standard Oil Company at the market price. Mr. McGregor advised me to take the stock, and I relied on his judgment, and I asked Mr. Rockefeller, and he told me to take the stock. I remember talking with Mr. Rockefeller and Mr. Flagler after I had sold out, and asking them whether I had better take cash or stock for my $3,000. I said, "I put myself in your hands, and I'll be guided by your judgment." They both spoke at once, "If you will take that stock and hold it, some day you will get back the full price you asked for your refinery." I had faith in them, and I held on to my stock, though it was a hard job to carry it along with a debt of $25,000. That $3,000 of Standard Oil stock in time made me a good deal of money. Within 10 years, in fact, Arter's stock was worth a small fortune. His son James remarked in 1917 that, far from feeling that we were oppressed by the Standard Oil Company or Mr. Rockefeller, we have always felt that we were obliged to them, greatly obliged. Rockefeller's story of these critical 2 months is unquestionably just as sincere as Hewitt's or Hanna's. However, it is a much later version, a story first told nearly 40 years afterward. He flatly denied that his competitors had been unwilling to sell. Many of them, he recalled, had shown a positive eagerness to get rid of their businesses. But whether they wished to sell or not, the long depression had left them in such a predicament that a merger with the Standard was obviously the best policy. If Colonel Payne had been losing money, what then of the weaker firms? They had been losing far more disastrously, and should have been, still more ready and willing to unite their interests with the stronger concerns for the protection of all. Rockefeller testified in 1908 that though he owned the model refinery of the industry, and had an excellent credit rating, such Cleveland capitalists as J. Wade about 1870 refused to invest any money with him, it seemed too risky. For needed capital he had to go to New York, where fortunately interest rates were lower than in Ohio. As proof of the dire straits of his rivals, he cited the admissions of his old employer Hewitt. I had a personal conversation with Mr. Hewitt, and he said to me, "Yes, John, I want to go in with you, but I can't because we have lost money, and my interest in the business I can't get stock for, because I am indebted to the firm on account of the losses we have sustained." The before-mentioned Joseph Stanley, a tall, powerful Yorkshireman who had once been a brickmaker, was asked to promise not to re-enter the business. He said with feeling, "Master Rockefeller, if the good Lord will forgive me this time I'll never go into it again." Later on, when the Standard Oil sued Schofield, Shema and Company, for re-engaging in refining after promising not to do so, Stanley saw Schofield outside the courtroom in Cleveland and denounced him with fierce epithets. To the end of his life Rockefeller maintained that the whole Cleveland refining industry was on the brink of bankruptcy when the Standard began absorbing its competitors. Commenting on Miss Tarbell's statement that the independent oil interests of the city collapsed in the first 3 months of 1872, he exclaimed, "They didn't collapse. They had collapsed before. That's the reason they were so glad to combine their interest with ours, or take the money we offered as an alternative." And referring to a statement by Hewitt that, "We were all kind of paralyzed, by the South Improvement Company," he cried, "They were paralyzed." What paralyzed them? The competition that came before that, the ruinous competition. The South Improvement Contract. Never a barrel of oil was hauled under it. What harm did it do them? Rockefeller also denied that he had ever made any threat whatever of crushing a rival firm if it did not come in. The South Improvement Company was not used as a weapon in the negotiations, he asserted. "I did not say anything to those people about the South Improvement Company at all." And on another occasion he remarked, "They didn't, any of these Cleveland refiners, go into the South Improvement Company. They were never asked to go into the South Improvement Company. They were asked to go into the Standard Oil Company." Of course, as the Standard Oil was a member of the South Improvement Company until the latter blew up, this was essentially the same thing. But he made a sweeping denial, so far as he himself was concerned, of what Alexander, Robert Hanna, and Frank Rockefeller had said of the use of menaces. "That is absolutely false," he told William O. Inglis in 1917. "And no man was told that by me or any of our representatives. That statement is an absolute lie. Such a course," he asserted, "would have been bad business. How could our company succeed if its members had been forced to join it and were working under the lash? More than that," he added, "it would have been repugnant to his whole nature. Do you think it possible, from what you know about me and what you see about me, that I would have been so foolish as to start out with such a prophecy to men with whom I expected to start in business, thus incurring their ill will, their hatred, at the inception of the business? And again, I think you know enough of me to know that crushing or compulsion is no part of my scheme of organization. In all the history of the world men have never made a success of a concern into which they have been forced or driven." What then was the Standard's attitude, as recalled by Rockefeller? He described it repeatedly. He had gone to his rivals with a frank, moderate statement that every one faced ruin. "What I did say in these cases," he explained, "was this: we are here at a disadvantage. Something should be done for our mutual protection. We think it is a good scheme. Think it over. We would be glad to consider it with you if you are so inclined." Some competitors, he admitted, did not regard his proposals favorably. With these our relations continued, entirely pleasantly, until at length, one by one of their own volition they were pleased to join their interest with ours. A former Methodist minister in Cleveland named Mix, who had set up a weak and antiquated plant, was offered a fair price though he was utterly unimportant. He refused, but soon repented. Being offered the usual choice of cash or stock, he took the latter, and though he died before the transfer was completed, it made his daughters wealthy. Finally, Rockefeller could hardly find words of sufficient strength to characterize the injustice of the charge that the Standard had forced competitors to sell for inadequate prices. He pointed out that it was easy for men to exaggerate the value of their properties, that few of his rivals had up-to-date refineries. Improvements had come which had made them unprofitable, he said. Moreover, the overcrowding of the industry had compelled all refineries to operate on part-time and thus reduced their value. An oil refinery can be used only for the purpose of refining oil, and when the capacity of oil refineries was several times as much as was needed for the oil produced, and when the competition in oil refining had resulted in a loss, then oil refineries, in the nature of the case, were of little or no value. Alexander's complaints about selling for 2/5 of the investment he pronounced particularly disingenuous. The fact was that Alexander had not sold his interest to the Standard Oil at all, but to his own partners. These partners, including Hewitt, then sold to the Standard, and the price paid, according to Rockefeller's recollection, was perfectly satisfactory to the gentleman. Indeed, in his later years he believed that the Standard Oil had overpaid the firms which sold out, appraising their assets too generously. Much of it was old junk, fit only for the scrap heap. Most of the works, ill-constructed and inefficient, were not worth in cash what we paid for them. After taking them over, the Standard was forced to shut them down and pay high rentals on the land they occupied. Moreover, in getting rid of their weak and antiquated plants, the sellers had the advantage of exchanging frozen assets for liquid capital, for even if they took Standard Oil stock instead of cash, the former was readily marketable at good prices. At no time was the stock which they took worth less in the market than the price at which they took it. This stock could be used as collateral for borrowing money in the banks. But the old refining properties for which this stock was given could not be used to borrow money on. Altogether, he believed that his company, appearing at this bitter crisis and saving men from the bankruptcy court, had been the salvation of many Clevelanders. The Standard was an angel of mercy, reaching down from the sky, and saying, "Get into the ark. Put in your old junk. We'll take all the risks." But, he added, "I never talked that way. It has never been my habit at all," which was true. There seems particular reason to believe that the firm of Alexander, Schofield and Company was in much more serious straits than Alexander would later admit. It had suffered from a number of fires. In the fall of 1868 it sustained a loss of $25,000 from a conflagration, and the following March had 2 employees killed in an explosion. On June 8, 1871, it lost $20,000, partly covered by insurance, in another fire. On May 18 of that year its entire refinery at Petroleum Center in the oil regions burned. The company shut down this branch of the business in September because it was not paying expenses. Incidentally, Doane had been the victim of a $40,000 fire in 1870. With business so depressed in that and the following year, these losses must have hurt both firms seriously. And one of the most detailed records of negotiation between an independent and the Standard in 1872, indeed, the only really detailed account, lends support to Rockefeller's story. It was furnished in 1921 by Charles H. Tucker, the only surviving partner of Hanna, Basington and Company. Tucker was secretary and treasurer of this firm, and had also been secretary and treasurer of the Cleveland Refiners Association in 1870. Taking part in the bargaining, he later represented his firm in the appraisal of the property. Tucker states that Hanna, as president of the company, received a letter from Rockefeller early in 1872 proposing a merger. Busy with his banking interests, Hanna told Basington and Tucker to go over and hear what they have to say. The two men breasted the icy winds of the public square and climbed the echoing stairs of the big stone Cushing block. Passing a huddle of desks and clerks, they entered a sunny second-floor room, at one end of which was a fireplace surmounted by a fine marble mantel, with a blaze snapping on the hearth. Rockefeller and Flagler greeted them cordially. As he opened the question of the merger, Rockefeller held a clay pipe in his hand. He explained that he never used tobacco, but that having a sore throat, he had been told that smoking mullein leaves would give him relief. After some general remarks upon the desperate situation of the refining industry, he stopped talking, tamped down his mullein leaves, lit his pipe, and began puffing. As he did this, relates Tucker, Mr. Flagler spoke up, explaining that they believed we would find it profitable to come in with them because they had better ways of refining oil and doing business generally on a big scale. He thought it would be to our advantage, and their advantage, too. We knew, of course, that other Cleveland refiners had joined them. When Rockefeller put his pipe down, Flagler stopped talking and let the dominant partner take up the argument, and when Rockefeller resumed his smoking, Flagler once more seized the floor. Clearly, the pipe played a definite part in the parley. Rockefeller argued in conciliatory vein, Flagler talked more bluntly. Finally, Rockefeller proposed that Hanna, Baslington and Company and the Standard each appoint representatives to examine the Hanna properties and fix their value. Then the Standard would give capital stock for the full valuation, or half stock and half cash, or all cash. We could fix that to suit ourselves. Tucker and Baslington reported the interview to Hanna, who hastened to Devereux of the Lake Shore to inquire about oil rates. The polished general received him affably. "Will you give us the same freight rates you give those Standard people?" inquired Hanna. Devereux countered by asking, "How many barrels of oil do you ship?" Hanna answered, 1,000. Actually, this represented the top capacity of the plant, which both men knew hardly averaged daily shipments of 500 barrels. Devereux replied, "Mr. Hanna, do you expect that a shipper who gives us 1,000 barrels a day can get as low a rate as a shipper who gives us 5,000 barrels a day?" "No," admitted Hanna, "I don't suppose he can." And after he had repeated this conversation to Baslington and Tucker, Hanna concluded, as they had probably urged him to do, "You boys go over and close with them." In all this no word of threat appears. According to Tucker, Hanna made no complaint at this time that the Standard's rebate was unfair, and to Tucker's certain knowledge, Hanna never spoke to Rockefeller in person about the impending merger at all. Tucker recalled that Rockefeller chose Ambrose McGregor as the representative of the Standard in the valuation of the Hanna, Baslington properties, and that the auburn-haired Scot was prodigiously thorough and meticulously fair. Why, there wasn't a poker alongside a furnace that McGregor didn't examine and put it on the list. I remember thinking, well, Ambrose has had a good business training. He verified everything. We had 250 barrels of glue, with the gross and net weight marked plainly on each barrel, as well as the bill for the lot, but McGregor weighed every barrel and listed it. We had a lot of new fire hose that had never been off the reel, but McGregor unreeled it all and measured every foot of it. Oh, I didn't mind, that was good business. Tucker thought that the valuation was just. He was convinced also that neither Rockefeller nor Flagler had said anything in his presence, as was reported by Hanna or Basington, about crushing the firm. "I never heard either, partner, make any complaint of being threatened that we would be crushed or anything like that. The only thing George Basington and I said was that we regretted we did not take stock in the Standard Oil." For the strong-willed Hanna prevailed upon his partners to take cash instead. Wishing them to join him in the wholesale grocery business, he declared that the stock would be risky. "Right there we made the mistake of our lives," Tucker said ruefully. After the purchase Rockefeller saw little of Hanna. But for many years he remained on cordial terms with both Basington and Tucker, once presenting the former with a cane. Rockefeller himself, puzzled in later years by these accusations that he had used threats, thought that the railroad officers might have been to blame. They were anxious to see the Standard Oil succeed. It is fair to say that, taking what Peter H. Watson or General Devereux or some other railroad man may have said who was desirous of corralling all the oil business, they may have assumed that we were in with the railroads, and assumed that we said it, whether we did or not. He thought also that some of his accusers were prejudiced. Alexander, he pointed out, had testified upon transactions in which he had personally taken no part. Frank Rockefeller had given his evidence in 1876, when he was trying to sell his oil company, for he had entered refining again, and when he was on bad terms with his much abler, cooler, and richer brother. Naturally rash, headstrong, and impetuous, Frank differed too sharply in temperament from John to understand him, and felt increasingly jealous of his success. Periods of friendship and enmity alternated rapidly. In 1876, according to John, he was attempting, by making trouble for the Standard Oil, to force that company to pay him a handsome sum for his refining property. He and others were up to such schemes all the time until they got their property sold out at the price they wanted. John declared categorically that Frank had never heard him threaten anyone. My statement would go for more, I think, than my brother Frank's. Poor Frank. It would be difficult to find two accounts of the same occurrence that, on the surface, are more contradictory. Yet it is not impossible to reach a conclusion on both of the main points in dispute, the question of threats, and that of the fairness of the prices. The question whether threatening language was used involves a great deal of human psychology. We might acquit Rockefeller and his partners of any menacing statement whatever, and yet be sure that the independent refiners felt themselves very emphatically threatened with obliteration. What Rockefeller may have thought was a plea, an argument, or an explanation may have seemed to the men who faced him before that Cushing block mantelpiece, men harassed by financial worries and harrowed by the knowledge that firms into which they had put so much pride and effort were close to extinction, a grim menace. We must note, again, that while the independents hesitated between surrender and resistance, they naturally conferred with bankers, railroad heads, and Standard Oil officials, and that these now constituted a powerful triple alliance. Obviously, different men in the three groups may have used different language. The Standard Oil partners were probably tactful, for they were inviting the other refiners to become stockholders, and no corporation had desires to have a body of hostile shareholders. The bankers were probably suave. It appears that the railroad men employed the bluntest words. W. H. Doane, always a friend of Rockefeller, did not say that the Standard Oil had employed threats, but that the railroad rate changes had scared the defendants. Alexander testified that there was a pressure brought to bear upon my mind, but did not say whether by the Standard or the railroads, and pressure is a vague term. Hanna did state that Rockefeller told him, if you refuse to sell it will end in your being crushed. But this may have been less a threat than a prophecy. By his own statement, Hanna was most impressed by what he heard at the railroad offices, and Tucker says that Hanna did not see Rockefeller at all. The all-important fact, however, is that a grim threat was inherent in the situation. Once the Standard Oil had joined hands with the two principal railroads and three of the most powerful banks of Cleveland, its position was menacing enough to any rival. Once it had merged with Clark, Payne and Company, the very office boys in the refining area must have seen that profitable competition with it would be impossible. With jeopardy so distinctly a basic element in the situation, menacing language would have been superfluous. Why use words when the situation spoke so eloquently for itself? Small refiners had only to look at the front of the Cushing block to feel conscious of a mighty power resting behind those doors. When it comes to the alleged underpayment of firms which surrendered to the Standard Oil, we may readily give greater weight to Rockefeller's denials than to the accusations. For one reason, the whole subsequent policy of the Standard Oil was to pay generously for properties taken over. We shall meet numerous illustrations of this fact in the pages to come. For another, he had every reason of policy to deal justly with prospective stockholders. And for a third, the complaints which have survived are neither numerous nor convincing. They are just the kind of grumblings that would have been heard anyway, no matter how much had been paid. After 2 or 3 years of highly unprofitable business, in an overdeveloped industry in which equipment swiftly became obsolescent, what standard should be used to fix the value of a refinery? Should it be capitalized upon past earnings, or net investment, or reproduction costs? We do not know what basis McGregor and his associates used. Presumably it represented a compromise between different views. We do know that long years afterward Flagler boasted that it was he who had devised the yardstick they used, and that it had been extremely fair. He told of a man who had been running a little refinery on the lake. It was so small a refinery that I had never known it existed. I asked him if he wouldn't like to come in with us, and told him our plans. He said, "Come and measure my property." I valued his plant at $4,700. He said he had had $2,000, and had borrowed $2,500, that must be a pretty good yardstick. Of course a man like Arter, who had spent $12,000 upon a refinery, would think he deserved to get $12,000 out of it, even though his losses had plunged him $25,000 in debt, and his plant was worn out. Of course a man who had made 25% in one good year would believe that his plant should be valued on that basis, forgetting the recent deficits. Had Rockefeller and McGregor accepted these views, they would have done a grievous wrong to all future investors in Standard Oil. History has delivered a plain verdict upon the ethics of J.P. Morgan's purchase of steel properties at inflated valuations for the United States Steel Corporation and his subsequent sale of watered stock to a confiding public. Sellers like Tucker thought that the payment was adequate. No man failed and nobody was ruined. Those who took Standard Oil stock in payment ultimately became wealthy, while those who took cash could use it in new investments. Of course, as soon as the Standard Oil completed its mergers and scrapped many small plants, the profits of refining in Cleveland became much surer and larger. Hanna, Basington and Company, after signing the agreement to sell, were permitted to continue operating their refinery for several months as an independent unit. They naturally made a profit, and both expressed a naive desire to cancel the sale, which Rockefeller and Flagler of course refused to permit. Hanna may have founded his allegations of inadequate payment upon these last few months of profits. Moreover, a man who is elated to take $10,000 for a property soon begins to reflect morosely that he might have had 15, and to feel cheated. The verdict of Halley, a partner of Schofield's, is emphatic as to Rockefeller's justice. He treated everybody fairly. When we sold out he gave us a fair price. Some refiners tried to impose on him, and when they found they could not do it they abused him. I remember one man whose refinery was worth $6,000, or at most $8,000. His friends told him, "Mr. Rockefeller ought to give you $100,000 for that." Of course, Mr. Rockefeller refused to pay more than the refinery was worth, and the man abused Mr. Rockefeller. Thus was the Cleveland field conquered. There were exultant hearts in the Cushing block, there was gloom in a dozen other offices, about the doors of the small refineries clustered sullen groups of workmen, uncertain of their future. Rockefeller at the age of 35 presided over the second largest industry in Cleveland, and one of the greatest industrial units in the world. The enlarged Standard Oil Company was soon employing 1,600 men on a payroll of more than $20,000 a week. Its capacity of at least 10,000 barrels a day was more than the entire capacity of the oil regions, estimated this year at 9,231 barrels, or the entire capacity of the New York area, 9,790 barrels, or the combined capacity of Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, 9,249 barrels. It was master of approximately one-fourth of the refining capacity of the United States, and master, it would be safe to say, of fully one-third the efficient refining capacity. The South Improvement Company, by this date, had practically been destroyed. But the Standard Oil had taken a long and impressive step toward Rockefeller's goal of one great unified company. While his apprehensions as to the workability of the South Improvement Company, Tom Scott's scheme, had been justified, his belief in the practicability of his own simpler but grander plan was fast being vindicated. This conquest of Cleveland was accomplished, as Rockefeller preferred to have all his work done, with but the slightest and most casual public notice. During late February, all of March, and the first fortnight of April the oil men of other cities and of the regions, like the general public, kept their eyes riveted upon the clash and clamor of the South Improvement battle. But meanwhile, all unnoticed, Rockefeller was winning a conflict quite as important. He was proving that an absolute unification of refineries, not a mere loose alliance, could be effected in the most important refining center of the world. If there, why not in secondary centers like New York and Pittsburgh? And what more logical than to effect this consolidation through the Standard Oil Company, now so clearly preeminent on the continent? The second largest refining corporation in the country, Sohn and Fleming of New York, had a daily capacity of only 1,700 barrels, or less than one-sixth of the Standard's output. By its acquisition of the Bostwick establishments, the Standard had gained a strong foothold in New York. Its quasi-alliance with Charles Lockhart in Pittsburgh and William G. Worden in Philadelphia outlasted the dissolution of the South Improvement Company. The uproar of the great battle over the South Improvement scheme slowly died away, and as it did so the refiners of the country at large realized, with a sense of shock, what a massive and irresistible corporation had arisen in Cleveland. It is evident that the Standard officials did their utmost to keep the work of consolidation secret. On February 21 the Cleveland Plain Dealer, having heard rumors of what was happening, printed a two-line paragraph. A gigantic, little game has been going on in oil circles in Cleveland to the effect that a single firm has bought up or got control of all the refineries in the city and proposes to monopolize the business, having allied itself with the oil-carrying railroads as well as a similar monopolizing firm in Pittsburgh. Rockefeller and Andrews of the Standard Oil Works are credited with being the shrewd operators in Cleveland. But readers desired more exact news. A plain dealer reporter therefore came to the Standard Oil offices, and asked Colonel Payne some direct questions. "Do you suppose any one firm exists which can obtain control of all refineries here?" the new partner replied. "In this country a man wants to look after his own money, and no man or set of men can buy up all the refineries." Of course Rockefeller and Flagler were then fast obtaining control of nearly all the local plants, and Payne's statement was evasive. The reporter then began asking questions about the South Improvement Company which met with equally foggy answers. "Does the Cleveland combination have some connection with it?" he inquired. "Do you suppose I would be fool enough to tell you?" Payne retorted with a laugh, and walked away. When the unification of the Cleveland industry was finally disclosed, the ablest producers of the regions and most discerning refiners in other cities at once perceived what a terrible portent it offered. The aggrandized Standard Oil might well accomplish what the South Improvement Company had failed to do. Indeed, did it not represent all that had been strongest in the South Improvement Alliance? A chorus of alarm broke forth. "The trade here," commented the New York Bulletin in mid-April, "regards the Standard Oil Company as simply taking the place of the South Improvement Company, and as being ready at any moment to make the same attempt to control the trade as its progenitor did." The Cleveland Herald spoke of the South Improvement Company alias Standard Oil Company. The Oil City Derrick quoted Rockefeller as informing a prominent oil man of the town that the South Improvement Company could operate under the Standard Oil Charter, and that within 2 months the men of the regions would be glad to join him, a statement which sounds very unlike the reticent Rockefeller. Alarmist reports from New York dealers reached the region's newspapers setting forth that the Standard Oil had simply stepped into the shoes of the South Improvement Company, and that it intended to force the price of crude oil on the creek down to 2.5 cents a gallon. This was absurd, but it showed a shrewd perception of the strength of the gigantic corporation in Cleveland. To be sure, the producers and independent refiners still had one seeming bulwark of safety. This was the solemn promise of the railroads, in their written contract of March 25, 1872, that they would permit no rebates, drawbacks, or other arrangements of any character that would afford any shipper the slightest discrimination in rates. But this was a fragile protection, a scrap of paper. Experienced oil men knew that the railroads would be quick to break such a pledge the moment it paid them to do so. Yet it is to be noted that even after Rockefeller had swept the board in Cleveland and was busy integrating his new facilities, not a few men predicted that his company would ultimately fail. He was a mere youth compared with most businessmen of the city, and to many his swift rise to power seemed half an accident. Some of the sagest businessmen believed that his enterprise was altogether too grandiose, that a permanent union of so many establishments was impossible, and would shortly fall to pieces. Hewitt, on first hearing of the plan to merge all the companies of the city, had remonstrated with his former clerk. "John, it can't be done," he cried. "We've tried it on the lake shipping. They won't hold together. You'll find it a rope of sand." Others spoke of the scheme as too scope-wide. Robert Hanna was positive in his predictions of failure. "Don't touch it," he warned his younger partners. "It has no future. The organization will fall by its own weight." These observers knew that analogous combinations in salt, anthracite, and other commodities had proved or were proving failures. They knew how hard it was to control American individualism. They believed that refining was still a risky business. "I call attention to the fact," said Rockefeller later, "that while Clark, Payne and Company had in its membership representatives of 2 wealthy families, they were not willing to risk $1 of their good money by taking stock in the Standard Oil Company and contributing 2 cents on the dollar for the same. They brought in only their refining business." This could be said of the others. Some of the pessimists, croaking like ravens on a withered bough, had discreditable reasons for wishing Rockefeller ill. Bitterly jealous of his success, and mortified by their own recent losses and blunders, they belittled him and hoped for his failure. Henry P. McIntosh, a clerk in Colonel Payne's office in 1872, has left us a vivid description of the behavior of James Clark, who as partner in Payne's refining firm had taken some of the 4,000 shares allotted to Clark, Payne and Company. Jim Clark used to come down to Colonel Payne's office every day about 10 o'clock in the morning, said McIntosh, and sit around for an hour or two. How he would curse John D. Rockefeller. He would say over and over again that the Standard Oil Company would never make a success with that man at the head of it. They were trying to do an impossible thing. Damn Rockefeller, he'd say. That Standard Company can't succeed. They'll bust, sure. Clark talked so much of selling and was so disruptive an element in the company that Colonel Payne soon offered to buy him out, and by obtaining a high straw bid, Clark got $112.50 a share, a total of $110,000. He thought he had done well. But when before many years passed the value of these shares rose into millions, his inveterate hostility toward Rockefeller grew deeper still. But Rockefeller felt sure of the future. The emergence of the Standard Oil as a corporation of unmatched efficiency and irresistible power was a result which he viewed with unalloyed satisfaction. He had taken absolutely decisive measures to end ruinous competition in one city. He could now move to end it elsewhere. He believed that, while serving the interests of his own firm, he had also labored to impart order and prosperity to the entire industry. It was forced upon us, he said later of his spectacularly successful campaign for the consolidation of the industry in Cleveland. We had to do it in self-defense. The oil business was in confusion and daily growing worse. Someone had to make a stand, someone with force, who could not only see the best way out of the difficulties, but would act at once. So we went from one to another of our neighbors. Will you come in? What will you have? Stock or cash? Here you are, so much money or so many shares of stock in our concern. The intelligent man saw that what we were doing was necessary if the business was to be saved from going to pieces. All refiners, he added, were given the same opportunity. Those who rejected it were left to the mercy of time. It was a decisive stride toward the consummation of his plan, and the other steps were to be taken with a swiftness characteristic of Rockefeller. But in one direction it may be doubted whether even Rockefeller recognized its implications. He had not yet set up a monopoly, for strong competitive interests existed in other centers. He had not crushed anyone, or done much more than time would soon have accomplished in Cleveland. Even without his intervention it would have been impossible for 25 or 30 refineries to continue operations there. Within a few years the industry must have been reduced to 3 or 4 strong plants at most. The numerous little packing houses of Chicago were being replaced at this very period by a few great establishments. Rockefeller simply speeded up the inevitable extinction of the weak refineries and brought forth one great corporation where there might have been several. He perhaps prevented a half-dozen Clevelanders like Robert Hanna from making moderate fortunes in oil, but he saved many men from the complete bankruptcy that must have come soon after the Panic of 1873. Consumers were still well protected by competitive shipments from other centers, and indeed, they had suffered from the reckless competition of the past, which had flooded the market with cheap, unreliable, and dangerous oils. As yet there was no great quarrel between Rockefeller and public opinion. But the quarrel was coming. He had set his foot, deliberately and determinedly, upon a path which led straight to monopoly, or something very near it. The majority of Americans in those days believed as fervently in the gospel of laissez-faire as in the gospel of Christianity. They put their faith in private enterprise and free competition. They were convinced that the stress of such competition enabled consumers to buy goods and services at the lowest price, that it compelled industry to take full advantage of new inventions and better techniques, that it destroyed extortionate and inefficient units, and brought about a survival of the fittest. They held that unrestricted competition released enterprise, stimulated ingenuity, and resulted in a maximum production at minimum prices, with the result that more workers were employed, and more consumers were supplied. On the one hand any state interference, beyond the protection of certain rights of property, was denounced, on the other hand, any encroachment upon the happy field of laissez-faire by the foul monster of monopoly was fiercely resisted. The American public, still shaped by a pioneering mold, strenuously exploiting the virgin wealth of the continent, and looking to Adam Smith for theory and Alexander Hamilton for practical doctrine, held to its simple faith as ultimate truth. But as regards that faith, Rockefeller was a heretic. He had seen enough of industry to know that unrestrained economic individualism did not always work. The theories might have fitted the early machine capitalism of the beginning of the century, they did not fit a system wherein the scale of production had vastly increased, wherein small businesses could not operate economically, and wherein overdevelopment meant waste, bankruptcy, and unemployment. He saw the ravages of excessively free competition in railroading. He saw that in various industries the growth of techniques, for example, the Bessemer process soon to revolutionize steel manufacture, so enlarged the scale of production that the market afforded room for only a few establishments, and a host of small entrants would mean chaos. He saw that unbridled competition often inflated the costs of production, and that it increased in still greater degree the expense of distribution. He saw the human tragedies involved in the rapid mortality of small manufacturers and small traders. After the anxieties of 1868–71, he intended to organize his industry as completely as possible. He would be the leader upon a new road. He knew that this meant opposition and opprobrium. But it is unlikely that he realized how completely he was about to antagonize the basic convictions and dominant policies of the American people, how fierce would be the enmity he aroused. Chapter 17. The tide rolls on. Whatever we may think of John D. Rockefeller's vision, he was true to it. His imagination had shown him that if the amorphous, overdeveloped, wasteful refining industry, prolific of bankruptcies and ruin, could be unified and firmly controlled, it might become an efficient source of wealth to the small group which reorganized it. His instinct for practical method had discerned the one avenue by which such integration was possible. The terrific storm over the South Improvement Company did not divert him 1 inch, it simply confirmed his determination to fall back upon his own original plan, which he knew was far better than Tom Scott's scheme. Silent amid the attacks of February and March, 1872, he was nevertheless keenly aware of the bitter hostility of most producers and independent refiners. But the invective of the regions, the annulment of the South Improvement Charter, and the submission of the railroads to a new rate schedule which heavily penalized Cleveland, did not lead him to doubt his goal for an instant. While a few men encompass great achievements by sudden strokes of inspiration, many more accomplish them by tenacity of purpose and steadfast trust in their own aims. Rockefeller, with his clear grasp of a situation, his searching mind, and his cool resolution of purpose, conquered all impediments by a steady, relentless adaptation to circumstances. Walls of brass might be erected before him, but he would go through, or over, or under them. As yet he was so little known to the public that for years to come his name seldom appeared in print, and when it did was often spelled Rockefeller or Rockefeller. Yet actually at 34 he was one of the leading business organizers of the nation. He had gained preeminence in his chosen field of industry earlier than most of his contemporaries. Andrew Carnegie, nearly 4 years older, was head of the Keystone Bridge Company, but he did not concentrate his energies upon steel and so begin his real career until in 1873 he began erecting the J. Edgar Thomson Works near Pittsburgh. J. Pierpont Morgan, more than 2 years older than Rockefeller, has just formed Drexel, Morgan and Company, but it was not until 1873 that, dividing the flotation of a treasury loan between his own syndicate and J. Cook's, he leaped to public prominence in finance. Philip D. Armour, 7 years older, still lived in Milwaukee, and his grain commission and pork packing house of Armour and Company was as yet little known. James J. Hill, 1 year older, was still an obscure agent for the St. Paul and Pacific Railroad, and his chief occupation was furnishing that weak line with fuel. In sheer ability, grasp of basic principles, and variety of experience Rockefeller equaled any of these men, while in singleness of aim and immovability of purpose he surpassed most of them. His manner already had the quiet force and air of mastery which, together with the quick penetration of his intellect, henceforth made him so impressive a figure. A few significant anecdotes indicate his strength better than any business record. One story, told by Rockefeller himself, shows the young organizer crossing swords with the dominant figure in Cleveland business, Amasa Stone, whose fortune was estimated in 1872 at $6 million. A stout, powerfully built man with iron jaw and stern eyes, Stone had shown for years the autocratic and domineering traits which led a novelist of the day to present a savage portrait of him under the name of Aaron Grimstone. Everybody feared his arbitrary ways, harsh temper, and biting tongue. "Amasa Stone," exclaimed one observer. "The richest man in Cleveland, and he'll have the smallest funeral." And in fact his life ended in a terrible tragedy. At this time he viewed Rockefeller's fast increasing power sourly. According to Rockefeller, at the critical moment in the spring of 1872 when the South Improvement Company had just broken up while the Standard Oil was gaining full control of the Cleveland industry, the Standard directors met in the second-story office in the Cushing building. An important issue had arisen. Though he does not go into details, it probably concerned expansion. The directors, dictatorial Amasa Stone, the bankers Truman P. Handy and Stillman Witt, the kindly Harkness, the polished, formal Colonel Payne, and the two brilliant young men at the head of affairs, Rockefeller and Flagler, could not agree. Stone wished to take a cautious economical course. Rockefeller, tall, spare, a reddish mustache imperfectly masking the youthfulness of his face, might have seemed too quiet in manner to give battle to the rugged railroad builder. But he spoke with an authority born of his mastery of every detail of the oil business, answering the railroad builder with relentless facts and arguments. In vain did Stone raise his voice and hammer the table. Finally, he attempted a bold stroke. "Gentlemen," he announced, "I am willing to arbitrate this dispute. Let Mr. Rockefeller and myself lay our views in detail before two stockholders, Henry B. Payne and Stillman Witt. I am ready to abide by their judgment." Rockefeller assented. As he and Flagler walked up Euclid Avenue that evening, Flagler expressed uneasiness at his firmness in resisting the mighty Stone. "But he is mistaken," said Rockefeller with calm finality. Next day Stone, Rockefeller, and the two arbitrators met in the office with the large marble mantel. Stone made a vigorous argument. Then Rockefeller presented the facts and his logical deductions, expertly and irresistibly. He knew that while Witt and Payne had looked up to Stone as the leading figure of financial Cleveland long before they had heard of him, they had the best interests of the company at heart. As their questions revealed a growing conviction that Rockefeller was right, the irascible Stone played an unfair card. "Gentlemen," he exclaimed, "remember who appointed you arbitrators." But Payne and Witt decided in Rockefeller's favor, and Stone thumped angrily downstairs into the street. Previous to this encounter, Stone had held an option to buy some of the new issue of Standard Oil stock. He carelessly allowed it to expire. Some weeks later he entered Rockefeller's office, and remarked that he had just sold some government securities and would like to purchase the additional stock. Rockefeller, who had no desire to see Stone's influence in the company extended, courteously told him that the option was void and that the company no longer wished to sell. At this Stone flared up so angrily that even Flagler was intimidated. He and Stone belonged to the same fashionable Presbyterian congregation, and were frequently thrown together in Cleveland society. For example, when Stone entertained the Grand Duke Alexis of Russia in Cleveland in 1871, he had invited Flagler to the glittering party, but not Rockefeller. Flagler was in favor of placating the magnate by selling him the stock, but Rockefeller remained adamant. "By this refusal," he said afterwards, "we probably saved $2 or $3 million, based on the later value of the stock." In resentment, Stone shortly sold the 500 shares he had previously acquired. While Stone was still angry, the Standard Oil suffered a spectacular fire at its Hunters Point property in New York, July 30 to 31, 1872, which destroyed about $700,000 worth of property. The Liverpool and London and Globe Company refused to pay the insurance until it had made an investigation. Rockefeller, much worried, called on Harkness at his lumber office to say that the Standard might have to borrow some money in order to rebuild. "John, I'll give you all I've got," remarked Harkness sympathetically. "That was the kind of man Stephen V. Harkness was," commented Rockefeller. But the other officers preferred to go to a bank, and the question was laid before the directors of the Second National. Here Stone saw an opportunity. In his most caustic manner, he remarked that the condition of the Standard Oil ought to be critically scrutinized before any more money was loaned to it. This aroused Stillman Witt, one of the directors, who spoke across the table to his son-in-law Dan P. Eales, the president. "Send for my strong box," he said defiantly. "We'll let them have anything they want." According to Rockefeller, for once the combative Stone was silenced. A few days afterward the Standard Oil received a check for nearly $700,000 from the Liverpool and London and Globe, and no borrowing was necessary. Possibly some details of these stories, told in Rockefeller's old age, are inaccurate. But they indicate that Stone tried to form a conservative group in the directorate, and that Rockefeller unhesitatingly put him in his place. Rockefeller speaks of overriding him on still another point, his ungenerous objection to continuing the salary of an officer of the Standard who was forced to go to Europe for his health. The late spring and summer of 1872 found Rockefeller, Flagler, and Payne busier than ever before. They had acquired control of some 20 Cleveland refineries. Which parts of the plants and equipment should be saved, and which scrapped? What should be done with the officers, clerks, and workmen? A cardinal object of the mergers had been a reduction in the refining capacity of the city and the nation, but at just what point should the reduction halt? Patient exploration was required to ascertain which refineries would make effective units of the enlarged Standard, and how they could best be remodeled. It took time to find out which men would be useful as officers and which as subalterns. The work of integration and reconstruction taxed all the energies of Rockefeller and his partners for 18 months. We lack a detailed knowledge of what was done, for office records have vanished and the press paid little attention to the subject. But we know that by the end of 1873 patient, skillful effort had welded all the usable refining properties in Cleveland into one six-plant organization, by far the most efficient in the country. Most of the refineries were dismantled and sold. Some buildings were emptied and used as warehouses. In the works they kept, a good deal of amalgamation and remodeling took place. The original Standard Oil refineries were now called Plants No. 1 and No. 2, the additional plants, No. 3, 4, 5, and 6, were modernized by adoption of the latest mechanical devices, improved in arrangement, and in part expanded. The old Hannah, Baslington refinery, now No. 6, was one of those retained and enlarged. As part of the expansion, larger offices were badly needed. In 1874 Rockefeller and Harkness therefore erected on downtown Euclid Avenue the Standard Oil Building, a four-story brick-and-mortar structure, faced with stone, which had shops on its ground floor, and offices above. A central skylight lighted a large wooden stairway, no elevator being provided until later the height was increased to 6 stories. It was not a handsome or even imposing building, and each office was heated by a base burner, but it provided space and convenience that had been sadly lacking in the Cushing block. Meanwhile the heads of the Standard Oil were experimenting with better types of tank cars, cylindrical wrought iron tanks instead of wooden tubs, studying the acquisition of pipelines and tankage in the oil regions, and planning a large invasion of the byproduct field. Up to this time the Standard had concentrated its energies upon kerosene and naphtha, selling most of the raw materials for byproducts to other companies. It did not make even lubricating oil in any quantity, but turned the base for it over to Morehouse and Freeman, Fred M. Backus, and other manufacturers. Rockefeller believed that the Standard would now do well to produce lubricants, candles, paraffin, dyes, paints, and other materials, and that it could profitably set up its own plant to supply acid. While all this was done by degrees, expansion, bold, relentless expansion, remained the keynote of his policy. The capital came in part from banks, in still larger part from profits. I urged that we put our earnings into developing the business, build for the future, said Rockefeller later. Though at the time of the producers' boycott early in 1872 the working force had sunk to 70 men, the beginning of 1873 found it about 3,000, and it continued growing. Little if any permanent unemployment resulted from the consolidation of the Cleveland refineries. All the more efficient operators of the merged plants were taken over, often at increased wages. During the first period of reorganization, shifts in personnel, equipment, and even whole departments were frequent, and executives endured much resultant worry and confusion. Sam Andrews, stopping one afternoon at the main office, growled in his blunt English way, "I never know from one day to another where I can find a superintendent or a department." "Neither does the main office," he was told. "The business is growing too fast," grumbled Andrews. Disturbed by the rapid expansion, he was beginning to fear that his partners had become reckless, while he wished more of the profits used for dividends. Yet actually no changes were made without careful forethought, while the revenues gave every partner a large personal income. The Standard's production in 1873 more than doubled that in 1872. The men needed as managers were rapidly found, trained, and imbued with the Standard's own esprit de corps. In Colonel Payne, who possessed not only brains, energy, and social connections, but a faith in the company which he later evinced by large purchases of stock, Rockefeller obtained almost as valuable a lieutenant as Flagler. Andrews was sleepless in his oversight of the stills. As other plant operations expanded, the hard-working young Ambrose McGregor gave them a shrewd surveillance that never failed, for his eyes were as sharp as Rockefeller's. "If there was a worm-eaten stave in a barrel anywhere in the yard," remarked a Standard officer long afterward, "Ambrose would smell it out." Carefully selected by Rockefeller, a good many officers from what had been rival companies joined the staff. Among them were Melville Hanna, brother of Mark Hanna, formerly with Hanna, Basington, John W. Fawcett, once with Critchley and Fawcett, Horace A. Hutchins, recently a partner in Westlake, Hutchins and Company, and George and Henry Lewis of Clark, Schema and Company. Hutchins, a brevet colonel from Ohio, a fine-looking man of chiseled, austere features, and a lover of travel and society, became head of the domestic trade department. Various young men hitherto unconnected with refining came in as clerks. Rockefeller gave vigilant oversight even to the minor positions. To one youth of 20, D.E. Leslie, recommended by a friend, he suggested that he request a 2 weeks' leave of absence from his employer, and find out whether he liked the job. "Then if you don't fit here you won't lose anything," said Rockefeller, with a kindly glance at the boy's slight figure. "Frankly, I don't think you are strong enough for the desk you are asking." Leslie proved his strength, and precisely 6 months later, Rockefeller called him into the inner office and gave him a check for $250. In time he was promoted to be traveling auditor. A Catholic, he had been told that Rockefeller would count his faith against him, but found this absurd. All he wanted to know about a man was that he was honest and able. Another bright young fellow who came in was William Cowan, son of a poor widow at whose Pacific Street boarding house Ambrose McGregor had stayed. He became McGregor's assistant. Rockefeller took a warm personal interest in him, and when presently Samuel Andrews withdrew, Cowan helped McGregor assume charge of the works. "What a help he was to us, a loyal man, devoted, conscientious, and able," exclaimed Rockefeller years after. Rockefeller was the very soul of the Standard Oil Company, his spirit permeating it from the center to its widest ramifications. While gifted with the imagination to conceive a grandiose plan and the steadfast courage to carry it through, for a time he still gave indefatigable attention to details. In this he was unlike Carnegie, who deputed as much labor as possible. He was like Harriman, whose quick eye caught every misplaced signal post on his road and whose indelible brain memorized every item in his plans. In an industry full of romantic gamblers he sought unfriendly facts, and always based his calculations on hard realities. Nobody in American business was bolder, but even as he built his tower high he remained concerned with his foundations. He knew every ledger in the Standard offices, and would sometimes enter unexpectedly, displace a bookkeeper from his stool, and give expert scrutiny to the books. One accountant has described an incident. "All at once he stood by my side. With a polite, 'Permit me,' he began turning page after page of one of the books. 'Very well kept, very, indeed,' he said. Then he stopped at a page and pointed out a mistake of entry, 'A little error here, you will correct it,' and he was gone. And I will take my oath that it was the only error in the book." Similarly, he knew every machine, vat, and pipe in the refineries. He knew every part of the cooperage shop, and every detail of shipping. He knew buying and selling, for he had directed both. He was familiar with the methods of byproduct manufactories, the inside of railroad offices, the ways of jobbing and retailing. Sometimes, to speed a consignment to New York for export, he would leave his desk, go down to the tracks beside number 1 or number 2 works, and toil with the freight handlers far into the night. "I shall never forget how hungry I was in those days," he said later. "I stayed out of doors day and night, I ran up and down the tops of freight cars when necessary, I hurried up the boys. And we all worked together with a will and were happy when we telegraphed our New York connections that the cars were secured not only, but were loaded and on their way to New York." Into his manner had grown the precision and power of the business he had built. Never aggressive, always serene, so quiet that to many he seemed sly, he was nevertheless determined and self-confident. Before taking action he planned his course in detail, and always spoke with superior knowledge and conviction. Just as Amasa Stone had given way before him, so Flagler, Harkness, and Payne, all older, seldom thought of questioning his decisions. They appreciated his superior insight, and his mastery of the intricate combinations of business. "They never treated me as a junior," he recalled years later, adding with characteristic understatement, "I had my own way a good deal." Indeed, he radiated a force of personality which many found irresistible. "You never saw anyone so confident as he was," exclaimed one oil man in looking back on this period. Another veteran, Thomas H. Wheeler, recalled a conference in Pittsburgh between Rockefeller and certain oil regions refiners, probably in 1872, the year Rockefeller became 35. After the meeting a number of men, dining at the Monongahela House, began to talk of him. "I wonder how old he is?" inquired one. Various guesses were made, until a refiner named Warner spoke up. "I've been watching him," he said. "He lets everybody else talk, while he sits back and says nothing. But he seems to remember everything, and when he does begin he puts everything in its proper place. He doesn't use many words, and he never crosses his tracks. I guess he is 140 years old, for he must have been 100 years old when he was born. As he took pains to obtain able lieutenants, so he took pains to hold them." His formula for producing a spirit of loyalty and efficiency included close personal scrutiny of the work done, a total avoidance of harsh rebukes or summary discharges, and cool praise whenever it was due. He made it clear to associates that he appreciated their brains. He was to make it equally plain, in the years at hand, that he was eager to acquire other good brains, those of John D. Archbold, William G. Warden, Charles Lockhart, and Charles Pratt. "I wanted able men with me," he declared years later. "I tried to make friends with these men. I admitted their ability and the value of their enterprise. I worked to convince them that it would be better for all to cooperate, and if I had not succeeded in getting their friendship the whole plan of the Standard Oil Company would have fallen to the ground. I admit that I tried to attract able men, and I have always had as little as possible to do with dull businessmen." His clerks were drawn from his own Sunday school classes, or from youths recommended by trusted friends. His workmen were a picked body of sober, steady men. A remarkable unity pervaded the organization. Employees often caught glimpses of the young president walking about, hands behind his back, quiet and unruffled, but seeing everything and showing a remarkable memory for names. A worker who was inspecting miscellaneous materials in the yard of the cooperage shop recalled his saying with a smile as he passed, "That's right, eternal vigilance." He realized the value of small savings in mass production. He hated waste, and, as Thomas H. Wheeler later testified, he managed somehow to get everybody interested in saving, in cutting out a detail here and there of an unnecessary sort. Wheeler recalled that early in the 70s Rockefeller suggested lopping several inches off the overlap of the iron hoops that bound each oil barrel. Experiments proved that this would not weaken the barrels, for the overlap had reached 4 or 5 inches. Execution of the idea saved thousands of dollars every year in iron hoop. On being reminded of this in 1918, Rockefeller exclaimed, "A fortune." A sharp impression of Rockefeller's early attention to details has been left to us by Charles M. Higgins, who as a mere lad went to the Standard Oil on September 9, 1872. Having first applied to Ambrose McGregor for a place, he was told to report to the cashier, Stuart MacDonald, and to wait for an interview with Rockefeller. Higgins was all eagerness. I got downtown the next morning about 6:30, and waited around the front of the building until I could enter, and then waited in the inside office for Mr. Rockefeller, who came in about 10 o'clock. I remember very clearly, as if it were yesterday, every detail of that interview. Mr. Rockefeller came in with a calm air of dignity. He was immaculately dressed, he looked as if he had been turned out of a bandbox. He carried an umbrella and his gloves, and wore a high silk hat. He said, "Good morning, Mr. Vail, good morning, Mr. MacDonald. Is everything going well this morning?" Mr. George I. Vail was the auditor. MacDonald soon followed him, and presently brought me word that I was to go in. Mr. Rockefeller was seated at his desk. I can see him now as clearly as if I were looking at him. He was tall and rather slender, with a clear but pale complexion, and a mustache that was rather full and reddish gold. He had plenty of hair then, of course. He looked at me with very piercing eyes. I remember that his cuffs were held with little black onyx links, each with the letter R cut into it. On his watch chain dangled a little black onyx charm, and this also bore the initial R. I had no idea that Mr. Rockefeller knew my family or anything about me, but apparently he had taken the trouble to learn not a little as to my background. He said, "Let's see, how old are you?" I replied that I was 15. "You live at home with your parents, don't you?" he then inquired. "I live with my mother," I answered, for my father was dead. "Yes," he said, "I think I know your mother. Do you make good figures, Mr. Higgins?" "I think they are pretty good." "Well, here is a board," and Mr. Rockefeller pointed to a portable blackboard sometimes used for posting oil quotations in the office. "Take the crayon and make some figures." I did this. Finally he said, "That will do," and indicated that I was to be seated again. "I think you are the boy we are looking for," he remarked. Then he touched a bell, and Horace Hutchins came in. He told Hutchins to take charge of me and instruct me in my work. Hutchins then had oversight of what was called the Western Department. He took me down to the General Freight Office of the Lake Shore and Michigan Southern Railroad, and presented me to Mr. Valiant, the General Freight Agent, whose name had to be signed to the bills of lading for the Royal Daylight oil that we were at that time shipping from the Whiskey Island oil sheds in Cleveland to Hunters Point, New York. I had to write in the numbers of the cars, and so on. These figures on the bill of lading went to New York, to William Rockefeller's office, and I understood why Mr. Rockefeller had asked about my capacity to make figures clearly. Another employee, C. G. Taplin, afterward vice president of the Standard Oil of Ohio, joined the organization in 1873. He had been a bookkeeper. Rockefeller could offer him only a position as billclerk, but promised that if his work was good, he would be advanced. On the last day of the year he was called into Rockefeller's office, commended for faithful service, and promoted to be bookkeeper. Thus the president of the fast-growing company kept acquainted with even minor figures in its personnel. But while thus attentive to his own business, Rockefeller continued to reflect earnestly upon the problems of the industry as a whole. He was anxious that the consolidation which the Standard had carried through in Cleveland should be extended to the whole industry, for he believed as fervently as ever that unification was essential if the oil business was to be spared recurring periods of chaos and prostration. Our plan, his and Flagler's, was intended to bring all or nearly all refiners into one huge company, but since the South Improvement debacle he was quite willing, indeed, he was eager, to enlist the newly organized producers as well. We find him therefore actively laboring, first, to interest the associated producers in his huge scheme for organizing the industry, and second, to do something more to convert the principal refiners of the East. The producers believed that from their defeat of the South Improvement Company they had gained not only the destruction of that nefarious organization, but an explicit promise by the railroads, in the famous agreement of March 25, 1872, to charge fixed and public rates on oil, and to grant no rebates. But this agreement was not worth the paper on which it was written. Within a month the rates and the promise had been scrapped. The oil industry and railroads were back upon the old precarious basis of secret tariffs and special favors that had existed before the demands of the producers' union, and that had meant ruin to scores of refiners and producers. Probably nobody acquainted with the basic conditions of railroading had expected the contract of March 25 to last. Next to the western grain traffic, the oil freights were the richest prize within the grasp of the trunkline railroads, a quarry for which their managers fought tooth and nail. The producers had just struck down a great eveners pool intended to put an end to the ruthless railroad competition. They had failed to erect any substitute, and yet they seemed to think that the managers would keep the peace with one another. As a matter of fact, even if the managers had done so, local freight agents would have broken away and granted special rates to get special business. So long as no pooling arrangement or well-enforced federal law existed to stabilize the situation, aggressive competition would breed reckless rebates. The contract was broken almost before its ink was dry, and apparently broken by every trunk line. George W. Blanchard, at this time General Freight Agent of the Erie, testified in 1879 that it had not lasted 2 weeks. Practically all the large refining companies throughout the East benefited by the new rates. They asked for favors, and they got them. It is illuminating to trace the benefits received by the Standard Oil, though we must remember that other refiners took precisely the same course. Now that it was much the largest oil shipper in the world, its leaders felt entitled to preferential treatment. With a capacity of 10,000 barrels of refined oil a day, it could furnish just the fixed, steady flow of freight which railroad heads most desired. The March 25 contract handicapped it severely, for it paid 50 cents a barrel more than its region's competitors to bring crude oil to its refineries. To be sure, it found compensation in certain advantages: practical control of the western trade, proximity to chemical plants, abundant labor supply, the command of a water route for refined oil in summer, and above all, the economy of its large-scale operations. But why not gain favorable freight rates as well? The agreement of March 25 provided that refiners in Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and the regions, whether large or small, should all pay $1.50 a barrel on the oil they sent to New York. But Flagler at once went to the lake shore, applied for a reduction, and got it. The new contract, signed during April, 1872, provided that for the next 7 months, till ice closed the water route, the Standard, for furnishing not less than 4,000 barrels of oil a day or 100,000 a month, should get a special rate of $1.25 a barrel to New York. The Lake Shore New York Central line thus proved faithless to its agreement with the producers. It yielded to Standard Oil pressure, to the resentment expressed by Cleveland newspapers and businessmen, and to the threat that Cleveland would lay a pipeline to bring crude oil from the regions for a fraction of the railroad charge. The Ohio legislature hurriedly passed an act facilitating such a line. But above all, the Lake Shore yielded because it knew that its rivals were slashing rates. Blanchard of the Erie declared in 1879 that he had seen proof that the Pennsylvania Railroad broke the March 25 agreement within 2 weeks by granting a large drawback to its great fast freight subsidiary, the Empire Transportation Company, which served the regions. The Pennsylvania was probably the first contract breaker, and Blanchard confessed that the Erie quickly followed suit. The grim war of the Producers' Association to abolish discriminatory rates thus achieved hardly even a momentary victory. This first rate reduction to the Standard may have been indirect rather than direct, that is, it may have been what men later called a smokeless rebate. Flagler, testifying in 1879, tried to produce that impression, saying that the railroad had paid a rebate for the use of terminals. Perhaps I can give it so you can understand it. We keep a separate account with each refinery, and if we spend $50,000 or $100,000 to create what we term terminal facilities, warehouses, loading facilities, etc., we make an arrangement whereby they pay us a fair compensation for the property that is created by our money. That consideration is credited to that investment and has nothing whatever to do with the freight. The refinery making the oil is charged with the rate of freight just as anybody else pays, and the compensation for the use of tank cars and terminal facilities at the shipping and receiving ends of the line is given for the use of these ends. I will say that in the contracts we have made, the railroad companies have expressly reserved the right to give to other parties the same privileges if they furnish the same conveniences. But the probability is that the $1.25 rate was not so much a rebate as a plain reduction, given almost simultaneously by all three roads, the Erie, Pennsylvania, and Lake Shore, New York Central systems, to a number of shippers. Flagler's testimony of 1879, when carefully studied, reveals a number of other interesting facts. He declared under oath, "I want to say what the facts are under the contract, just read. You will remember that during 7 months of the year we were to give them 4,000 barrels of oil per day or 100,000 barrels per month, and the smallest of the shipments during those months was 108,000. We gave them during the rest of the time more oil and paid them the contract on it when we could have shipped by canal for 40 cents less. On the first day of December, a competing line of railway, the Pennsylvania, lowered the rate to $1.05 a barrel. I went to Mr. Vanderbilt and told him that the rate should be maintained at the agreed price or else we would not have made the contract with him. I said to Mr. Vanderbilt that if he insisted on the fulfillment of the contract basis and exacted the payment of the contract price, it would result in our being compelled to close our refineries, for we could not afford to pay $1.25 when other people were paying only $1.05. I called his attention to the fact that during the season of canal navigation we had given the maximum shipments of oil, 180,000 barrels a month, and some in excess of it, and paid $1.25. I said, if you will reduce these rates to the rates made by the Pennsylvania Company, in my judgment 30 days will not elapse before they will be willing to restore their rates, and all we ask is to be put on a parity with other shippers. After a moment's hesitation he asked if I thought he ought to stand all of this 20 cents. I told him that if he should stand any part of it he should stand it all. I said, it is a transportation fight and not a fight of manufacturers. When it comes to competition of the manufacturers we would take care of ourselves. I said that we would not have made this contract except on their assurance that the contract price of $1.25 was to be maintained. He said, I will make your rate $1.05, and this was after we had done more than we had agreed to do under the contract. The next day we sold between 50,000 and 60,000 on the basis of $1.05 a barrel. Mr. Vanderbilt allowed that rate of payment for 1 month, and then said he would exact the contract price, $1.25. I said all right, and we shall ship just the amount of oil we are compelled to ship to fulfill our contract, and then we shall stop. We paid him $1.25 for all over the month, and then we did not run a barrel of oil from the city of Cleveland more than that until the expiration of this contract for more than 3 months. That is the good the contract worked on us. You might consider it a baby act to plead the equities of the case, but we could not place our oil on the market and compete with other refineries. From this evidence emerged some brilliant rays of light. We learned something of the size and prosperity of the enlarged Standard Oil, its shipments to New York alone, and it had a considerable western and southern trade, did not drop below 108,000 barrels a month in the summer of 1872, and rose at one time above 180,000, though this was the first summer of reorganization. We learned that the railroads had apparently all determined to maintain an agreed price of $1.25 a barrel to New York. We learned that as the rate wars flared up again, the Pennsylvania within 3 months cut the charge from Pittsburgh to New York by 20 cents a barrel, and the Standard began to lose money. When the Lake Shore New York Central system met this cut, the Standard sold 50,000 to 60,000 barrels of oil in one day. But when after a single month the Lake Shore New York Central management reverted to the higher rate, the Standard again lost money. We learned that for half the year the Standard could have shipped its refined oil by way of the Great Lakes and Erie Canal, which were not included in the compact of March 25, for 85 cents a barrel. It did not do so because it had an agreement with the New York Central, while it also wished to place its oil in New York with the greatest possible dispatch. Out of this rapid scrapping of the March 25 agreement later grew a charge of mendacity against Rockefeller and some railroad officers. According to the report of the Ohio Legislative Committee which investigated railroad discriminations in 1879, the new contract of the Standard began on April 1, 1872. But on April 4 President William Hasson of the Petroleum Producers Union interrogated the railroad heads as to their contracts. Tom Scott, Horace Clark, W. H. Vanderbilt and George B. McClellan sent immediate replies that they had no understanding with the Standard Oil or the South Improvement Company as to rates. "The only existing arrangement is with you," telegraphed McClellan. Were all four of these reputable railroad heads lying? Of course, the thought is absurd. On April 8 Rockefeller, in answer to a telegram from Hassan, replied that, "This company holds no contract with the railroad companies or any of them." He was certainly telling the truth. Miss Tarbell remarks with evident suspicion that she cannot explain this discrepancy. But a close inquiry suggests that there may be no discrepancy at all. The contract has long since disappeared, and the summary of its contents given by the committee reporter is brief and vague. This reporter speaks of it as calling for the $1.25 rate, from the 1st of April to the middle of November, 1872, about 7 months. But from April 1 to November 15 is 7.5 months. The contract probably ran from April 15 to November 15, and was written after the telegrams by Scott, Clark, Vanderbilt, McClellan, and Rockefeller. Perhaps it was written after April 8, and made retroactive to April 1, or perhaps it ran from the last of April. Clearly, the background of the refining industry during the latter half of 1872 was the old background of railroad wars, rate-cutting, and semi-secret rebates. The enlarged Standard Oil Company was in a strong position, but not so strong that it could not lose money, or could yet dictate to the railroads. Even its closest ally in past years, the Lake Shore, resisted some of its pleas. The effort of the Producers' Union to freeze the eastward rates on oil at $1.50 a barrel had given way immediately to the new, agreed price, of $1.25, but the Pittsburgh refiners had shortly forced a cut even in that. Many shippers, from the Great Empire Transportation Company to small refiners like Adna Nahart of Tidioute, Pennsylvania, were getting rebates. Chaos was returning. The need for railroad stability was as imperative as ever. And the general situation of the industry called for organization. We may now look for a revival of the petroleum trade, which has been in a comparatively stagnant condition for many weeks, trumpeted the New York Commercial and Shipping List just after the March agreement. But the revival signally failed to appear. As a new step to meet the need, various prominent refiners stepped forward in the spring of 1872 with a project for a pool of refiners to work in cooperation with the United Producers. Their program, called the Pittsburgh Plan, was apparently devised by William G. Worden, Charles Lockhart, and other manufacturers of that city. It called for a loose but comprehensive organization of all American refiners, acting openly and with the aid of the well owners to stabilize the industry. A central board was to be set up with broad powers. It was to control the buying of crude oil, determine just how much each plant should refine, and fix and maintain a price for the product, and it was also to negotiate uniform and public freight rates with the railroads. To safeguard the pool against secession, an arrangement was to be devised by which it should lease the member refineries. Each participant would receive profits proportionate to the appraised value of his property, whether his refinery operated on full-time, half-time, or not at all. Roughly similar pooling arrangements had already been tried with scant success in several industries. The Northern whiskey distillers, for example, had thus attempted in 1870–71 to cut down their production by 3/5. The refiners' plan was frankly tentative, its sponsors inviting amendments and professing readiness to accept a better arrangement if one could be devised. Though Rockefeller had no confidence in so loose and flimsy an association, he unquestionably believed that the attempt to make it work would have educative benefits. As spring crept northward into the mountain valleys of Pennsylvania, the newspapers contained vague adumbrations of the scheme. The Pittsburgh Gazette of April 2, 1872, announced that some refiners who had been interested in the South Improvement Company would soon try to bring together a sufficient number of manufacturers to accomplish its main object, namely, limiting the working interest of the present refining capacity of the country and at the same time securing for the diminished product more remunerative though perfectly legitimate figures. It added that, something will have to be done, the sooner the better, and that the authors of the plan wished to make an amicable agreement with the producers, assuring them of a fair price for crude oil. A special expedition of refiners was shortly organized to extend an olive branch to the lately embattled regions. Early in May, Rockefeller and Flagler boarded a train for Pittsburgh. There they met Worden, Frew, and Waring, and the 5 men, silk-hatted and frock-coated, were soon journeying up the beautiful Allegheny Valley to Titusville. They must have made a picturesque sight as, bags in hand, they swung off the puffing little train into the frosy metropolis of the regions, for Titusville deserved that appellation. The trees were shooting into full green, the dogwood was in bloom, the neat door yards showed lilacs and peonies. The oil country, half boom and half broke as always, was showing its usual springtime flush of activity, the railroad sidings lined with wooden tank cars and boxcars full of lumber, engine parts, and pipes, the streets busy from dawn to dark, the lobby of the mansion house crowded with expectorating dealers and speculators. Startled glances and black looks followed Rockefeller and his companions as they walked up the main thoroughfare, but they stepped boldly into the principal offices. They had come, they explained, to meet their recent opponents and ask for a general union, avoiding the objectionable features of the South Improvement Company, but aiming at stabilization. Naturally an odor of brimstone clung to their black broadcloth garments. The Petroleum Center record of May 11, indignantly reporting their presence, expressed a hope that Region's men would not allow themselves to be soft-soaked by the honeyed words of monopolists and conspirators. Less than a week before, a subcommittee of the House Commerce Committee had agreed to report that the South Improvement Company was one of the most gigantic and dastardly conspiracies ever attempted. Yet it must be remembered that Rockefeller had spent much time at Franklin, making numerous friends in the regions, while the Standard Oil had taken a leading part the previous year in founding the oil exchange in Oil City, and had many adherents among oil dealers. Miss Tarbell goes too far when she describes the visit as a piece of sheer effrontery at which the regions gasped, and pictures the envoys as a set of serpentine plotters who slipped around, bland and smiling, from office to office, explaining, expostulating, mollifying. While many suspicious men took this view, others regarded the visitors as sincerely interested in restoring the sick industry. A perceptible change of sentiment, in fact, had taken place in the oil region since the agreement of March 25. For one reason, victory had brought a subsidence of bitterness. For another, many oil men had shrewdly perceived that the compact would not end their troubles. A Sun reporter asked a prominent New York refiner the day it was signed, "Do you suppose this agreement will hold any length of time?" "No, I don't," was the reply. "I think that 90 days from now war will break out again." Leaders like J. Vandergrift and John D. Archbold knew that a sudden reformation of railroad rate practices would be unbelievable. These two bold spirits of the regions, together with Charles Pratt and H. Rogers in New York, also realized that even if the railroads could have held Pittsburgh and Cleveland to the harsh agreement of March 25, refiners elsewhere would remain in a precarious situation. Cleveland had the water routes east and west, the abundant labor supply, and the chemical plants which the leader had long ago proclaimed as important advantages. Concentrated in one company, her industry enjoyed immense economies in purchasing, manufacturing, and selling. Pittsburgh, with cheap fuel, the Allegheny River for crude oil, and promised aid from the new branch of the Baltimore and Ohio, would also continue battling. The general overdevelopment of refining and the cutthroat competition would still ruin weak establishments and sap the vitality even of the strongest. South Improvement leaders had expatiated upon the folly of letting 90 firms struggle for a business which could give prosperity only to 20. When May quotations in New York sank to 21 3/4 cents a gallon, as low a price as ever recorded, refiners began to ponder these pleas anew. Everywhere the weak establishments were again facing a desperate competition. It was natural for shrewd independents to question whether they had gained anything from the recent struggle, and to ask if the idea of cooperation did not deserve fuller investigation. Vandergrift and Rogers, Pratt and Archbold were now conspicuously willing to discuss the problems of the industry. And so, it must be added, were many well owners, for overproduction again menaced the regions. A rich new field had been opened in Clarion County by the sinking in August, 1871, of the famous Gailey Well No. 1. The area about Parker's Landing had become the scene of another rush. Land values soared upward. Speculators sunk wells by hundreds, and the flood of oil steadily grew. The total production in Pennsylvania rose from 5,277,000 barrels in 1871 to 6,504,000 in 1872, and to 9,850,000 in 1873. As tanks overflowed and prices fell, the well owners cast about more tolerantly for an escape from their troubles. Although the producers' union still existed, its powers were far from adequate to control the output. Many regions' men admitted that a broader stabilization of the industry was needed, and while they might distrust Rockefeller and Worden, while they might disapprove of some aspects of the Pittsburgh Plan, they were ready to confer. On May 15 to 16, 1872, public meetings were held in Titusville to discuss the scheme. Conservative producers were electrified when Archbold, Vandergrift, and several other leading refiners boldly espoused it. Although reiterating their hatred of the South Improvement Company, they deplored the chaos of the industry, and advocated immediate action to restore order and profits. The Pittsburgh Plan was open to all on equal terms, it included no discriminations or penalties, it was to be frank and fair in all its workings. It might prove weak, but it offered hope. "I am willing to do anything which will be of benefit to the trade," declared Archbold. "In whatever is the best plan, I am willing to cooperate." Vandergrift and others expressed similar views. But the opposition was sufficiently strong to carry the day. N. M. Allen of the Titusville Courier fierily asserted that the oil region's refiners could never trust to the integrity and honesty of others to take care of our interests in a joint stock corporation. Other speakers, after denouncing the visiting emissaries as monopolists, reproached their adherents in the regions as deserters and bringsters. Feeling grew so bitter that fistfights were barely avoided, and moderate men hesitated to speak. At one point Allen seized his hat and stamped out of the hall. The principal speakers presenting the Pittsburgh Plan were Flagler, William Frew, and O. T. Waring, Rockefeller not being present, and they spoke well. But by sheer numbers they, Archbold, and Vandergrift were overborne. A majority believed that if the Pittsburgh Plan went through, men conspicuous in the South Improvement scheme would be dominant. Rockefeller and his Cleveland partners would possess the largest single percentage of interest in the pool, while Worden, Waring, Frew, and their friends would have substantial holdings. Acting together, they would almost certainly control the central board. Moreover, many feared that this new combination, despite its fair professions, would use the rebate to stamp out competitors. A reporter of the Oil City Derrick who asked one advocate of the Pittsburgh Plan what its supporters would do with any refiners who stubbornly stayed outside, received the quick reply, "Go through them." "How?" he asked. "By the cooperation of transportation," was the reply, "that is, by rebates." The two meetings at Titusville, therefore, ended in a flat refusal of most oil regions' producers and refiners to cooperate in the Pittsburgh Plan. Sic semper tyrannis, sic transit gloria South Improvement Company, exulted the Oil City Derrick. It seemed to many a logical decision. The real strength of the Pittsburgh Plan must lie in a refiners' pool, in which the Cleveland and Pittsburgh proposers would be the ruling body, the confused, ever-changing multitude of producers, even if they acted loyally through their union, would be a subsidiary and not a coordinate element. Some of the largest refiners of the regions, realizing that their isolated position would soon be untenable, heartily wished to enter the pool. But the great body of producers and smaller refiners instinctively drew back from a plan which would place them in an inferior position, and possibly under the power of men whom they thoroughly distrusted. Time showed that they would have done well to try to write full safeguards into the plan, and then accept it. But, headstrong, defiant, and elated by their recent victory, they stood adamant. Yet Rockefeller, Worden, and the other promoters had accomplished much, perhaps nearly as much as they had hoped. They had won over the two ablest refiners in the oil regions, Archbold and Vandergrift, and two of the ablest men in New York, Pratt and Rogers, and to Rockefeller especially these new allies were to mean much. They were now ready to face the hostile regions. During June and July they pushed their pool steadily by correspondence and conferences. On August 5 the Pittsburgh Gazette announced that the plan promises to be a success, and will soon, if not already, be in practical operation. It is said that all the refiners here, with two exceptions, have gone into it, that Cleveland, Philadelphia, and New York refiners are favorable to it, and there, as here, nearly if not all of them have connected themselves with it. The Gazette had no details, but stated that the new organization would be independent of all railroad companies, and that its sole object would be to protect the refining interest, menaced with bankruptcy by low prices. A few days later it remarked that although some refiners feared that the scheme was too big, and many conflicting interests had to be reconciled, progress was being made. On the 26th it reported that the National Refiners Association, for such was its name, had been completed, and that it would begin to operate on September 1st. This was the exciting summer of the Grant-Greeley campaign, and of the last refulgent months of the great post-war boom. The meeting which adopted the final plan for the National Refiners Association was held in Cleveland, with oil men of the whole country represented and Rockefeller and Flagler much in evidence. Basically, the association was a loose pool, dependent entirely upon voluntary cooperation, and bringing together 4/5 of the nation's refining capacity. Nearly all the really large refiners had recognized the stern necessity for some such organization. While an outgrowth of the abortive South Improvement enterprise, it was a very mild outgrowth. That scheme had represented a highly centralized refiners' pool planned with the railroads, and embracing a harshly coercive system of rebates as an essential feature. The new plan represented a decentralized pool standing independent of the railroads and avowing no railroad rate features at all. The main objects and features were to be as follows. First, a reduction of the refining capacity of the country by 1/2. Second, the pledging of members not to sell at a lower price than that fixed by the board of directors upon information furnished by statistical agents, who were to collect data in regard to production, stocks, consumption, and other factors. Third, the retention by each refiner of the privilege of buying his own oil at his own prices. Fourth, an agreement not to sell short, or to do business with any dealer who sold short. Fifth, a division of the refining business on the following basis: Cleveland, 25.25%, Pittsburgh, 25.25%, the oil regions, 18%, New York, 16.75%, and Philadelphia, 14.75%. The original Pittsburgh plan had been heavily diluted, for the pool contained no leasing agreement, and no means of coercion. This refiners' pool was even weaker than certain pools already set up in other overexpanded and disorderly industries, such as salt-making and whiskey distilling. It differed from the latter in two other important respects. While neither the salt makers nor whiskey distillers offered an enormous body of freight, the petroleum refiners did, and three great eastern railroads depended upon them for a substantial part of their revenues. While neither the salt makers nor whiskey distillers dealt with any special group of producers, the salt makers owning their wells, while the distillers bought grain in a market existing chiefly for other uses, the petroleum refiners stood vis-a-vis a large body of oil producers. These two peculiar features made the petroleum refiners' pool an object of a special and sensitive public interest. Only consumers, watching for price rises, were keenly interested in the salt and whiskey pools. But consumers, railroads, and producers were all vitally concerned in the oil refiners' pool. Whether the organization would long endure or prove really effective nobody could tell. Other pools had quickly dropped to pieces. In 1871 the dogged resistance of a single salt manufacturer, Duncan Stewart, had forced the hopeful Michigan Salt Association to suspend its operations. The distillers' pool produced, as its historian states, no very decisive result. Rockefeller certainly entertained but slender hopes for the National Refiners Association, which to him was simply another step toward his real goal of consolidation. Yet its mere formation had achieved two noteworthy results. It had brought the Standard Oil into close association with the leading refiners of Pittsburgh, led by Lockhart and Frew, the leading refiners of Philadelphia, led by Worden, and the leading refiner of New York, Charles Pratt. It had also dissolved the unnatural coalition of refiners and producers in the oil regions, and led the principal regions' refiners, including J. Vandergrift and John D. Archbold, into the new group. They were now united not with their geographical neighbors, but with their trade associates. The long-continued threat that the producers, by a close alliance with a few great refineries in the oil regions and New York, might make infinite trouble for the Cleveland and Pittsburgh refiners, and even wipe them from the map as with a sponge, was completely and finally dispelled. It is significant that Rockefeller was elected president of the Refiners Association. This was a tribute to the force of his personality, his fame as an organizer, and his position as head of the largest refining company in the world. He had achieved the primacy in the industry that he was to hold for the next 40 years. That rugged, versatile, and much respected industrialist of the regions, J. Vandergrift, now owner of the United Pipelines, the largest existing system, was honored with the vice presidency. Charles Pratt of New York was treasurer. Thus the East, the West, and the oil districts were all represented. Rogers and Archbold, so recently implacable enemies of consolidation, now stood aligned with the movement. The tide of business concentration was rolling on. Within a few months after the shock of the South Improvement defeat, the outlook for a systematic organization and for rapid progress toward Rockefeller's and Flagler's goal of close unification had become unexpectedly bright. Chapter 18. Rockefeller and the Producers. The oil industry was unlike any other in American history in the explosive energy with which it had expanded. New fields were constantly opened, the number of men engaged in production rapidly increased, the flow of petroleum rose, and prices, with some fluctuations, fell. Perhaps the closest analogy in this period was furnished by the silver mining industry, which was also expanding with such rapidity that it broke the world price for the metal, the mine owners then turning to the federal government for relief in the Bland-Allison Act of 1878. The various departments of the oil industry, unable to beg help from Washington, had to save themselves. Complete order would have required a union of practically all the well owners to limit production, an equally effective union of practically all refiners, and a clear-cut division of oil freights among the trunkline railroads at stable rates. While the world was able to absorb almost unlimited quantities of oil, if the stocks were forced upon it too rapidly, prices would collapse. In the same way, Western grain growers were soon to find that while the world was hungry for breadstuffs, if the shipments became too heavy the prices would fall to ruinous levels. Americans are familiar with the frantic efforts of the silver producers to gain relief, culminating in the Great Free Silver Battle of 1896. They are familiar with the more recent attempts of the Brazilian coffee growers, Malaysian rubber producers, and American wheat raisers to protect themselves from gluts and bankruptcy. But the spasmodic effort of the Pennsylvania oil producers in 1872–73 to cut down their output and restore prices has never been given the attention it deserved. One reason for this is that the fullest existing account, that of Ida M. Tarbell, mistakenly treats it as a defensive campaign against the Standard Oil and John D. Rockefeller, and so obscures its real meaning. It was primarily a desperate movement against overproduction and low prices. It actually received the assistance of Rockefeller and other enlightened refiners, not their opposition, for they were anxious to see order introduced into all branches of the industry. The reasons for its early breakdown were substantially identical with the reasons for the breakdown of the schemes for valorizing Brazilian coffee and Malaysian rubber, and of Hoover's device for aiding the wheat farmers. We may summarize this extraordinary chapter in our industrial history, if we wish, in a few sentences. The leaders of the oil producers, frightened by unrestricted production and fast-dropping prices, formed an association to deal with the situation. It first agreed to stop new drilling for 6 months, and then to shut down existing wells for 1 month. But although sporadic violence was used to enforce these agreements, many lawless producers disregarded them, and the output of oil quickly rose to high levels again. Thereupon the leaders turned to a new plan, setting up a petroleum producers' agency to buy and store surplus oil, holding it off the market until prices should recover. The Standard Oil and other powerful refiners supported the agency, agreeing in the so-called Treaty of Titusville to buy all their oil from it, and to pay not less than $4 a barrel, so long as the producers held the output within certain bounds. But it shortly became evident that the producers could not keep it anywhere near these bounds, while a multitude of lawless well owners began selling oil to refiners outside the treaty at less than $4 a barrel. The result was that the ill-financed agency scheme collapsed, the flow of oil became greater than ever, and the well owners saw prices sink to a more distressing point than ever. Like the rubber growers and coffee producers, they had exhausted themselves in vain. Their latter state was worse than their first. But some parts of this remarkable story, which Rockefeller followed with the keenest concern, are worth relating in detail. It was the terrific torrent of new oil loosed by the Clarion County discoveries which furnished the principal impulse toward a restrictive union of producers. The region's leaders, having destroyed the South Improvement Company by their hastily formed Producers' Union, now realized that reckless overdrilling was an even greater enemy. The summer of 1872 saw prices go down, down under the weight of the green flood. Yet even while they fell, fresh diggers joined the rush. By August 24 nearly 350 new wells were being drilled. Production for the regions as a whole rose from 12,000 barrels a day to 15,000, to 16,000, and to 17,000. In August, 1872, the average price paid for crude oil fell to $3.47 one-half, or almost $1 a barrel less than a year earlier. Even the blindest drillers perceived that the regions could not continue swamping the market and escape a terrible penalty. The Titusville Courier asserted on August 26 that it was becoming impossible to move the huge output of oil from wells along Clarion River and Turkey Run, where tanks and pipeline terminals were filled to overflowing. Some desperate producers, unable to obtain sufficient cars, were compelled to run their oil into the river. Yet men were still bidding for fresh sites, drills were thudding down at new spots every morning, and new wells were daily coming in, amid vast excitement, to add their hundreds of barrels to the glut. What could be done? The only answer was, organize. That spring an association had placed an embargo on oil to the South Improvement monopolists. Now another must place a partial embargo on oil to the whole world. The result was the formation late in August of a new Petroleum Producers Association. The Courier hailed the emergency of this body joyously. It congratulated the producers on having, at last recognized the cause of the great reduction in crude oil, and determined to apply the only true remedy to the great evil of overproduction, by a solemn compact to stop drilling for the next 6 months. We heartily approve of this movement and are pleased to see so many of our producers, refiners, bankers, and citizens signing the pledge. To this committee we can only say, get the name of every resident, and we may then live to see oil reach $5 per barrel. That this new organization did not imply any hostility to the National Refiners Association is evident both from this statement and from an editorial in the Titusville Herald of August 30, 1872, the producers and refiners show every indication of arriving at a speedy mutual understanding, or coalition, by means of which both crude and refined petroleum will eventually assume a standard value of between $4 and $5 per barrel, and each interest will receive a fair and legitimate margin of profit. This has become a virtual necessity, as while the two great interests have been quarreling, the one bulling and the other bearing the market, the ring speculators have reached in and divided the spoils. There are more rich men in New York today who have realized princely fortunes out of oil corners and who have never produced or refined a barrel of oil in their lives, than there are in both branches of the legitimate business. There is now a tremendous upheaval going on among producers with a spirit of determination to organize into associations for their mutual self-protection. The refiners on their side have already almost completely perfected their organization. When two such bodies march in solid phalanx to defeat a common enemy, it certainly looks ominous. Captain William Hasson, so successful as head of the Petroleum Producers' Union, was naturally made president of the association. A crusading spirit pervaded the organizers, who were determined to make this new body strong enough to protect the operators for years to come. To ensure fair prices literally everyone must be enlisted, the men who pumped 10 barrels a day as well as the men who pumped hundreds. Buoyant, self-confident, and ready-tongued, Hasson toured the fields, he and his deputies seeing that everybody received a pledge to drill no shaft, and to lease no lands for drilling by others, for 6 months beginning September 1, 1872. The theory was that this would prevent the sinking of about 500 wells, and that as the old wells fell off, production would decrease by from 3,000 to 5,000 barrels a day. With public sentiment and the press behind the movement, operators rich and poor fell into line. Each signer agreed to forfeit $2,000 for every well he commenced, the money being collectible like any other debt, and to use all honorable means to prevent others from boring. The pledge met a widespread acceptance everywhere but in the one area where acceptance was most important, the Clarion County field. Here many of the landowners were illiterate Pennsylvania German farmers, narrow-minded, greedy, and stubborn. Some were so ignorant that when offered a royalty of 1/8 of the product they rejected it as unfair, demanding 1/10, while others were so suspicious that they thought the pledge simply a scheme to rob them. For that matter, it was natural that holders of promising sites in a new field should think it unfair to be kept waiting while the existing producers grew fat upon their monopoly. Moreover, many speculators who had bought lands or options needed a quick return on their money and insisted on immediate drilling. As it became evident that the stop drilling agreement was neither effective nor equitable, the Producers' Association went on to close existing wells. We might rather say that it was forced to this step, for during August and early September production exceeded 18,000 barrels a day and was still rising. Titusville prices dropped in mid-September to $2.75 a barrel. Experts estimated that the district was then losing fully $1 a barrel on the total output, or more than $500,000 a month, and though this was probably an exaggeration, we must remember that the cost of sinking a well averaged $5,000, and that nearly all wells had to be pumped. The movement for a 30-day shutdown rapidly gained ground. Unanimous action was finally taken at a meeting in Oil City, with every district represented, and at midnight on September 28 3/4 of the wells in the older areas were stopped. Captain Hassan deserves most of the credit for the success of this new pledge. When eloquence was of no avail, rough methods were used. The Titusville Herald for October are reported, about 150 men forced the wells on Woods, Pearson, Stevenson, and other farms in the vicinity of Petroleum Center to stop today, but work has since started up. The crowd threatened the Central Company, but steps were taken to prevent the use of any further force. And on the same date the Pittsburgh Gazette declared that a feverish excitement reigned in the regions. Everywhere the intensest feelings prevail over the movement made to suspend production. Dispatches from various districts generally show that the movement is universal, and there are probably not over 50 wells producing tonight. From some localities it is reported that violence has been resorted to in carrying out the measure. Well rigs were burned and engines were destroyed by sledgehammers, and oil tanks tapped. Half a dozen wells were burned one night near Parker's Landing, while next day a mob of several hundred men headed by a brass band closed more than 30 shafts about Rouseville. And at first these stern tactics promised results. As day after day a mere half-stream flowed from the lately superabundant regions, a Sabbath hush fell upon the land. The air, usually filled with dust and coal smoke, grew clear and sparkling. Long trains of empty cars stood on the sidings, teams champed idly in their stables. In every village crowds of laborers sympathetically discussed the shutdown. Ida M. Tarbell, then growing up in the regions, long afterward described the pervasive quiet. The crowded oil farms where creaking walking beams sawed the air from morning to night, where engines puffed, whistles screamed, great gas jets flared, teams came and went, and men hurried to and fro, became suddenly silent and desolate, and this desolation had an ugliness all its own, something unparalleled in any other industry in the country. The awkward derricks, staring cheap shanties, big tanks with miles and miles of pipes running hither and thither, the oil-soaked ground, blackened and ruined trees, terrible roads, all of the common features of the oil farm to which activity gave meaning and dignity, now became hideous in inactivity. Far outside the regions, in Chicago and New York, businessmen read the news dispatches, and exclaimed over this unprecedented strike against overproduction and low prices. Abroad, in Liverpool and Berlin, it provoked the wonderment of everyone interested in the oil trade. However, the effort proved merely spasmodic. It was simply impossible to continue long this stoppage of a business employing 10,000 men and yielding many millions a month. The embargo had begun to be effective about September 20th. Average daily production for September was cut to 16,567 barrels, against 18,816 the month previous. In October it fell to 14,308 barrels. Then on October 28 the embargo was removed, and the next month production soared to 23,275 barrels, a new record. It remained above 22,000 barrels in December, while prices naturally sagged once more. It was evident that only a comprehensive, highly centralized, and permanent organization could control the glut in the market. Hassan and his associates had therefore already begun maturing a new plan, to which cooperative-minded producers everywhere looked hopefully. The leaders, seeking advice in numerous quarters, were deluged with suggestions, some wild, some helpful. One proposal is worth noting for the vengeful attitude toward the refiners which it revealed. A meeting of well owners at St. Petersburg voted to urge foreign governments to place heavy tariffs on refined oil and admit crude oil duty-free, so that European refineries might be built up at the expense of American manufacturers. The Pittsburgh Commercial greeted this with a warning growl. Of American crude oil, it remarked, 97% was refined in the United States, and public opinion would insist upon the preservation of this great American industry. Finally, late in October 1872, Hassan presented the committee's new scheme. He proposed the formation of a new corporation of $1 million capital, called the Petroleum Producers Agency, the stock of which would be held only by actual producers or men for whom they vouched. It would purchase all available oil from the Producers Association, paying not less than $5 a barrel. If the price could be maintained at $5 or more, the full amount would be paid at once. If not, the agency would store the oil in tanks which it meant to build, paying partly in cash, partly in tank certificates. Whenever the board of directors deemed it advisable, they might establish refineries and take other steps to maintain a high price. They were also to determine the line at which production should be restrained, and when necessary were to adopt measures for the stoppage of drilling. Meanwhile they should constantly collect statistics as to wells, drilling, oil production, and stocks on hand. In this way the committee hoped to control production and prices with an iron grip, to restrain the fast-growing and much-hated body of oil speculators, and to offer a defiant front to the refiners. The agency was to oppose all monopolies valiantly, all save its own. For a time this scheme for cooperative storage and marketing seemed to promise success. Bankers of the regions voted their support, and by October 24 about $200,000 in stock had been subscribed. Hassan called upon everyone interested in production to invest. Advise every employee to take at least one share of stock for himself, and one for his wife and each of his children, he exhorted the well owners. When on November 6 a new producers' convention met at Oil City, with Colonel Thomas McDonough in the chair, confidence and unanimity prevailed. Next day the press announced, agency plan an entire success, over $1 million subscribed to capital stock. Trustees and officers were elected, and December found the scheme apparently almost ready for operation. Consumers of oil began to take notice, for $5 a barrel was a high charge, and if the agency could establish a total monopoly, it might keep the price there. Public hostility was appearing in various quarters. It is an attempt, warned the New York Herald, to force oil to high prices for the public. The consumers are likely to take a hand in the matter and use their efforts to frustrate the design and intent of the shutdown movement by refusing to pay the high prices. The Pittsburgh press was hostile. The New York Commercial and Shipping List declared the plan injudicious and reasonably certain to react against the producers in the long run. The better way would have been to leave the matter to the law of supply and demand. And the report of the Chamber of Commerce of the State of New York for 1872 sharply condemned the agency scheme, declaring that the remedy is generally held to be worse than all the temporary evils growing out of overproduction. Yet actually this portentous producers' agency was a giant with feet of clay. Supported enthusiastically by a majority of the large and well-established producers, it was regarded with a jaundiced eye by small owners and new investors. The little producers, whose wells yielded them, like the Tipperary farmer's cow, just enough for a living, made up a great part of the population of the regions. Traversing the glens and defile of the Allegheny Valley, the traveler found many obscure men whose engines pumped from 5 to 20 barrels a day, and who sang the D. Miller's song about caring for nobody. They dreaded a monopolistic combination among their more wealthy and powerful brethren. If these big fellows established an agency able to raise or depress prices, they would be able to crush their associates at will, for by merely sending down quotations without warning they could extinguish producers who had no resources. The little men were aware that the oil regions, in their limited confines and their practical freedom from outside competition, strongly resembled the anthracite area of Pennsylvania, and they feared the fate of the small operators in the anthracite counties, whose holdings had been swallowed up by a few powerful corporations, and who had been reduced to economic serfdom. As for the recent investors, they felt it bitterly unfair that they should be deprived of the chances their predecessors had so blithely seized. Moreover, the number of wells was increasing too rapidly, both in the New Clarion field and in the Butler County area first opened in 1869, for any restraint. Far down the Allegheny River operators were now busy leasing land, sinking shafts, and founding new towns. Foxburg, a river hamlet in Clarion County, leaped into a small city. St. Petersburg, a rural post office 3 miles from the river, soon had 3,000 people. Other boom towns sprang up, and all about them a forest of wells. The bold speculators who reaped wealth in these new fields snapped their fingers at the agency. One firm, Lavins and Evans in Triangle City, had gained notoriety in the days of the non-drilling agreement by its manifesto, resolved, that we don't care a damn. The oil country was irresistibly expanding, and the pioneers responsible for its growth were too individualistic to be bound by any pledges. For that matter, some of the older operators were equally recalcitrant, equally selfish, undisciplined, averse to looking ahead, and intent on quick gains. A revolt by a few lawless souls could break down whatever price the agency might set, while at any moment a new oil discovery and a new rush would render any agreement worthless. When it grew evident in December that production in the Clarion, Butler, and Venango fields was breaking all records, the $5 price became preposterous, and the movement faced a certainty of failure. But while the scheme still appeared hopeful, the agency had received from Rockefeller and the Standard a remarkable offer of support. There was nothing strange about this, for from the outset intelligent refiners had welcomed the stabilizing influence of the agency. The Titusville correspondent of the New York World testified that most manufacturers were pleased by the producers' agreement, declaring that any action which will tend to establish a firm price for crude oil must be helpful to the trade. Like the producers, they were at deadly feud with the speculators in the regions who constantly manipulated the price of oil. Rockefeller favored a strong association of refiners, a strong association of producers, and some agreement or union between the two. No sooner had the agency obtained its $1 million capital than he ordered an oil city agent of the Standard to buy 6,000 barrels of crude from it at $4.75 a barrel, expressing the warmest goodwill for the new organization. It has been represented to us, he telegraphed, that if we would buy of the producer's agent at Oil City and pay $4.75 a barrel, they would maintain the price. We are willing to go further and buy only of the producer's agent, hence the order we have given you. See Hassan and others and let there be a fair understanding on this point. We will do all in our power to maintain prices, and continue to buy, provided our position is fully understood. We do this to convince producers of our sincerity, and to assist in establishing the market. Appropriate action quickly followed. The Titusville Courier for November 11 announced, the heavy purchases, yesterday, at Oil City were made by the Standard Oil Company of Cleveland, they, with other leading refiners, asserting that they will buy no oil outside the producer's agency. The first sentence of Rockefeller's telegram indicates that members of the Producers Association had asked him to cooperate in price maintenance, and to refrain from going to wildcat producers who offered bargains in oil. The fact was that many producers heartily believed in joint action with the refiners, and not a few panted eagerly for it. To be sure, Captain Hassan, Editor Allen of the Courier, and others who had fought the South Improvement Scheme in March and the Pittsburgh Plan in May, still opposed any combination with their late enemies. They held that their organization must dictate the price rather than agree upon it with the refining interests, for in any union the refiners would soon gain the upper hand. Timeo Dineo Zieg Dona Ferentes, exclaimed the belligerent Oil City Derrick. Liberal translation, mind your eye when the Cleveland refiners get generous. The editor believed that Rockefeller was merely offering a generous initial bid to wheedle the producer's agency into an agreement upon prices, and so break the well owner's unity, once this was accomplished, he and other refiners would then turn about and smash the price. Hassan likewise argued that the producers should stand aloof from foreign entanglements until they had fully perfected and tested their own organization. Psychologically, there was a certain justification for this attitude. The producers had never acted with real unity except under the spur of fear and anger, and a resolute antagonism toward refiners might seem the best basis for their new organization. But the majority took a saner view. They thought of the Producers' Association and Producers' Agency as bodies which should attempt not an absolute monopoly, but simply a general control of production. They could then tell the organized refiners, "We think the price ought to be such and such. If you will agree with us on that level, we can jointly maintain it against the irresponsible producers who are slashing prices. Let us act together." It was evident when Rockefeller made his offer that cooperation alone offered a real chance of success, for if intransigent producers forced the refiners into open war, and into dealing with speculators and unorganized wells, the agency would quickly be broken down. In trying to manage the runaway industry, the agency needed all the support it could find, for at best its outlook was dark. With meager capital and weak storage facilities, it faced the liability of a large and rapidly rising surplus of crude oil. By early November, more than 1 million barrels of petroleum were in storage. The danger was that many producers would become discouraged and desert, while speculators would grow more defiant in sinking new wells. The expansive nature of the producing industry and the rough, untamable character of the region's population were inimical to any ironclad union. It was expensive to keep drilling machinery idle, laborers clamored for work, and shoestring operators had to sink shafts and sell the oil for early returns. The oil region was a mining camp, Rockefeller once disgustedly said. Even historians who have written from the producer's point of view speak bitterly of their faults. Except in brief spasms of anxiety or rage, they displayed no more foresight than far western prospectors, while many of them never learned to show any real efficiency in managing their properties. Nobody in the oil regions in 1872 looked with favor on economy, Miss Tarbell admits. Many thought a return of 2% a year only reasonable, and scorned wells yielding 10 barrels a day, though at a profit of 50 cents a barrel this meant $1,800 a year. As the Derrick said, their industry had been born in a balloon going up, and spent all its early years in the sky. They threw money away by digging shafts in hopeless ground, by discarding costly tools which might easily have been mended, by running their offices slackly, and by speculating on the oil exchanges. They kept no books, sent telegrams instead of letters, and scorned those careful savings which Rockefeller regarded as the very foundation of business. Prudently administered, oil production ought to have yielded high returns at $3 a barrel, and the constant demand for $4 or $5 was a token of mismanagement. Rockefeller's offer of support by the Standard Oil was quickly followed by a similar proffer from the refiners' pool which he headed. The first days of December found oil men standing on the slushy street corners of regions' towns in eager discussion of a plan which had been hammered out to meet the objection that the refiners would naturally wish to keep the price of crude oil low while raising that of refined oil high. It was a plan, since guarantees were wanted, under which the price of crude oil would move up by a sliding scale whenever the price of refined oil advanced. Rockefeller played a leading part in the protracted meeting of representatives of the two interests soon held at the Fifth Avenue Hotel in New York to iron out their differences. Tentative approval was given the plan by the producers' executive committee, and men waited uneasily to learn if it would be made final. On December 23, the Producers' Council, sitting in Oil City, approved by an overwhelming vote the proposals made by the National Refiners Association. General jubilation greeted the news. Yet despite the heavy majority against him, Hassan had fought to the end, with a bitter persistence which did much to sow dissension among the operators. He and the Derrick predicted that the Treaty of Titusville, as the agreement was called, would fail with calamitous results, and their dark prophecies fed a defeatist spirit. This was unfortunate, for the Treaty of Titusville was decidedly more favorable to producers than any previous plan. It provided that the Petroleum Producers Association should sell crude oil exclusively to the Refiners Association, while the latter organization should buy crude oil exclusively from the former, each body to take in all the willing members of its branch of the industry. The refiners pledged themselves to buy from the association daily, for the next 60 days, 15,000 barrels of crude oil or such other quantity as the markets of the world might require, to be determined from time to time by a joint committee. The price of oil so purchased was to be $5 a barrel, of which $4 was to be paid unconditionally upon delivery. The remainder was to be paid conditionally. That is, whenever refined oil in New York was 26 cents a gallon or less, nothing above $4 was to be paid, but for every cent of advance upon kerosene, 25 cents a barrel was to be added to the price of crude, until the prices reached 30 cents a gallon and $5 a barrel respectively. The Refiners Association might discontinue the arrangement at any time by giving 10 days' notice in writing, and the Producers Association might discontinue it after the expiration of 60 days by similar notice. It was understood that the producers should keep their output at or near 15,000 barrels a day, this part of the agreement, at the well owner's request, being merely oral, but no less binding. The refiners further agreed that Sections I and III of the Agreement of March 25, forbidding rebates or special arrangements with the railroads, should remain in force. Evidently they had no difficulty in reconciling this new pledge with their existing business arrangements, which is further proof that the rate changes made by the Erie, Pennsylvania, and Lake Shore since March 25 were not so much rebates as open and general reductions. It now remains to be seen, commented the New York World, whether the new expedient, an alliance between the producers and refiners for the purpose of making arbitrary figures at which petroleum shall be sold to merchants, will meet with success. During late December the news was ominous. The Boston refiners, who had not joined the National Refiners Association and detested the new compact, announced that they would get all the crude oil they wanted from independent producers. The Pittsburgh Gazette reported that many well owners were uneasy. While they are very anxious that something should be done to place the trade on a better and more substantial basis, they are apprehensive that in the cooperative project refiners might be enabled in some way to take advantage of them, hence they want to drop it and take up something else. The latest suggestion is to run the wells but 12 hours out of the 24, this might do, but like all their projects attempted already, it is open to objections. The great trouble among the producers is a want of unanimity of sentiment. It seems impossible to get them all to come into a movement. This report was dated December 15. 2 days later a panic seized the crude oil market, prices falling precipitously. Shippers for the export trade, announced the New York Commercial and Shipping List, regarded the combination as unnatural, arbitrary, and unjust, were predicting its early downfall, and meanwhile were curtailing their purchases. Even after final ratification of the plan, the market remained weak. The current price was so far below the $4 quotation set as a base that, by emergency action, $3.25 was agreed upon instead. As the agreement went into effect, the Standard Oil dutifully ordered 50,000 barrels at $3.25. But the utter lack of discipline among producers was fast becoming evident. Though the Producers' Council had immediately recommended that no new shafts be drilled till July 1, 1873, the oil seekers' hopes of a rise in prices caused them to shake off all controls upon output, and heedless of the fact that $3.25 could be paid only if the flow were kept somewhere near 15,000 barrels a day, they sank new wells more furiously than ever. Whereas winter ice and snow usually slowed up production, the first 2 months of 1873 found the average daily output approaching 22,000 barrels. As the glut increased and export buyers still hesitated, many impatient well owners became pressed for cash, and began selling oil to speculators for $3, $2.50, and even $2 a barrel. The inexorable march of disaster in the regions was chronicled in long news stories. When January opened, the Pittsburgh Gazette reported that some producers were selling oil for as little as $2.60 a barrel, and that nobody knew how to restrain them. On January 4 the New York Shipping and Commercial List pointed out that exports of petroleum in 1872 had fallen below the previous year, and attributed the decline to the insane and hopeless effort to control the price of the article through the agency of cliques and combinations. Brokers, it added, were buying large quantities of oil from independent producers at cut rates. For several days, declared another journal on the 9th, there have been signs of a total breakup of the cooperative combination between producers and consumers, and a general financial crash in the oil regions. A speculative ring has been formed to break up the Producers Association, and several prominent producers, notably Hassan, president of the association, and Parker, of Parker's Landing, have refused to be bound by the Articles of Agreement. William Parker, a malcontent member of the executive committee, had in fact sold 5,000 barrels of oil at a cut price on the very first day of the agreement. News of his action had spread through the oil markets and been telegraphed to Europe, creating widespread distrust. Quotations had naturally dropped to $2.50 and less. And the end came swiftly. On January 15 the discouraged Producers' Council met in Titusville with Hassan in the chair. Culver made an informal report for the executive committee. He had just come back from a meeting with the Refiners Association in New York, where he and other regions' leaders had reluctantly confessed that they could not hold the producers under control. His statement effectually disposes of Miss Tarbell's contention that it was Rockefeller who broke up the producers' organization. The Titusville Herald of January 16 quotes him as saying that Rockefeller and other refining leaders were deeply disappointed. Mr. Culver then read the correspondence of the committee by telegraph with the refiners, to prove that they had acted in good faith. He said, further, everything that has passed, and all my connection with the refiners, convinces me that they propose standing up to their agreement in good faith, and I believe they are the most honorable set of businessmen I ever met. They are men whom I would personally be willing to trust under any circumstances, and I further believe that if the producers showed any indication of being able to control themselves, these men would be willing to take the balance of the oil. Cleveland had taken about half its allotment, Pittsburgh none, even if the open price was down to $1 a barrel. I was shown in New York a telegram from the 2nd District to Mr. Rockefeller, offering to sell 5,000 barrels at $2.25. Mr. Rockefeller replied that he had made the arrangement in good faith, and he would abide by it. Mr. Warden also telegraphed to his agents who offered oil at open rates not to buy a barrel of oil outside the arrangement. Culver added that, we are ourselves at fault. When a member asked if Parker's sale of oil at a cut rate had not violated the contract, his reply was emphatic. Mr. Culver said if a refiner had been found out in such a transaction, he thought doubtless we would have considered the contract broken. Another member laid the calamity to treachery in our own ranks. It was shown at this meeting that more than 300 new wells were being drilled in the lower districts, one man having started our 6. On Culver's motion, the council voted that since the contract with the Refiners Association had never really gone into effect, it is hereby declared inoperative and void. The project failed because the individualistic well owners could no more be organized for production control than the Dakota wheat growers or Far Eastern rubber planters a generation later. Rockefeller attended several meetings of producers who were trying to discipline renegades. I remember particularly, he said later, one man who was caught exceeding his allotment. He was brought up and questioned. He was an old man and he chewed tobacco. When he was asked why he had broken his pledge he chewed hard and replied, well, I thought it would be a fair commercial transaction. Most of the men who produced oil were like that, they violated their covenants. Miss Tarbell, led sadly astray by her region's bias, places the blame for the failure chiefly upon Rockefeller, but partly upon an overproduction that she treats as purely automatic. It seemed as if nature, outraged that her generosity should be so manipulated as to benefit a few, had opened her veins to flood the earth with oil. Upon this Rockefeller made the drily adequate remark, it is to be remembered that nature would not have opened her veins if the producers had not compelled her to do so. All press comment of the time agrees that the breakdown of the Treaty of Titusville, completed by the middle of January, was due to disunion and treason among the producers, and the production figures are additional proof of where the fault lay. The Derrick acridly commented that the pledge to drill no wells until July had merely tended to increase the development by selfish well owners eager to take advantage of the idleness of others, and it hailed the breakup with exultation. Rockefeller and other refiners had done their part. But the lawless elements in the producing association had proved too strong for the loose organization built to combat them. The well owners were back to the disorganized conditions of 1871. Upon this sad footing, moreover, they were to remain for years, for their failure to act in concert had completely wrecked their own morale. The Butler and Clarion fields continued to pour out more and more oil. "Verily," exclaimed the New York Commercial and Shipping List in February, "our friends the producers of petroleum in Pennsylvania are to be pitied. It really seems as if Providence had ordained that their efforts to enhance the value of their staple should be defeated." And in June it lamented that, "the unheard-of price, to which petroleum had fallen, seems to us to have no parallel in the history of any article of merchandise of equal consumption." In 1874 production reached the new record of 10,810,000 barrels, while in 1875 came the discovery of the Great Bradford Field, which proved so rich that in 1880 it alone produced about 22 million barrels. The veins of nature had been opened indeed. The truth is that the failure of the Producers' Association was inevitable. The oil fields were growing too rapidly, and too many centrifugal forces were at work. No matter how hard Culver and his aides might have struggled, no matter how loyally Rockefeller and his associates might have assisted them, the effort would still have broken down. Oil production was never controlled in the United States until the federal government undertook the task, and then not for long. In vain did the Derrick insist that a 6-month suspension of all production would still rescue the industry. In vain did various leaders call for a new stoppage of drilling. As the price of crude oil sank lower, operators drove their engines all the harder to produce enough oil for an income. The significance of this spectacle was not lost upon men like John D. Archbold and J. Vandergrift. While they hesitated for 2 years more to throw in their fortunes with the Standard Oil, the penalty which the producers paid for failing to unite undoubtedly made a powerful impression upon them. Meanwhile the National Refiners' Association was also failing to meet the hopes of its founders. This loose pool, setting quotas for member plants and fixing prices, lacked the strength to make its authority respected. Some members refined more oil than their allotments, while others cut the price of their product. And even without internal disloyalty, enough refiners remained outside the association to render overproduction and price slashing a menace. These independents, manufacturing all they pleased and shaving prices at will, profited by any stability which the association established. They got a free ride. Membership became a penalty rather than an advantage, and various participants, thinking enviously of these refiners who stole the icing from the cake, longed to be released. The slight but alarming slump in exports, with shipments declining from 132 million gallons in 1871 to 118 million in 1872, also injured the association. Rockefeller, who had feared precisely this result, was quick to perceive the tokens of impending breakdown. "It was apparent to me early after the organization of the Refiners' Association," he said years later, "that among so many men untrained in business there were many who could not be relied upon to aid in solving a problem so difficult as the reformation which my associates and I sought to bring about in this industry. But it was deemed desirable to continue patiently the study of these same people, to confirm or disprove the impressions early formed of their unreliability. We proved that the Producers' and Refiners' Associations were ropes of sand. As disobedience to the decrees of the association increased, its uselessness became obvious to all. At a meeting in Saratoga on June 24, 1873, it was dissolved. Once more Rockefeller and Flagler had joined with other leading refiners in trying to give the industry a partial degree of organization, and once more they retired from the field in apparent defeat. They had effected no such dramatic extension of their business as by the conquest of Cleveland early in 1872, but for this they were not yet ready. They were still busy consolidating their recent gains, and the Standard's earnings for 1872, materially in excess of $1 million, were almost wholly turned back into the business for extension and modernization of equipment. But the heads of the Standard could nevertheless reckon up certain gains from their latest experiment, gains important even though not at all tangible. For one, they felt a new assurance as to the proper line of development. It was consolidation or nothing. They had proved to themselves and to others that they could place no reliance upon a mere pool, that the industry required a far closer, stronger type of organization if it were to gain stability, and the original plan of Rockefeller and Flagler for a single great company presented the only hope. And a second gain lay in an increasing knowledge of the competitors, their talents, capacities, outlook, matched by a corresponding appreciation on the part of their rivals of the strength and efficiency of the Standard Oil. Chapter 19. Leviathan. As Rockefeller and Flagler sauntered up Euclid Avenue on summer evenings in 1873, discussing the state of the oil industry, they were undoubtedly possessed by mixed emotions. Outwardly, the prospects of both producers and refiners seemed dark. Attempts to unite for the control of competition had broken down, and the price of crude and refined petroleum alike was falling disastrously. During June the well owners cursed to see crude oil selling at $2 a barrel, while gloomy refiners found it hard to obtain 18 cents a gallon. Yet this was but a beginning. Such rich new strikes were made this summer that production at times ran above 30,000 barrels a day, crude oil prices touched a low point of $1.02 in August, and before Christmas quotations stood at the ruinous level of 83 cents a barrel. These bargain rates led numerous refiners to introduce apparatus for burning oil under their stills. Rockefeller must have read the editorial which the Cleveland Leader devoted one hot August day to the overproduction. The problem is what to do with it all. Tanks, barrels, cars, and markets are full to overflowing, and the prices are way down. The supply of petroleum has for 2 years past largely exceeded the demand. For the heads of the Standard Oil, however, the clouds had a silver lining. While they were being hurt by the depression, their rivals suffered a great deal more. Not only were the refiners as a group in a happier position than the producers, but of all refiners the Standard Oil was now in the most favorable situation. The company had demonstrated in 2 ways the benefits of consolidation. For one, it had reduced the total amount of refining in Cleveland, and for another, it had placed its manufacturing upon a much more efficient foundation. The Standard's own shipments increased heavily during 1873, for it more than doubled the production of the previous year. But Rockefeller had consistently maintained that the absorptions in Cleveland would constitute a step toward reducing the excessive refining capacity of the nation, and statistics show how rapidly he actually lopped off the inefficient margin of the city's industry. In January, 1872, Cleveland had been the greatest buyer of crude oil in the world. But in June, after the Standard's consolidations, it bought only 117,300 barrels of crude oil as against New York's 190,000, and stood but little in advance of Pittsburgh, which bought 111,652 barrels. Throughout the remainder of 1872 Cleveland usually kept in third place. Totals for the year showed that shipments of crude oil to New York had increased over 1871 by about 400,000 barrels, and to Philadelphia by about 300,000, while those to Cleveland had decreased by 650,000. While the producers' embargo against the South Improvement Company accounted for part of this, the wiping out of wasteful plants by the Standard Oil was responsible for much more. A profit was now being made on the whole Cleveland output of refined oil, while New York and Pittsburgh were losing money on a wide marginal production. But as soon as the Standard reorganized its Cleveland holdings, it proceeded to carry forward that process of expansion on which Rockefeller and Flagler had set their hearts. The company invaded other cities, extending its enterprises all the way from New York to Louisville. It began to acquire pipelines, and it looked more energetically abroad. It is easy to find evidence in all this of Rockefeller's grasp and foresight. Expansion, he said later, meant economy. By 1879, we had taken steps of progress that our rivals could not take. They had not the means to build pipelines, bulk ships, tank wagons. They couldn't have their agents all over the country, couldn't manufacture their own acid, bungs, wicks, lamps, do their own cooperage, so many other things. It ramified indefinitely. They couldn't have their purchasing agents as we did, taking advantage of large buying. When Constance Fenimore Woolson visited Cleveland to record her impressions of the city in Harper's Magazine, she was taken to the newly renovated Standard plants. What impressed her was the speed with which enormous quantities of green oil were turned first into rainbow water, and then a dozen products. Beneath the reservoirs were rows of blue barrels, she wrote. Click, went the automatic faucet, showing that a barrel was full. Not only had operations been speeded up, but relations with jobbers and other middlemen had been strengthened, closer attention was being given to quality, and marketing facilities were being extended both east and west. Most of the oil was shipped in barrels, though for the Far West and foreign markets 2 5-gallon cans in a wooden case, the cans later so familiar from China to Peru, were already employed. This case oil brought 5 or 6 cents more a gallon. The standard barrels were now recognized everywhere on site. Double-glued, bound with 6 hoops, and painted a bright blue, they commanded respect throughout America, while the Royal Daylight brand on them was familiar over half of Europe. The cooperage yards of the company, well out on Cleveland's Broadway, held gigantic piles of oak staves and heads. On Whiskey Island, where the Cuyahoga emptied into Lake Erie, the Standard had built a huge warehouse. It owned tugs and barges, and bringing the bright blue barrels filled with oil down the river from the refineries, swept them by conveyors from the boats to the landing platform of the warehouse, whence they were placed aboard steamships bound for all Great Lakes and St. Lawrence ports. The speed with which the oil was handled amazed beholders. After the unexpected drop in 1872, exports of refined oil and naphtha rose again in 1873 to almost 5.5 million barrels, and the company took shrewd measures to increase its share of the trade. These 2 years witnessed a spectacular development of its facilities in New York Harbor. Rockefeller's success early in 1872 in bringing Jabez Bostwick into the company was important chiefly for his overseas marketing. Bostwick and Company, successors of Bostwick and Tilford, owned a refinery on Long Island, but their principal business had been buying refined oil from Cleveland and other points and selling it abroad. They were an export marketing agency, probably the largest in the field. Having leased the Weehawken oil docks from the Erie Railroad in 1872, they were managing them and the connected tanks and warehouses. All these facilities and their fleet of tugs and barges in New York Harbor passed into the control of the Standard. But this was not all. The Standard Oil had already built up extensive warehouses and transfer facilities at Hunters Point on the Brooklyn side of the East River, roughly opposite 34th Street. Here also stood one of the oldest and largest refineries in the New York area, operated by the Long Island Oil Company, which had been organized in 1862 and now had a capital of $200,000. In May, 1872, it was purchased by the Standard, which thus gained a large consolidated property at a strategic point. William P. Wardwell and the family of Josiah Macy, the principal owners of the Long Island Company, became stockholders in and officers of the Standard. Macy, a Quaker, united piety and business astuteness in a way that pleased Rockefeller, who once remarked, "I think a real Quaker is a fine type of man." It was at Hunters Point that there occurred this summer the tremendous fire already mentioned. All downtown New York was covered for hours with a pall of smoke, half the firefighting apparatus of the city was called out, and some accounts estimated the loss at $1 million. 3 canal boats, a steamer, and 2 sailing ships loaded or loading with oil, for large tanks, warehouses, sheds, and about 25,000 barrels of kerosene, together with the refinery, were destroyed. But the facilities were soon more than replaced. Then in January, 1873, Rockefeller made an even more important acquisition, the DeVoe Manufacturing Company, which with a capital of $500,000 operated extensive Long Island works, specializing in the export of case oil, for which it made its own cans. Its refinery facilities were invaluable. It is significant that aid was lent the Standard in financing this DeVoe purchase by Charles Pratt of the Pratt Manufacturing Company, who had long been a partner of DeVoe's but had broken away to organize his own refinery. Less than a year earlier he had been one of the Standard's fiercest antagonists. Then he had joined the Refiners Association, and now he and his partner H. Rogers, though maintaining their business independence, entered into a quasi-alliance with Rockefeller. It was evident that they had seen a light, that mutual confidence had been established between them and the Standard Oil, and that the alliance might soon become a complete union. These steps were indispensable to give the Standard national and international greatness. For obvious reasons, the refining industry still seemed to be gravitating toward the Atlantic seaboard. While Cleveland was the best point for supplying the Western market, the export trade was far richer, and until the opening of the great Ohio and Indiana oil fields, the Atlantic cities were therefore to hold a position of quite clear vantage. Although Rockefeller's consolidations had saved Cleveland as a refining center, he knew that New York and Philadelphia were much better situated to command world commerce. By the close of 1873 he had obtained an important share of New York's manufacturing capacity, and had gained a secure basis for a great export trade, which William Rockefeller could rapidly expand. The Standard Oil was soon to extend these New York holdings, and then to advance upon Philadelphia and Baltimore. Meanwhile, the company had begun to undertake certain entirely new activities, those of systematic oil purchasing, of local distribution west and south, and of pipeline transportation. The fact must be emphasized that until 1873 the Standard Oil had remained almost purely a manufacturing corporation. It owned no oil-producing territory. It had its buyers in the regions, but for supplies of crude petroleum it depended in large part upon such prosperous firms as Nahart and Grandin, Abbott and Harley, and Vandergrift and Foreman. As for its selling organization, that had been concerned only with wholesale shipments and not with retailing. The domestic marketing of refined oil in 1872 was still controlled by a multitude of special houses, large and small. Several firms had gained national prominence as jobbers and retailers, notably the Waters, Pierce Oil Company in St. Louis and Chess, Carley and Company in Louisville, but most of the distributors operated locally. The Standard Oil was often embarrassed by its lack of authority over this complex intermediate structure of middlemen. Some of them speculated in oil, disturbing the market, many threw large quantities of cheap, dangerous kerosene upon the market in competition with standard products. Both the sale of poor oil and the wastefulness of the distributing system irked the methodical Rockefeller. The obvious remedy lay in systematic expansion into the new field, and as a first step the Standard Oil in 1873 suddenly acquired control of Chess, Carley. This firm owned a Louisville refinery, which might become important if the flow of the West Virginia and Kentucky wells increased, but its wholesale and retail distributing business was more valuable. The purchase undoubtedly represented the Standard's intention to corral the distributing field, said a company officer later. He added that F.D. Carley embraced the opportunity of union eagerly. When the Standard proposed a merger, he said, sure, come on down. John D. Rockefeller loved a man with initiative and the spirit of cooperation. That's why they waltzed around the hall with Carley, their arms were about him all the time when he came to Cleveland. The combination opened up for Standard Oil Products a lucrative southern territory, in which Chess, Carley rapidly increased their operations. This device of maintaining intact a company which had already proved its efficiency soon became a settled Standard policy. Steps were also taken to systematize the purchasing of crude oil. When Bostwick and Company were bought out, they agreed to carry on the business with the name of the old corporation, but under the direction and for the account of the Standard, which was to furnish the cash capital required, save that Bostwick might employ of his own, on which he was guaranteed 7% in commissions. He possessed two extremely capable agents in the oil districts, Joseph Seep and Daniel O'Day. Bostwick and Company thus became the principal buyer and shipper of crude oil for the Standard, and Joe Seep was soon handling orders that ran into many millions monthly. In acquiring control of its own pipelines the Standard entered a highly competitive field. As yet, and for several years to come, all such lines were merely local. They connected little groups of wells in the Pennsylvania fields with the nearest railroad, and that was all. But they were sufficiently effective to have driven most teamsters out of existence, and year by year they were being linked together in longer and more important systems, like that of Abbott and Harley's Allegheny Transportation Company. The method of operation was simple. The well owner, after tubing a successful shaft, flowed or pumped the oil into a tank which might hold as little as 250 barrels or as much as 2,500, according to the capacity of the well. The tank was measured to ascertain its capacity, and marked for each quarter-inch of height. The pipeline company connected a 2-inch or 3-inch pipe to the tank, with a stopcock, and when the tank was ready to run they gauged it, drained a quantity into their own central line or storage tanks, and then re-gauged it to find how many barrels of oil remained. The well owner was given a certificate for the quantity taken out, which could be bought and sold. As the years went by pipeline owners, refiners, and oil dealers built larger and larger tanks for storage, until some structures in the regions held 30,000 barrels or more. Most local pipelines were laid on the surface, but when trunk lines came into existence they were placed underground. By the end of 1876 the total length of the pipelines in the oil regions was estimated by a good authority at 2,082 miles, operated by 35 or 40 companies. Only 6 companies owned more than 100 miles of pipe each, while a number operated but 2, 3, or 5 miles. The whole tank capacity of the regions at this time was placed by another authority at about 6,400,000 barrels, but this was probably an exaggeration. The network as a whole might even at this date, 15 years after Drake's discovery, be regarded as rudimentary. Within the next decade it was to be extended with amazing rapidity, great trunk lines being laid to carry crude oil from the regions east to Philadelphia and New York, south to Baltimore, west to Cleveland, and north to Buffalo, but that time was not yet. In 1872 no pipeline company commanded much capital. Profits were little or nothing. Nominally 30 cents a barrel was charged for transporting oil, whether for half a mile or 20 miles, but actually competition often drove the rate down to 5 cents. Rockefeller and his associates, who vividly remembered how completely, at the crisis of the South Improvement War, they had been deprived of crude oil by the producers, realized that the pipelines offered another potential source of interference with their designs. Suppose they fell into the hands of some determined opponent? One of the railroads, or an ambitious fast freight line like the Empire Transportation Company, might rapidly absorb them. A pipeline monopoly would be far more dangerous than a producer's monopoly, for it would rest in fewer hands and be open to a more unscrupulous manipulation. The obvious safeguard for the Standard Oil lay in the purchase of a number of lines, with their storage tanks. Indeed, why not set up a Standard Oil system which would help to assure a steady supply of crude, and in time lower the cost of transporting it? The genial but ruthless Daniel O'Day had a special knowledge of transportation. His abounding energy and two-fisted fighting qualities made him precisely the man for erecting a great pipeline fabric, and the Standard Oil, through Bostwick as its new partner, turned to him. O'Day had passed through a harsh school of experience. Born in County Clare but brought to America as a small child, he had grown up in Cattaraugus County, N.Y. At 15 he had abandoned his father's farm for the freight yards of Buffalo, and working there throughout the Civil War years had thoroughly mastered freight handling. At 21, in 1865, he went to Titusville, and soon joined the Empire Transportation Company, then newly organized as a fast freight feeder of the Pennsylvania Railroad. His chief duties were the movement of cars and solicitation of freight. He found that the post-war oil boom had thrown service into a state of chaos. All the shippers wanted transportation at the same time, and the car shortage became frightful. O'Day introduced system and order, and met all demands promptly. After leaving the Empire, he was hired by Bostwick and Tilford in 1870 to handle their large oil shipments from the regions. This firm had a close alliance with the Erie, monopolizing most of its oil business. Soon after joining its employ, O'Day was summoned to New York by J. Gould, president of the Erie, for Gould believed that the Empire Transportation Company and its protector the Pennsylvania Railroad were getting altogether too much of the oil traffic, and wished O'Day to intervene. The tall, broad-shouldered young man, taking charge despite the hostility of the general manager, went to work with immediate success, and practically living on the rails for a month, diverted much of the current oil freight to the Erie lines. During the South Improvement War, he and Joseph Seep remained inflexibly loyal to Bostwick. Denounced by mass meetings, threatened with mob violence, subjected to every cajolery and blandishment, they refused to yield an inch, and their iron nerve finally extorted an unwilling admiration. Bostwick had strongly recommended O'Day to Rockefeller as the right man to build up the company's pipeline system. It was high time for the Standard to act. In the summer of 1873 the newspapers announced the sale of the Union Pipeline to the Empire Transportation Company, already owner of the Mutual Line, two of the longest systems in the regions thus being suddenly consolidated. This coup gave Joseph D. Potts's Fast Freight Company, so closely associated with the powerful Pennsylvania Railroad, more than 100 miles of continuous pipeline, tankage facilities approximating 100,000 barrels, and 600 oil cars. Moreover, during the next few months the Union line rapidly pushed its pipes forward into the Butler County field. It was plain that Potts, the astute, persistent, and intensely ambitious head of the empire, intended to expand his network aggressively, and to make certain of a lion's share of the crude oil freight business. In 1875 he built a line to Olean, N.Y., and by the end of 1876 his various systems aggregated 680 miles of pipe and boasted more than 1,300,000 barrels of storage capacity. He was fast becoming a formidable threat. At Rockefeller's instance, Bostwick commissioned O'Day to build a pipeline from Emlenton to the new Clarion County oil fields, and by the fall of 1873 the energetic Irishman had put down about 80 miles. This property was shortly consolidated with other lines under the name of the American Transfer Company, and O'Day continued his building until in September, 1874, he opened a line from Turkey City in the Clarion Field to Oil City, with but one pumping station en route. During 1875 the enterprising young fellow, hearing of explorations for oil in the Bradford area to the northeast, also ran a pipeline into that new area. Laboring at first under Bostwick's supervision, both Joseph Seep and O'Day became widely renowned as agents of the Standard in buying crude oil and piping it. Everyone in the regions knew them, and much as the Standard came to be hated there, everyone respected them. For Joe Seep the feeling was more than respect, for he was a lovable personality. Born in Hanover, Germany, he had been brought to America at the age of 11. His father died of cholera, and the lad, compelled to help support his mother, learned the cigar-making trade, toiling at it throughout his teens. At 21 he went to Lexington, Kentucky, where Jabez Bostwick employed him in the grain and hemp business, the beginning of a lifelong connection. When Bostwick went into oil, Seep followed him, and settled down in Titusville in 1869 as Bostwick's agent. Ruddy, bald-headed, full-bearded, looking strangely like later portraits of Charles Dickens, he was as genial and paternal as O'Day was brisk and aggressive. The kindly, jolly German and the rough and rollicking Irishman, both Catholics, maintained a friendly rivalry in the size of their families, Seep finally taking the lead with 11 children. Both had a genius for making friends, and though O'Day made bitter foes too, Seep's admirers became as the sands of the sea. 30 years after his death, his modesty, honesty, and generosity, for his personal charities were inexhaustible, kept his memory fragrant throughout the regions. I don't think he ever had an enemy, one veteran oil man has testified. Seep did more for the poor in Oil City than any other man. But the Standard, more and more disturbed by the activities of the Empire Transportation Company, was not satisfied merely with what lines O'Day constructed. Rockefeller cast an envious eye on the largest of the old pipeline companies, Vandergrift and Foreman, and was one of the first to learn that J. Vandergrift, hard hit by the collapse in oil prices, needed capital. Both William H. Vanderbilt and Amasa Stone heard it also, and were eager to buy a controlling interest for the New York Central. In 1873 a somewhat complicated transaction was carried through. The Standard Oil, by paying $233,333.33 in cash, and contributing a fractional interest it already held in one line, gained a 1/3 share in the Vandergrift and Foreman pipes. Vanderbilt and Stone each took 1/6 interest in the system. The remaining third was kept by Vandergrift and George V. Foreman. Renamed the United Pipe Lines, the system became one of the two cornerstones of the Standard's pipeline network. The other cornerstone, the American Transfer Company, was soon completely owned by the Standard Oil, which on November 15, 1874, paid $200,000 to Rockefeller, Bostwick, Josiah Macy, Jr., and A.J. Pouch for it. At the close of 1876 the two systems comprised about 400 miles, and had a tankage capacity of nearly 1,400,000 barrels. Rockefeller had thus completely safeguarded the Standard against a pipeline monopoly formed by the Empire or any other group. Indeed, he was already dreaming of his own pipeline monopoly. The Depression of 1873–78, which fell with ruinous force upon so many businesses, did the petroleum industry less harm than others, and the Standard Oil itself some indirect benefit. Kerosene was now regarded throughout Europe and America, and even in much of Asia, as a necessity, not a luxury, and the price was so low that the poorest family felt able to afford it. The panic broke September 18, when the sudden collapse of the powerful banking house of J. Cook and Company appalled the financial world. Banks closed their doors, stocks came down with a crash, mills and factories swung their gates shut, unemployment became general, and breadlines soon formed in all the great cities. The country dropped into the trough of a long and merciless depression, from the misery of which it did not escape until 1878. At first petroleum fell to low prices. Crude oil sagged late in 1873 to nearly 80 cents a barrel, and despite a partial recovery, still averaged only $1.33 early in 1874, while refined oil, which had brought an average of 26 cents a gallon in 1872, sold after the panic for just 13 cents. During 6 months of 1874 crude oil averaged only $1 a barrel or less, and for a considerable period in 1875 the average price was about 90 cents. But this was due far more largely to overproduction than to the Depression. Indeed, the price of crude recovered amazingly in much of 1876 to 77, while the Depression was still at its worst, largely because production then fell below world demand. In these 2 years producers reaped golden profits, and, along with agricultural products, the trade brought a great deal of much-needed gold from Europe to America. Moreover, the disastrously low prices of 1873 and 1875 had their brighter side for Rockefeller in helping him promote that policy of consolidation which he had long pictured as the one rock of hope for the industry. Faced with constant losses, the well owners seemed helpless, but the refiners had been most perseveringly and eloquently assured by the Standard Oil that salvation lay within their grasp. Whenever Rockefeller met men like Pratt, Lockhart, and Worden, he renewed his argument that the refiners still possessed a capacity crazily out of proportion to the market, that 2 efforts at a mere pool, the South Improvement Company and the National Refiners Association, had now effected nothing, and that complete unification offered the only true road to prosperity. Even the doubters listened to him now. Meanwhile, the railroads, hard hit by the Depression and the rate wars, were struggling to sustain their petroleum traffic. 2 of them especially courted the Standard Oil. The New York Central Lake Shore system had actually entered into partnership with it in acquiring a pipeline to compete with the Empire Pennsylvania system, and the Erie now also joined hands with it in a spectacular way. The overthrow of the old rate agreement of March 25, 1872, had led to a general restoration of rebating, and every oil shipper of consequence received some favor. Archbold and Vandergrift, so prominent during the South Improvement struggle in insisting that all rebates must be abolished, had been quick to obtain concessions. Adna Nehart, an oil jobber who had also been conspicuous in opposing the South Improvement scheme, collected $7,000 in rebates from the Erie in the single month of September, 1872. When the Standard's contract with the New York Central expired on or about April 1, 1873, it apparently made another with that road more satisfactory in character. Whatever this new arrangement was, it increased the sharp dissatisfaction which Erie men felt over the oil traffic situation. In handling both crude and refined, the Erie was being pushed steadily to the wall by the Pennsylvania and the New York Central Lake Shore systems. The Pennsylvania monopolized the Pittsburgh trade, and controlled the most direct outlets from the regions to the seaboard, while the New York Central had gained most of the Standard shipments. Although Jay Gould's deadly grip had been loosed and the presidency was assumed in July, 1872, by the able Peter H. Watson, oil receipts had shown little improvement. In the latter half of 1872 the Erie was carrying only about 53,000 barrels of petroleum a month, while the Pennsylvania had about 300,000 barrels, and the New York Central almost all the Cleveland traffic. Watson and Blanchard grew alarmed. When Blanchard made inquiries, he learned from Adna Nehart that the March 25 agreement had been violated by all roads and all large shippers. He was told, in fact, that it had been exploded in part by the action of the Producers' Union itself. The Erie then plunged into the general game of rate cutting, giving Nehart such large rebates that he collected $188,000 for the year, and in March 1873, it made an agreement with the Oil Regions refiners which it hoped would bring it nearly all their shipments from Titusville, Oil City, and other centers to New York. But its cuts were promptly met by the Empire Transportation Company, which seduced the region's establishments back to the old allegiance. Their shipments again began passing in Empire cars over the Pennsylvania tracks. "We are left," Blanchard plaintively testified, "with but one small shipper of refined oil, Mr. G. High, whose consignments were small, and to retain even this small business, against similar solicitations by our rivals, we were compelled to make his rate $1.10 in November, 1873, since the Erie could do little to regain the business of the oil region's refineries, it turned to the Standard Oil." In June, 1873, General Devereux, formerly of the Lake Shore, became president of the Atlantic and Great Western, the Erie's affiliate reaching down into the oil fields, and he naturally took a good many of the Lake Shore's secrets with him. Within a few months he and Blanchard called at the Standard Oil offices to make a vigorous protest. The New York Central and the Pennsylvania, they pointed out, were getting a hoggishly unfair share of the oil trade. The Erie was transporting only 1/7 of the petroleum. Indeed, final figures for 1873 showed that it carried only 762,000 out of very nearly 5 million barrels of oil. They asked the Standard for more. "Give us a share equal to the Central's," they urged. While Rockefeller and Flagler were willing to arrange for a more equal division, they raised an objection with respect to terminal facilities. Ever since the acquisition of the Long Island Oil Company, they pointed out, their main eastern terminal had been at Hunter's Point on the East River. There they had had refineries, a cooperage plant, great wharves and warehouses, and a trained force of men for transferring oil from both cars and boats. The New York Central delivered all shipments to Hunter's Point without additional charge. The Standard could draw refined oil from tank cars there and barrel it for sale at home or abroad, could inspect whatever oil arrived in barrels, making necessary repairs, and could transfer crude oil to the refinery tanks. The Erie had an oil terminal at Weehawken, N.J., where its own force barreled refined oil from the tank cars, inspected ready-barreled oil, and performed other operations. But it served all shippers alike, and charged a considerable fee. Devereux and Blanchard had assumed that the Standard would pay these transfer fees, but Rockefeller declined to do so. "We do transfer work cheaply at Hunter's Point because we are expert oil men," he argued. "We pay nobody an extra profit, and cannot and ought not to pay you. If you will deliver our oil at Hunter's Point and let us attend to the transfer business, all right. But we wish to keep the transfer in our own hands. We cannot pay the Erie at Weehawken a profit on all that work, for we have our own facilities in another part of New York Harbor. It is not part of your business as a carrier anyhow. It is ours." While this was reasonable, the Erie could not throw its expensive transfer plant into an already heavy list of bad investments. Blanchard and Devereux quickly devised a solution. They suggested that the Standard lease the Weehawken yard, and take over the whole business of cooperage, repairs, and transfer, both for itself and other shippers. Paying so much a barrel for use of the terminal, it could collect the usual fees from other refiners, jobbers, and oil commission men. An elaborate agreement was shortly worked out. The Erie guaranteed the Standard Oil as low a rate on refined oil as any made by the New York Central, while the Standard gave a written promise that no other road or road should receive more than half its shipments to the east. Doubtless it also furnished informal promises of goodwill for the Erie, which after the outrageous looting by Gould and Fisk needed business friendship. This fresh acquisition by the Standard Oil marked another important step toward a monopoly of the oil business. The company enlarged its terminal facilities by a yard which was exceptionally convenient for routing oil to New England or the South, and simultaneously gained a full acquaintance with all competitive shipments over the Erie. No refiner served by that line could now do business without its knowledge, and without submitting to the fees it charged for terminal service. But not too much should be made of these last facts. Most plants in the regions now shipped over the Pennsylvania Railroad Empire Transportation Company system. Moreover, no evidence exists that the Standard Oil did ask excessive fees, it was never seriously charged with doing so. To be sure, the arrangement later brought the Standard under heavy criticism. Some opponents accused it of proposing the lease, though Blanchard's statement that the railroad did so is conclusive. Others deemed the scheme primarily a new, audacious, and Machiavellian device for gaining information about the shipments of competitors. As a matter of fact, such leasing was not new at all. In 1870 Bostwick and Tilford, as New York refiners and oil buyers, had operated the Erie's oil terminal under a similar arrangement. Nor was knowledge of competitive shipments over the Erie valuable, they had shrunk to a low point. The important gains were simply the new facilities, the new freight rates, and the general alliance. Bostwick, familiar with the Weehawken terminal, gave expert aid in knitting it into the Standard system. The agreement between the Standard and the Erie was formally signed on April 20, 1874. Thereafter the Standard Oil apparently sent about half its shipments of refined oil eastward by the Erie, and the other half by the Lake Shore New York Central system. With both roads it was on the best of terms, it shared an oil terminal with one, a pipeline with the other. It tended to unite more and more closely with them in a defensive alliance against the Empire Transportation Company, under the smooth and subtle Joseph D. Potts, and the Pennsylvania Railroad, under the aggressive Tom Scott. And meanwhile Rockefeller had executed another remarkable coup by the purchase in January, 1874, of the large imperial refinery near Oil City owned by J. Vandergrift, G. V. Foreman, John Pitcairn, Jr., and other Regions men. The Standard paid for it in cash, and business was continued under the name of the Imperial Refining Company, with Vandergrift as president. The Regions had thus been directly invaded. Such a foothold in enemy territory was worth much, for the refinery had a capacity of 15,000 barrels a week, and was one of the most efficient in the oil country. But the experience of the burly, round-headed, bull-necked Vandergrift, a man of infinite resource, was worth much more. The president of numerous companies, most of them flourishing, this bluff river skipper had proved himself a born organizer. He was not to end his days with the Standard Oil, for banking and the iron business in Pittsburgh ultimately called to him. But for several years he was a powerful ally, and the mere news that a man of such enterprise and ability had gone over to Rockefeller staggered the company's opponents. The Standard Oil had now completed an imposing structure. It owned practically all the refineries in Cleveland save a few lubricating plants. It was far on the way toward ownership of the strongest network of pipelines and largest body of oil tanks in the Regions. It held large properties in New York, the busy oil terminals at Hunters Point and Weehawken, the bustling refineries of the Long Island Company and DeVoe Company, the tugs, barges, and refining works of Bostwick, a great array of lighters, barges, and miscellaneous property. It had entered the field of oil buying with new efficiency through Bostwick and Company, and had begun to set up its own marketing machinery through Chess, Carley and Company. The pipelines directed by Daniel O'Day assured it of a continuous supply of crude oil. Through its ownership of refineries at widely separated and strategic points, Cleveland, New York, Louisville, and Oil City, it was measurably independent of railroad wars and combinations. It had the best barrel-making shops in America, with the incomparable McGregor in charge. It made its own acids. Its unrivaled facilities in New York Harbor and the export organization built up by William Rockefeller enabled it to compete efficiently for the European trade. In its expansion it had constantly acquired not only materials, but men and brains. It was one of the soundest and strongest industrial organizations in the world, making money even in years of depression, and growing steadily and inexorably. Even in 1874 the Standard Oil Company was Leviathan. Each year had brought some new vindication of Rockefeller's business foresight. It seemed as if he saw years ahead, remarked one of his associates at this time. In 1872 he seemed to see right through the years to 1892, and planned for what he believed would happen then. Not least among the evidences of his self-confidence and acumen was the assiduity with which he increased his stockholdings in this constantly growing property. From the outset he had held by far the largest single block. In 1873 this amounted to between 3,500 and 4,500 shares, in 1875 the total amount was 4,549. Stephen V, Harkness with 2,500, Payne with 2,425, and Flagler with 2,042 shares were then the next largest stockholders. From that time forward Rockefeller added rapidly to his holdings, until in 1882 he had acquired 9,500 shares. "I was a regular dumping ground for stock," he remarked once of this period. While the nominal value of shares in 1875 was only $100 each, the real value was constantly rising. In 1874, to judge from various company transactions, it was not less than $300. One of the large American fortunes was beginning to appear. During the later months of 1873 an event was impending which bore an important relation to this growing fortune. The Euclid Avenue household was expecting an addition. On January 24, 1874, a fourth child joined the three daughters who already made a lively family. This time it was a son, the male heir for which both husband and wife had hoped. He was named John D. Rockefeller, Jr. The father was inexpressibly happy. On the morning his son was born he burst into the office to tell his associates the news, and Flagler and Payne affectionately put their arms about him, while the room rang with their congratulations, and tears of joy stood in his eyes.